Yes, indeed. It's a Sunday night, but we're gonna have a Saturday night shoot the breeze on a Sunday night. We're gonna do that Bill Burr thing, where it's ironic. Hey, thanks to you guys who have tuned in. I see Tanzan is out there already. Thanks to you guys who will tune in. If you can hear my voice, by the way, drop a 1. If I'm coming through loud and clear, drop a 1 for me in the chat. But here we are on a Sunday night having a shoot the breeze. Happy Roman New Year to those of you who go by the calendar. This is the first day of 2023. And I thought it'd be a cool way to have shoot the breeze because I know most people will be home tomorrow. So you guys can hang out tonight for shoot the breeze. I don't know if we'll have a full panel of people like we usually do because I know Buana is out there partying. Tanzan typed 1, so I appreciate that. What do we have in store tonight? And by the way, you guys, I'm going to post the invite link right now, as a matter of fact. And anyone who wants to join the panel can join the panel tonight. I don't think we'll have a full panel like we usually do, but if you can, join the panel. And if we don't have a robust panel, then it'll be a short episode of Shoot the Breeze. All right. What do we have in store tonight? Interestingly enough, we had topics kind of around one kind of idea tonight for the most part. So we're going to talk about our modern women made. Are they created? Were they knocked off their square? We're going to talk about high maintenance women, being high value. We're going to talk about the fact that there's this war going on and Zelensky and them are getting all kind of big dollar donations while there's people in America suffering. We're going to talk about the women men deserve. We're going to talk about, there's this one chick, I forgot her name, big heavy set chick. She was on one of these reality shows. She died recently. I can't remember if it was by suicide or not. But she was one of these big chicks who everyone pushed that body positivity stuff about. And she died recently. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about those things. We're going to talk about the climate catastrophe as well. And a few other things. D-Web says he'll pop in later if I don't get enough panelists. I appreciate that, Web. Daily Affirmations by Pauline says, good evening and Happy New Year. Same to you, Daily Affirmations by Pauline. Same to you. So those are the things we're going to talk about tonight. I'm still noticing folks aren't signing up at the website, www.kwazradio.com. We would like you to sign up because when we start dropping these newsletters this year, and the newsletters are going to have information from around the Black world, as well as information about some of the podcasts and episodes that they're dropping, etc. Updates about the podcast network, the merch store is coming soon. Things of that nature. And as we add these things, we're going to have this newsletter that's going to give you guys a heads up, some behind the scenes information as well. So make sure to go over to kwazradio.com and just leave your email. Leave an email that you don't mind having a newsletter come to from us, right? All right, so what we're going to do. We're going to, where am I? We're going to start the show officially. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. So you guys do stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Make sure you guys are also tuning in to Tanzan African Mind. Tanzan African Mind, Brother Bakari Podcast, the Forecast Radio, and the Consider Cheek Show as well. We're going to have that updated spot in another couple of days that advertises all the shows on the network. Tanzan says, I'll be in a bit. Okay, she said, Amani, peace to everybody. Jonelle is here saying good evening. So I want to thank you guys for tuning in tonight. I know it's weird for us to be here on a Sunday night, but it's also kind of cool for us to be here on a first day of the new year type vibe too. So that's cool. So for now, it's just going to be me up here. So you know how it is. You know how it is. I won't be here too long if it's just me. So, Shoot the Breeze topic number one tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number one is, was the modern woman made? Was she knocked off her square to what she is today? So that's what the first Shoot the Breeze topic is going to be tonight. But I have some panelists who just joined me. Let me welcome them in. Tanzan, how are you this week?
I'm good, thank you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Happy Haitian Independence Day.
Yes, even better.
Yes. We got the Forecast joining us this week. Forecast, how are you this week?
Yo, what's up, Koku? What's up, Tanzan?
Good. You guys check out the Forecast. Check out the Forecast, the episode he did this past week. Good stuff. Him and Bakari had a real nice segment. But I'll let you guys tune into it. It's hilarious. I'll just let you guys tune in and figure out what it is yourselves. So, Should the Breeze topic number one is, was the modern woman made? Was she knocked off her square to what she is today? Let me throw this out there too. Zuli, if you're listening out there, join the panel. I know it's Haitian Independence. I know you're eating soup. But join the panel and help discuss some of these topics. Now, already, I have a problem here because they're saying that this video is not available. So, hold on. Let's bear with me a second. Let me check the Discord again and see if this link was good. Let me see. I don't know if I have enough time to find it right now. So here it is. Was the modern woman made? All right, so this came with a link. So apparently this video was removed by the uploader. So that's a hell of a way to start off the episode. This video was removed by the uploader. Damn it. Okay, bear with me a second. Bear with me a quick second. Let me see. Let me see if I could find a substitute real quick for this topic. That sucks already. Let me see. There was a couple new entries that was dropped. So I'll just try to pull one of these ones. I'm sorry to have to do this now, but everyone here. But Shooter Breeze topic number 1 is going to be, why are the women risking their life to get BBL and their children's well-being for BBL? Once you see those poorly written prompts, you already know who came up with that one. Let me grab the link real quick. And hopefully this one is still up. Okay, so then looks like it's still up. Let me share the screen with you guys. We'll check it out, and then on the other side, we'll discuss it.
What's going on, guys? It's Jada Black. Shout out to everybody that's tuning in. Once again, we're talking about American women traveling overseas to the Dominican Republic to get a BBL, only for them to never come back because they're losing their life. I've done videos live. I've done a live stream about, the BBLs. I'm going to continue this conversation because this conversation needs to be had. Here you have a single mother of 3. I believe you pronounce her name Sucreta Tolliver. And she went to the Dominican Republic to get a BBL. And she had complications while she was there. And she passed away 2 days after getting the work done. I believe by doctors who should not be giving surgeries. But see, the thing is, when you go to these foreign countries and you go to get these type of procedures, it's a lot of shadiness. It's going to be a lot of people who should not be operating who are operating. Right? There's one doctor in particular whose name has come up a few times in these situations. All because women want to have bigger butts. That's literally what this is about. Okay. And the worst thing about this is that, she's leaving behind children. She's leaving behind children who will never see her again. And it's sad. I believe that she thought that she was going to be with a doctor that had her best interest at heart, but that doctor didn't have her best interest at heart. That doctor wanted to get paid and did very sloppy work. Because when a person has complications right after surgery to the point where they lose their life, you're an incompetent person who should not be doing surgeries. And I will also say this, you see a lot of stories like this. There were stories like this months ago, even a couple of years ago, women losing their life over, getting those injections, getting surgeries, but you still have women who still go to these countries and get this work done. They don't even seek to get the work done here. And they'll say, well, it's too expensive here. Well, you're getting the best care here in the States, even though it too is dangerous and it's a dangerous surgery. But you're going to get better care here than you do by going to these other countries. But see, these women get bad advice because they probably listen to other women who've gotten work done. And they tell these women that, everything is fine, that everything is fine. No, everything is not fine. This woman lost her life getting a procedure done in a foreign country. That's not how it should go at all. That should have never happened. So let's get into this article here. Says a black woman is the latest to die after cosmetic surgery amid troubling trend of BBL deaths. Sucreta Tolliver underwent unspecified cosmetic surgery earlier this month. Let's see. Secreta Tolliver of Chicago traveled to the Caribbean nation for an unspecified surgical procedure earlier this month and died while recovering 2 days later, according to NBC5. While it was not immediately clear what cosmetic surgery procedure Tolliver underwent, her death comes as women have been dying following the so-called Brazilian butt lift surgeries. Tolliver's Dominican administered death certificate lists the cause of death as internal bleeding, but the family wants to know more. Tolliver's daughter, Mariah Price, described the family's ordeal to NBC5. Price says her mom had traveled to Dominican Republic for a cosmetic procedure that was performed on December 12th. She died 2 days later at a recovery home. I got on the phone with her that night, the night before she passed, and she sounded like she was in so much pain. Price said she was like, I wouldn't wish this on nobody. It hurts so bad. Wow. That's how you know it was definitely a complication, because these guys don't care. They can't even speak English hardly. They don't care as long as they're getting paid and they think they've done their job. They don't care how these women feel, and they don't really like these women. I'm just going to be honest. I don't think that these people who do these surgeries in Dominican Republic really like the fact that all these American women are coming there to get surgeries. So they don't care if they do a good job or not. Tolliver's daughter says she felt completely helpless, thousands of miles from her mom and unable to care for her. Now the family, include Price's uncle, William Tolliver, is fighting to get more answers on what went wrong. They are seeking to have the FBI and other U.S. agencies investigate Tolliver's death. Well, good luck with that. We're still waiting for the FBI to investigate the Shanquella Robinson death, and they have refused to do anything. They're more concerned with content creators on social media who are making content they don't like, more so than anything else. They don't care about the lives of Americans. I'm sorry to tell y'all that. It don't matter if it's a black woman too. They only care about pushing their propaganda. They really don't care about Americans. They just care about pushing their propaganda. So those agencies are really not going to do anything, because there have been other women who've lost their lives overseas, and these agencies haven't done anything because they don't care about Americans. They just care about pushing propaganda and sending more money and weapons to Ukraine. That's all they care about. Tolliver's death came about a week before it was reported that another Black American woman died last year following cosmetic surgery in Florida. Janisha Jayla Williams died October 21st. Her death was only reported last week. Now, again, I'm not saying that these women only lose their lives when they go overseas. It can happen in the States as well. But Janisha, and I did a video on Janisha. I'll link Janisha's video in the description box. Janisha lost her life because the person administering the anesthesia was not supposed to be doing that. They were already flagged. And somehow that particular facility allowed her to do it. And that's how Janisha lost her life. It wasn't even the surgery that lost her life. It was the fact that a person that should have never had administered the anesthesia administer it. And that's how Janisha lost her life. In Williams' case, NBC Miami reported that an OB-GYN who is restricted practicing that specialty for an unrelated complaint was involved in the procedure. The BBL procedure has proven to be especially lethal, but death isn't always the end result following the cosmetic surgery. Back in October, a woman who traveled to the Dominican Republic for a BBL ended up losing her kidney after the procedure was botched. According to a July 2017 report by the Aesthetic Surgery Education and Research Foundation, the Aesthetic Surgery Journal, 2 out of every 6,000 BBLs result in death.
All right, I think we get the idea here. I was playing it a little longer in hopes for the person who posted this to join the panel. We'll see if they join tonight, though. They haven't as yet. While that was playing, we had D Webb from the Harsh Reality Podcast join the panel. Webb, how are you tonight? Happy New Year's to you.
We're happy Roman New Year there, brother. How y'all doing?
Good. Happy Haitian Independence Day to you too. Thanks for joining us tonight. So that's 3 folks we have along with me in the panel. You guys get the idea of that video. Why are the women, our women, black women, risking their life to get a BBL and their children's well-being just for a BBL? Let me start with D Webb. Webb, what say you to this phenomenon of the BBL amongst black women?
Man, I hate to go there, but this is new year, new me. I'm being a little harsh. At a certain point, Darwinism has to kick in, man. You're going to a completely foreign country to get budget surgery. If you know anything about surgery, anytime they put you to sleep, anytime anesthesia is involved, it's a good chance you're not waking up.
Yep.
And you risking that to have a little fatter butt. When in reality, all you gotta do is do some squats. Honestly, if you're doing it for the purpose of a man, a fit woman is way more appealing to the average man than somebody with a build a body. Half the time doesn't even look natural, so it leads me to believe that a lot of these women are doing this because they're in competition with other women. A lot of things they do, whether it be the nails, whether it be these crazy eyebrows, whatever it is, whatever this low self-esteem thing is coming from, they're in competition with each other and doing these dumb things like trying to get a butt lift when your butt is probably already adequate as it is. Do some squats, maybe tone it up, but that's all you really need. Nobody's checking. And honestly, the vast majority of people who I know who are in happy relationships and married and stuff like that are with normal shaped women. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You don't see too many dudes with a wife with a BBL. That was typically reserved for white girls who were trying to imitate black women, which is crazy in itself. And now with that, now everything's coming full circle because now a lot of the white women are actually taking out the BBLs. Kim K has taken out her BBL. They're going back to the natural thinner look, right? That's what in with the elitists these days, and because they see that the surgery is low class because everybody can get it now, so everything's kind of coming full circle in there. And to even like in the video, the man highlighted that they want the FBI to first and foremost, the FBI doesn't even do international investigations and whether somebody died from a BBL. To me, that's such a waste of time. It's going to be the Department of Justice, if anything. And I'm highly doubt they're going to do a major investigation to see whether, the surgery was on the up and up when you went to another. And they probably had you sign an agreement before you even got onto that surgery table that if something happens to you, they don't care. They're not at fault. So to me, it's just another sad issue of our people kind of falling victim to this media crazed monkey see, monkey do type of thing that's going on, taking bad advice. A lot of, and you notice there's a lot of single women doing this too, because there's not that male voice say, that's stupid. You need that masculine energy to be like, no, you're not doing the dumb shit. And I've seen a lot of consequences beyond, the breaking up of families, the breaking up of that male energy that complements the feminine energy, where you got women making these irrational decisions to impress friends, whether to compete with other women. So this is just kind of a sad, result of that whole culture we got going on. But that's all I got, bro.
Thanks for that, D. Well, I saw the singer Kiki Wyatt, who always had a kind of a nice little build on her, kind of nice little shape, but she must have done some enhancement lately, man. And it's like ridiculous. Like when you look at the ratio of her butt to her thigh and leg, it's just not, it just looks ridiculous. And most dudes ain't into that, really and truly. Most dudes will take most black dudes will take a streamlined black woman over a built body type black woman, man. It just looks bad. Forecast, what say you to this?
Well, I've never been a fan of that kind of thing myself. I don't think you can replace let's say God given, what I'm saying, God blessed, whatever. I think it's different. But of course I don't. I'm not. I don't. I know that it's like, you know, terrible for people to keep going over there to do that kind of stuff, but I do understand it to a degree why they do it. Not to say that I condone it or I think that it's right or nothing like that. But then you look at the society we in, and then, like, you know, people are just selling naked pictures on the internet all day long. And a lot of women think that if they have this kind of build or this kind of that, you know what I'm saying, they could just make money off of it. You know, that kind of lifestyle has been, you know, is at the forefront these days. So I understand why they do it. I think it's dumb, you know, especially going somewhere that's not like sanctioned or that's extra dangerous, because it's already dangerous, like D Web said, no matter what you do. But when you go into other places where, you know, there might not be as much protection or as much sanitation or any of these things, you know, you putting yourself at risk, and you better ask yourself, is it really worth it? You know what I'm saying? But, you know, but I'll pass the mic right there.
You know, thank you for that forecast. You mentioned women selling pictures on the internet. Like, it's amazing to me the number of seemingly average women, like not just everyday round the way women, are selling sex via pictures or video or whatever, you know, OnlyFans and all that stuff. It's amazing. Like, I've even seen 2 women I knew from college or knew of, right? From my college days. I've seen them on the internet doing that shit and stuff. So it's just crazy to see how so many women, you know, like a high number out of every 10 women is willing to, if not or actually doing it, selling pictures, selling videos, nudity and stuff like that, you know,
Hey,
sex on the internet.
even your girl Rachel Dolezal selling got her own.
Yeah, even she's doing that shit now. You know, it's crazy to see, and it speaks to me that that's something within women. That's not a societal pressure or something like that. It's just something within women to want to be seen and admired and all that kind of stuff, like Webb kind of alluded to. Tanzan, you heard everything everyone had to say. What say you to this?
Sorry, I think there's a bit of an echo. I would say that if they're selling, you know, somebody is definitely buying. So that's the other side of that equation, that, you know, and they're seeing that a certain kind of look gets women, you know, the attention that that they want for themselves. So they go the shortcut route of doing that. But what is surprising to me is that that men do pay for this. Like, when porn first started, you know, they would try to sell porn on the internet, and then you know, but increasingly it became free and free and free, and now pornography is practically, you know, everyone the internet for cheap. So I don't understand still why men would pay to, you know, to get something that they can get for free, basically. So I don't really get that part. But, you know, on the other hand, I think that women really stopped, how do I say this, you know, using their power to, and they also started emulating the lowest of the women, sorry. So imagine if all men just started, you know, talking and acting like, you know, criminals and gangsters and so on. That would be strange. But when you know, pornography was it was just for a few people. It was professionalized. Let me say that there were professional porn stars. I know there's still some, but not a whole lot. But you know, when it was a professional group of people, it was kept away from society. It was something that people did, you know, on the sidelines and so on. But increasingly, people wanted more and more. Mainstream women wanted more and more to look like the women that the men were lusting after, instead of the men that they were, you know, sort of falling in love with. So old chick flicks was, the good girl and so on, and she was getting her own way and so on. And then you had things like Sex and the City, where women could get that and they could still be crazy and sexually free and so on. So increasingly the stripper and porn culture got into mainstream women places, until now women who would otherwise be just regular women. I don't think that it's natural for women to want that. Women want attention, but not all women want that kind of attention, that sexual attention. So they may want to to look pretty and nice and so on, but women don't want to be continuously sexualized, objectified and so on, especially in public. But when women started wanting more and more to appeal to the sexual tastes of the men, then they had to go to the women who knew how to do that. And there was a time when they were giving stripping classes, or all this stuff. And I guess when OnlyFans came about, now that was just the explosion. Any woman now could be a porn star in her own home, and that just led to intense competition. And then and instead of even being having their own niche, because even when there was pornography, there's all different kinds of pornography. It's not just not just one look. There are niches and so on. But the women who came online, they simply looked at what was working in general, and they all copied that. Because it's not like all men want. Most men might want a certain kind of look, of course, especially with black men. And also surprises me that in the only area that the people care about what black men think is in the area of sex. They don't care about what black men think in anything else. Emotions, their thoughts and feelings and all that stuff, that doesn't matter. It's just, what do black men want? And so, okay, so they want big butts. Now everybody, black and white women, and everybody's trying to have big butts, because the black men apparently came together and said that we just want big butts. But in anything else, nobody listens to black men. So anyway, the women started becoming more and more, this freedom. And it became more about, I don't think it's even in competition with other women. I think it's just, greed, and greed both for attention and greed for money. When they realize that they can just do the shortcut thing, they don't have to be nice and build their personality and who they are and their character, and just show off their goods and get it. Became very, very quick and transactional. But the sad thing is that even the women who do that, they're not happy. The strippers who are doing that, and the prostitute and the porn stars, it was not that they were happy doing it. They were simply doing it because they had to. Now women who don't have to are doing it for, I don't know what reason. I really can't explain it. I cannot explain why somebody would want to subject their bodies to such a brutal treatment, just to be a few notches prettier. Even if it's being better looking, there's so many other less risky things that you can do to improve your body. So I can't really say I understand it. I've looked at it from all sides, but I can't really understand why somebody, not even about going to some other country, but why somebody would subject themselves to that. It's, yeah. Sorry, I don't have the answer.
I appreciate that answer that you did give, Tan. In the chat, Coach Pete says, blessed uprising family. Real Black Gentleman is out there. He said, gracious fam. Trigger Happy 262 is out there. He says, the answer is simple. Beauty is, as a social capital, has higher stakes for women. And black people have different body standards, so they go to their BBLs. Being admired is due to social capital. He continues and says the solution is to simply replace the solution of getting a quick build for more hard work type of building your body. It isn't something innate in women, but manufactured. So give them the tools. Bobby Wright came through. He says, peace. Everyone's hailing up Bobby Wright there. Daily Affirmations by Pauline says, yes. Why? Our mothers and grandmothers didn't need them to feel attractive. I like that answer there. Trigger Happy 262 responded to Daily Affirmations by Pauline saying, I think that's why when I think about the topic, we have to contextualize it in a new era. Dating has become more globalized, hence more competitive. KW Don 7 is here. He said the BBL phenomenon goes back to Sir Mix-a-Lot, and now it's on steroids. That's an interesting comment there. Let's welcome in observing immigrants this week. How are you, my dear?
I'm good. How have you all been?
No, I'm good. Happy 2023 to you.
Same to you and everybody else on the chat.
Appreciate it. Yeah, so you've heard the conversation. You see what the prompt is. Why are the women risking their life to get a BBL and their children's well-being just for BBL? What say you?
Well, personally, I'm gonna start a little bit behind. To me, when I first came to America, I thought Americans were dumb, culturally dumb in terms of a people and a culture. And as time has gone on, especially in the era of TikTok and all this stuff, I realized that this stupidity is spreading almost globally because now you can see other people doing dumb shit. And I don't think enough people are questioning the dumb shit. If you remember when women were getting their faces Botoxed, before that was something that was only available to rich women. So, the beauty enhancement in that Botox was more, you'll see wealthy old women like what was the sister of the one of these designers, her face don't even look like how she used to look. She got so much Botox. Her face is just a monstrosity. And you could see it was ugly. It didn't enhance or make anyone beautiful. But these rich women just kept doing it because have you ever seen a Botox face that looked right? Like most of them look like some kind of weird caricature.
That might have been the Versace sister, right? That might have been the Versace sister, right?
Yeah, some old lady that don't even. I believe it was Versace. You're right. Now, when you see the BBLs, that don't look natural either. Yeah, it's like the Botox face, but this time is now available to everyone. Like, well, people who are willing to save up to get it done. Let's put it that way. Because as I said before, like the Versace's and stuff, yeah, they could get that done, men and women, on this whole vanity thing. But now people are literally dying for clout because if everybody knew you and you had no butt, you're gonna come back from a vacation with a triple size butt, just bragging on everybody that you have a bigger butt, but it doesn't look right. I've not seen any BBLs that looked right, but in these people's minds, that is an enhancement. Like,
allow me to just interject for a second.
Yeah,
you just reminded me of this cold game, man. This cold flex you see on like Instagram, where chicks have a body already. They have a nice shape by birth, by genetics, whatever. But they're selling this idea that they go to the gym and build these bodies. Like that's another bullshit cold flex too. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm not really sure because I don't have Instagram or any of that stuff. But I see things a little bit. If it's on YouTube, I'll get to see it. So you're trying to convince other women that this unnatural look is what should be acquired. But again, as I'm saying, you have a stupid world just watching these things. There are women who genuinely saving up dollars and hard coins just to go get this done. You're dying for clout. This is the same culture who had people stepping off of cliffs to take selfies. So you just have trends that people are willing to die for that makes no sense. So this is just another thing that's passing. And, we in a world where we keep asking ourselves, well, can people get dumber? Clearly they are. I think this is all based on stupidity. And to die for vanity at that point, you can't be a 40-year-old woman who has lived with your body for 40 years and feel at this age that you need to have a bigger butt. Like, you made it through 40 years. I think you can do another 40 years. You know what I'm saying? If it was a surgery for a health reason, I can give it to you. But for vanity, nah, you take the L and call it quits. That's it. That's all I got to say.
Daily Affirmations by Pauline in the chat says, a lady told me about this. She said she had paid for her BBL at the same place as the Florida woman mentioned in this video. She said she immediately asked for a refund. That's interesting. You know, someone who knows someone in this story. Wow. The money that KW Dawn 7 says the money that one uses to get a BBL, they could get a personalized trainer and put in the hard work. So that goes back to what Trigger Happy 262 was saying earlier. Does anyone want any last comment on this topic here?
Well, that's what he said, though. That's basically what it goes. You said hard work. He basically answered his own question. Get a personal trainer and put in hard. Nobody wants to put in hard work, yo. And I think the sister said it earlier too. This is, she basically reiterated Darwinism, yo. Like, you're 40 years old. Why are you trying to get a bigger butt at this point in life? It makes zero sense. And some people you just have to write off. I hate to say it. It is what it is, man. Is if you're willing to go, and I'm gonna risk, then hey, what it is? Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask. I mean, how many of you live in America? How many people in the chat live in America?
Everyone.
Okay.
I think most of us
live in America. Okay. I don't know if any of y'all have noticed that white people started to get butts, but I don't think is what do you call it? This the Botox. But I've been looking at white people in the last, I want to say 10, 15 years. And I'm like, well, y'all have more butt than I do, but I don't know where they're getting it from. So maybe they need to spread that secret, because I honestly don't think that is any injection. I don't know if they've mixed with enough black people that they're getting butts. But every now and then I'll see a white girl with a flat butt, and I'll be like, I'll tell my kids that's the old-fashioned white people with the broomstick backs. But these new ones, I'm seeing men and women, white men and white women with butts.
Somebody has an echo.
They have some kind of secret.
It's called, somebody has an echo, but it's called working out. They go to the gym. If they want to target a particular look, they will work that out. Some of the men use steroids to enhance a certain look. So, for them, the ones who are not going into the BBLs, like you'll see a lot of working out, videos where they have like these very toned ladies. And nowadays they have, specifically for, the butt or building, certain areas and so on. If you look at the 1980s, 90s, it was mostly just, staying fit and mostly cardiovascular stuff. But the more recent ones is more focused on weights and muscles and building a particular type. So you can, if you want to, have a flat stomach, you can have just for that. And if you have one for, a rounded hips and so on. So you can enhance whatever shape you are, you can enhance certain parts by working out in a particular way and by eating certain
more
foods.
Natural. Yeah.
Yeah,
that looks way more natural. So the solution is there, because I'm going to say they've got very healthy looking butts that look, like they've got black people butts.
They work out.
Yeah, they got black people butts and they didn't risk their lives for it, so it is possible that just people don't want that option then.
Yeah, people are just lazy. And the other thing is that, if people should start just accepting themselves, I think this whole idea of everybody should be living their best lives and their most perfect lives is, a whole bunch of nonsense. You should live the life that, you're capable of affording and being. We should accept people as they are. The first thing that the surgeries was trying to fight was age, that they were trying to smoothen their wrinkles with the Botox, or trying to stay looking young, and you should just accept life. You should just accept that you go through different stages and enjoy whichever stage and accept whatever comes with the age. And the same thing with beauty. If you have it, you should enjoy it. But if you don't have it, you should simply accept that, it was not given to you in droves, but you still have other things. Like if only beautiful people, if only beautiful people, married and had children, there would be no ugly people in the world. But look at the world. All kinds of ugly people get married every day.
Exactly. Exactly. Oh my God.
Yeah, and all kinds of old people, stay married all the time. Like they're old, they're married, they're ugly, they're old and ugly and married, but they're happy. They don't sit around, crying about how old and ugly they are. They're just happy. So people should just, accept themselves for who they are, and see themselves and say, oh, just move on with your life. Anyway,
You
yeah.
imagine dying and waking up on the other side and going, I died for a butt. I mean, like you literally risk your life for a big ass. Then you don't value your life. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're you knew getting on that table you could die for an ass. I mean, like, honestly, come on.
In the chat, Trick Ivy 262 says, need to research the history of BBLs, but my theory is that it's like Sarah Bartman. White men fetishize black women, and white women made this surgery because of it. Trick Ivy 262 also says, our proximity to them in a place like Brazil made more mixed body standards, so white women made the surgery to compensate and compete. He goes on to say, I also think another solution too for ourselves, people have to be content with what they have, even when working out. You might have the same size as someone else, but at least you aren't skinny. He says there will be diversity in body size for our people, but more commonalities compared to white people. Also, some white women have that shape because they probably have some slight African ancestry. All right. Without any further ado, if no one has anything else to add there, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 says Freudian slip or jokes. This comes with a YouTube link, I believe. Let's check the video out. And then we'll comment to it.
Remember that big Indian dude in that movie? Indian dude in that movie? Indian dude in that movie? And then he couldn't talk unless he was talking about gum?
Yeah. I think you're not supposed to say Indian either.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah. I think you're supposed to call them African Americans. African Americans. African Americans.
From TV.
Remember that big Indian dude in that movie? Indian dude in that movie? Indian dude in that movie? And then he couldn't talk unless he was talking about gum?
Yeah. I think you're not supposed to say Indian either.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah. I think you're supposed to call them African Americans. African Americans. African Americans.
From TV.
Okay, that was a pretty weird video, I guess, from Crumb TV. Fair use, by the way. Fair use. Let me just repeat that again. All these videos are being used for commentary. So fair use. Observing immigrants. Was there a Freudian slip in that little cartoon strip? Or is it just jokes?
Honestly, I don't know, because I honestly don't understand what's going on, and I can't read the fine print that they're pointing at. But all I'm gonna say in terms of this, we need to stop calling the people in America Indians, because Indians are from India. These people call themselves Native Americans, and I don't know. We know better, and we still call them Indians. I mean, it's like saying, what do you say, lions in the jungle when you never see a lion in the jungle. So Indians, all these black people nowadays, the pretendians want to call themselves Indians. You're not from India. The people who are here and indigenous already have a name for themselves. They call themselves Native Americans. I don't know if this point was to say that you're not black, Native African American, you're Indian. If you're from India, you're not Indian. I mean, that's all I can say.
All right, let's welcome in Real Black Gentleman this week. Real Black Gentleman, how are you?
Oh, I'm good.
Good. So you see the prompt, Freudian slip or joke, based on the video that we just watched.
Oh yeah. Let me say something about the whole Indian thing. I've said this before. I know that, you know, there were black people here in America before the Africans are brought over here. We're here. I get that, but I think it's a sake of like, it's a case of like, I say it again, it's like we're focusing too much on the small aspect, and like the Americas very well may have been like a multi like colored kind of place where, like, you know, some of the Asians came over and then, you know, they populated, you know what I'm saying, the Americas, they went down south, but then there's still African peoples that may very well have, I mean, you don't know how. I mean, well, you know, well, I won't say we don't know how. Okay, you know how they say the Asians crossed over into the Americas during the Ice Age, right? Well, I mean, if the Pacific Ocean was reduced, you can imagine that the Atlantic Ocean was also reduced to a degree. Now, I'm not saying that, you know, some of the islands in the Atlantic, I mean, it still doesn't, you know, what am I trying to say? You know, bridge the gap, you know, substantially, but anything can happen where people are out on a boat, a man and a woman, or on some kind of vessel out on sea. They somehow survive, but at the same time, it's like there still has to be a way to actually make, you know, to make that connection. And I'm not saying that it's impossible, but I'm very, very confident that African peoples were in the Americas, however they got over here, by accident or by very well intentional journey. You know, even the long way around the Americas, you know, the African phenotypical people. And so my point is that when they say it's jokes, like, yeah, I know that, you know, there's a bit of it in that, yeah, there were pretty dark Indians here, right? The natives, but I don't think that I'm not one to say that, you know, all of the black people in the Americas that because we have a source here in North America, like in a predominant sense. Just because we have, I mean, I know I have Native American blood in me. I don't know. I might say I might be 5 to 10%. You know what I'm saying? But that's not 90%. That's not, you know, the many ancestors that were taken from, you know, modern day Senegal and Ghana and Nigeria and Angola and all you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to sit here and discount that at all. I know that I'm here in America. I get that, in that many of my, you know what I'm saying, a substantial amount of generations have been in this country for me to say, yeah, I'm an American. But I mean, you can sit here and say that for any peoples. I mean, how many generations you have to be in the country to be a part of what that is? I mean, it helps if you know what I'm saying, 3 or 4, but at the same time, it is what it is. Like, I don't think it's a Freudian slip. I just think it's a joke. I'm gonna pass the mic.
Trigger Happy 262 says, well, technically, they don't have a continental name either, which kind of proves the point that continental are political and relatively new concepts. Kid Don 7 says, Crumb TV, YouTube channels all over the place. You're not indigenous to Turtle Island. Deal with your origins being from Africa. He says, you could only have sailed to the Americas. He goes on to say, there's not definitive evidence that Africans were here in large numbers pre-Columbus. D-Web, what say you to all that?
Yeah, I honestly think this is one of those propaganda, we're chief, running bear, fucking, you know, type of deals they trying to do here, where is all the evidence that they present is kind of anecdotal, which to me is laughable if you're talking about genealogy, right? You can't have anecdotal evidence. You can actually trace back your heritage. But of course, you got, like Oni says, the anything but African brigade running around who are grasping at any kind of straws they can and just say they're not, you know, related to Africans or not African in nature. And I always find it kind of funny that, you know, it's always smoke for, you know, Pan-Africans, or it's always smoke for anybody who actually embraces their African heritage, but they never go to the reservation and call these people $5 Indians to their face. You know, they never go to the Navajo Nation and tell them they false. You know what I'm saying? It's always smoke for our people, you know. But it's also kind of ironic that the fact that they claim particularly heritage in the 5, you know, upgraded to 7 actually, civilized tribes will actually invalidate a reparations a reparations case because those people signed treaties and they got paid.
Right.
So it's like, okay, you need to go to the reservation and get your plot of land. You know what I'm saying? You need to go get your money from the Seminoles because they owe you some bread. They just signed $1 billion deal with Florida. Go get your money, right? So they kind of invalidating their own type of argument that they're making. But yeah, to me, it's just this is a non-starter. If you're using Beavis and Butthead to validate anything as a Freddy, they making fun of you, if anything. You know what I'm saying? It's not a slip, if you ask me. It's actually them just kind of messing around with you. But that's all I got, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate that, D-Web. I agree with a lot of what you have to say there. But Bakari is out there saying peace and black power to the podcast and chat. Let's return that peace and black power to Bakari. Thanks for coming through. Forecast, what say you?
Yeah, I don't think it was a slip because obviously I think they did it on purpose. When it comes to like, I don't think black people are the Indians that people talk about when they be like, "Yo, we the Indians" and stuff. I don't think that's the case. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like you said, if you taking like Beavis and Butthead as a source, you know what I'm saying? I'd be already worried. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't take that as a source. So, I'll pass the mic though.
I appreciate that forecast. That brings us to Tanzan. Tanzan, you've heard everything everyone else had to say. What say you to this? Was this a Freudian slip or just jokes?
Well, I think someone said already they're really reaching for crumbs at this point, and they're just going at the lowest source. So it's pretty pathetic. But for me, I don't really want to debate people. I respect people as who they identify. If that's who they say they are, how am I going to argue against somebody? They feel that way. We should let them be that. They should just like I say with swallows and investors, just go over there and stay over there. You don't need to be still coming over here, spouting your nonsense opinions about why you're still right. Once you know that you're right, then move on and deal with that. If once they say that, let's say that they are Cherokee, Indian, Bigfoot, whatever, go and be with your people. Your people, there's still some of them over here. You can go be with them and chant and do all that stuff. And then you can leave, the rest of the people alone. It's like if you want to leave, why are you telling everybody that you're leaving? Just go. But it's this constant need to come and knock on the door and say, hey guys, we left, and it's okay, that's fine. We should stop holding on to these cooks and weirdos. Like if you want to go. It's respectful for the people who want to stay, and it's respectful for those who want to go. So if somebody identifies themselves as that, whether I agree with them or not, I'll respect their decision and let them be. So yeah.
I appreciate that, Tan. Does anyone else want to add a comment to anything that you heard here?
Yes. I just want to ask all the pretendians out there, how does it feel to always think that you're Indian but always be mistaken for black? I think it must be hard and almost traumatic that no matter how much they say they're Indian, everyone just mistakes them for black.
All right. Trick Happy 262 in the chat says delusion often needs an audience. I think that's a good way to end that prompt off right there. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 is high maintenance women, high value. This comes with a link. Looks like a YouTube short again.
Low entitled gold diggers. Number one is return on investment. Now, whenever a man has invested time, money, and resources into a woman, he is more motivated to see a return on his investment. He's more likely to fight for the relationship because he doesn't want to see all of his resources go to waste. Whereas when he's invested very little into a woman, he finds it very easy to walk away because there's no costs incurred. Submission. Now, when a man is contributing to a woman's life, she can see the value he's adding to her, and therefore she's more likely to be submissive and respectful. Because men love feeling respected and having someone submit to them, he will attach to her a lot quicker and faster. Whereas when a woman is not entitled, she receives nothing from a man, and therefore he adds no value to her life. And because women are designed to be looked after, they slowly start to resent their partner, and this resentment shows up in disrespect. Here's why men secretly love entitled gold diggers. Number one is return on investment. Now, whenever a man has invested time, money, and resources into a woman, he is more motivated to see a return on his investment. He's more likely to fight for the relationship because he doesn't want to see all of his resources go to waste. Whereas when he's invested very little into a woman, he finds it very easy to walk away because there's no costs incurred. Submission. Now, when a man is contributing to a woman's life, she can see the value he's adding to her, and therefore she's more likely to be submissive and respectful. Because men love feeling respected and having someone submit to them, he will attach to her a lot quicker and faster. Whereas when a woman is not entitled, she receives nothing from a man, and therefore he adds no value to her life. And because women are designed to be looked after, they slowly start to resent their partner, and this resentment shows up in disrespect. Here's why men secretly love.
Okay. Much said there in the chat. Real Black Gentleman said gambler's fallacy. Real Black Gentleman, can you expand on that some more as far as the prom goes?
Just basically the idea that is the gambler's fallacy is that if you bet something 10 times, the 11th time is going to change. That's why you keep putting in money. But the fallacy is that if something statistically is going to happen, 10th. Am I echoing?
Go ahead. Let me mute. Go ahead.
Okay. So if something's going to happen statistically 10 times, it's probably going to happen the 11th time. It's not going to change. Where the gambler's fallacy is that if you do something 10 times, maybe the 11th time, that's that return on investment that she's talking about. High maintenance is not value. If I have to maintenance it costs, and cost and value don't really aren't really the same thing. I mean, if you value something, you should put maintenance into it, but it's again that return on an investment. I mean, what are you maintaining in her? What is she digging from you? You know what I'm saying? It's all about the idea that there's something that's going to happen in the future by doing something now, but that actual thing doesn't really manifest itself. And if it does, it's transactional. It's like, do this for that, but it's not an enduring kind of a situation, not like a real love. It's not love. I mean, it's lust. I mean, it's implicitly short term. I'm gonna pass.
All right, thank you for that, Real Black Gentleman. D-Web, what say you?
Yeah, I find it interesting, kind of her point, because if you take it on face value, right? Jeff Bezos, one of the richest people in the world, just got divorced recently, right? Bill Gates just recently got divorced or filed for divorce, right? Trump is probably on his third marriage at this point. Warren Buffett's been like in an open marriage for like 30 years. You know what I'm saying? So, to me, her point is fucking stupid as fuck. Like, like you're not even making a real point. Not to mention, like the gentleman said before, like a high maintenance has nothing to do with your value upon what you're bringing to the table. You know what I'm saying? It just means that you're a bigger bill. You know what I'm saying? And if my whole point is my whole goal is to make more money, why would I want a more higher maintenance? Why would I want a bigger bill? Especially in relations to what I'm getting out of it, especially if you've got to the point where you've given me the children and you've passed that point where you can't even give me children at this point and things like that. So I don't really see her whole point. To me is a bunch of gibberish. Maybe she's TikTok trying to get some views. She's, pretty little woman, so maybe she's trying to get her little views up or whatever. But her point is null and void to me. Like, you're not really making a point. You know what I'm saying? Like, no man loves an entitled gold digger. Like, I don't even. Okay, that's all I got, bro.
I appreciate that, Webb. Forecast, what say you to what Webb just said?
All right. Well, okay. I'll say this then, right? All right. So when you yeah, I agree with both of them about high maintenance. Nobody really want like high maintenance. You know what I'm saying? That's something different. And the irony is what she's saying is like she's speaking, but she's talking about like money and stuff. But the truth is, effort and like putting like that has nothing to do with like a financial thing or nothing like that. But it's like the energy, the time commitment and stuff that you put in with somebody. You do value that as opposed to somebody like you just whatever with, you know what I'm saying? Now it's just the problem is we on two different things where like most of it is just value with money and societal things, you know what I'm saying? So like what she's saying really like I can see it on the other side with nothing with gold diggers. Now she's probably talking about gold diggers, and like they were saying with value and value and cost is two different things. Something could cost a lot but it'd be more valuable, or something could cost a little and it'd be very valuable, or not valuable at all. But I think that high maintenance is not something that's valuable, because I heard somebody earlier say something like is somebody worrying me like, I think it was only, matter of fact, on with his knowledge earlier, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's good or bad if I'm quoting Oni, but he was like, somebody is saying like, I want a purse, I want this, I want that, you know what I'm saying? That's one thing. But if somebody's worrying you about let's build something or start a business or something, that's something totally different, you know what I'm saying? So like that's the difference with value and like high maintenance or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I think it's like nuances in all of it, but I'll pass the mic.
No, I feel you on that. Especially on that Oni thing, man. I don't know how much we could take from Oni these days.
I feel you on D-Web. It might have been a bad thing. I'll take it back.
Yeah, it's bad. But anyway, let's have from observing immigrants.
I think it's good that you have the guys answer first, because it was good to hear their opinion. And the first guy that said, high maintenance doesn't equate to high value, I think he summarized it. I do have a problem with all of a sudden relationships are now brought into, I guess with the Kevin Samuels thing, high value this, high value that. Like everybody now wants to be high value. Like, what is high value? I mean, high maintenance or high maintenance women value. I mean, what happened to character? It's like, I don't know. Everybody's just equating stuff now to, humans are now equating their whole concept of relationships now to high value, but not value in terms of character. Just, I don't know what the value is supposed to be. Now, to be honest, I do think that she is talking to a portion of people in the world that this applies to. I do think that there are men who love entitled gold diggers. There are some men who like gold diggers. I've met some women who are high maintenance, and personally I found them irritating because let's be honest, they're shallow. There are shallow women in the world, and I've met some, and I always found them irritating because whether they are genuinely or thought of themselves as high maintenance, there are some women who literally will say they're high maintenance and are proud to be high maintenance. And I assume that they are brought up in a home or brought up in some kind of situation where they think that high maintenance is the definition of womanhood. So I've met women like that. I have a friend from Jamaica, and I consider her high maintenance. She, the wigs, the hair, the makeup, the nails, a new outfit every time she goes out. She was married, she's now divorced. But I don't know if she sees the world through high value, but I would say a lot of these women who are high maintenance, they get a lot of money passed through their hands, and very, very few except my friend have used that money wisely. She was getting a lot of drug money from her boyfriend, and she was building a house in Jamaica simultaneously. So he was giving her the Lexus, buying her a brand new Lexus, and getting everything done, and she was looking good and all that stuff. But she was siphoning off some of that drug money and sending it to Jamaica, building a house. So I know too many high maintenance women have nothing in their mind except that materialistic thing. And they have to go from boyfriend to boyfriend because they never saved a coin or never saved or invested a cent from it. So if you're going to be high maintenance, at least put some common sense in it. But a lot of high maintenance women are dumb as bricks. That's all I got to say.
I appreciate that, Marcus Garvey. The way we got gas him up out there in the chat. He said high maintenance women are the equivalent of putting your penis in a blender on crushed ice. He goes on to say high value is genetic. Most of these women are basically Spanx, tights, pre-diabetic, mental cases. He says her mind, her genetic quality is high value, her economic output. Forecast earlier said someone you can trust is valuable. With all that you've heard here, Tanzan, what say you to this?
Well, firstly, I have to give, whether it was intentional or not, Focus, that was a nice sly swipe at Oni. The way he said, I don't know if I should be taking advice, but when it comes to high value, I mean, I know what everybody has said and so on, but at the same time, you do see, these kinds of women who do get, some kind of men. Like there are men who do enjoy, spending the money on women and showing, showing their status in that way. So I think, okay, maybe as a general point, she, for most women that might not work, but I think that for women who want, that kind of attention, there are men who like to do that as well. Are they not? Because you see, even if they end up, divorcing them and so on, you all mentioned all these rich men who divorced their wives, but one of the reasons why they were with them is that because they spent a lot of time with them, money on them, and then when they left them, relatively well off. They weren't in dire poverty or anything like that. See, when Kanye West talks about, the gold diggers and so on, they know what they want. They know how to size a man up. They know how to see exactly what he wants and to get him to, to part with his money, so to speak. And, and the men are also willing accomplices. It's not that they don't like it either. So I think her advice is just for a particular, set of women who like to, to be spent on, and for the men who like to spend. Yes, but very interesting to hear, the men's opinions, because while men don't like gold diggers, they still enjoy spending on women. It's not that they're just digging you with malicious intent. It's like, oh, I'm going to buy you a bracelet, or something that you want. You say if you could, you wouldn't, buy a woman a car, for example. If you're a millionaire, you wouldn't buy her a nice car instead of her taking the bus every morning.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's a difference. A lot of dudes buy stuff off of hopes of being liked, and there's a difference of buying somebody something because you care about them and want them to be happy, as opposed to wanting them to like you, as opposed to wanting them not to even be mad at you or to apologize for something. All of those are different reasons why dudes do things. You know what I'm saying? But I'll pass them back.
Absolutely. Does anyone want to comment to anything that they heard here? In the chat, Real Black Gentleman said, it's straight up conflating value with cost. If it costs a lot, it must be valuable, right? And I agree with you on that, Real Black. He goes on to say, $1 billion worth of gold costs the same as $1 billion worth of sand, but the value of both is not the same. Okay, real black gentleman, I see you. KW7 says, high value is not going to mean a goddamn thing when your stomach touches your backbone, especially with the impending recession, depression. Real black gentleman said, can't build windows out of gold. Gas him up says she will be taking the bus. Anyone else want to add any last?
No, but that is a good one. Yep, taking the bus to the mansion.
All right, let's go to, since no one else has anything to add, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. I'm going to drop the link again in the chat. Actually, it's pinned to the top of the chat. So if you want to join the panel, if you're out there, by all means, you could join with us in this discussion. The more the merrier, as I see it. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is really, and people in America are suffering. Is this okay? Again, whenever you read those type of prompts, you're supposed to know who posted this. And if you're listening, hop on the panel. Well, this came with a link. Let's check it out.
Assistance is also critically important, and I would like to thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for both financial packages you have already provided us with and the ones you may be willing to decide on. Your money is not charity. It's an investment in the global security and democracy that we handle in the most responsible way. Financial assistance is also critically important, and I would like to thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for both financial packages you have already provided us with and the ones you may be willing to decide on. Your money is not charity. It's an investment in the global security and democracy that we handle in the most responsible way. Financial assistance is also critically important, and I would like to thank you.
Yeah, so I played it twice so everyone could pick up on this grifter thanking, quote unquote, thanking the U.S. for the money that's been provided to them, and wink, wink, future monies that you guys will be providing to us too. I find it interesting how this comedian is the leader of a country that's under siege by, what America considers its enemy. It's very interesting what they're doing. And in the midst of a war, he has time to come to the U.S. to talk money and all kind of stuff. It's really strange. It's really strange. Real black gentleman, do you find this whole thing that's going on, and in terms of the fact that there's Americans on this line suffering, what are your thoughts on that?
Man, look. To the best of my understanding, the only reason that Ukraine is fighting Russia is because Ukraine had given very, very, very strong signals to the rest of Europe that it wanted to join NATO. Now, NATO is directly antagonistic to Russia. And besides the Baltic nations, there's no real direct connection between a NATO nation and Russia. Finland is, I think, neutral. I mean, these are things that if you try to understand interpersonal connections of nations, well, Russia trying to deal with NATO through the Baltic republics is different than NATO Russia trying to deal with NATO from its whole western flank. And so while Ukraine is just jabbering, Russia's sitting there is like, come on, we got too many ties. You're actually putting a lot of antagonism on me. Because the only reason NATO was created was to counter the Warsaw Pact. There were mutual treaties of mutual geopolitical spaces. But once the USSR broke apart, the Warsaw Pact broke apart. But NATO still exists, and its only major defenses, you can look at, you can be objective and kind of blame about and say, oh, we're just here to defend against threats, when it's like everyone's looking at it's like, well, you're just poking at Russia. And again, like I'm no fan of the Soviet Union, but as an entity, as Russia, I'm not going to sit here and say just go ahead and just pile in with. You see, I know exactly. I'm not saying I know exactly, but that's my best hunch. And so Russia was like, bruh, like you cannot join NATO. You're not Atlantic. You're not north of anything. Like it's you can't join that. And maybe when your people's in a country, you see things differently because you might not want Russia being a strong, extremely strong power and very self-reliant. In that idea of like, just being in Russia's orbit as opposed to being in relatively Western orbits. But with NATO, it's kind of hard to do that. If they were to not really signal and say, we're going to be a part of NATO, I don't think Russia would have did what they was going to do. Because, Belarus, there's countries flanking Russia that are not part of NATO. They're even though, a lot of these countries are, countries influence other countries. Just you're going to need something from another country. You're just going to lean on another country a little bit more and just like kind of just borrow from and just like, man, I just need you to look out for me real quick, bro. Like do that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like country, like you're just going to like tell the other country, like, look after these people for me, man. Don't let no one come through that line, man. Just do that for a bro. It'd be like that though. And so like Ukraine basically, it's fucked up. That's ugly as hell. But hey, existentialism though. I'm not going to say right, wrong is wrong. That's not my interest. I'm not going to sit here and say the United States should give. No, it sucks and it hurts. I think in the long term, America shouldn't have anything to do with that. It should act. That goes into America trying to persuade Europe to like, man, don't do that. But America's doing that because it's the biggest part of NATO, and it's just doing that to further weapons contracts and just making sure that money is generating. Just an excuse for a reason type stuff. Hey, I'm gonna pass.
Thank you for that, Real Black Gentleman. Hearing Real Black Gentleman speak, that reminds me, I think it was 2 episodes ago, the Forecast had Real Black Gentleman up there, pretty much co-hosting the episode. It was a good time, right? I was in the chat taking a listen. It was a good time. In our chat right now, KWAZ7 says the Ukrainian Congress and the $5 billion U.S.-sponsored coup. Gasimov says this is just a game in practice in case China or Taiwan. I thought that was an interesting comment. Earlier, Gasimov says Boudrillard wrote a book years back called The Gulf War Will Not Take Place. Seems like Tanzan's familiar with the book. She says that was a good book. KW7 said this is high-level money laundering. Earlier, he said Zelensky came to D.C. with his hat in hand, and Jim Crow Joe Biden obliged. Absolutely. I find that very, very interesting, man. With that said, Tanzan, what say you to this?
Shoot. Oh, I was looking for, I just posted in the earlier comments that there was a 2016 series called Servant of the People, where this same guy played, like he was a president to be or something like that, which, in some areas mirrored some of the things that are going on right now. Yeah, that's the one. So this was from 2015, to 2019. So a lot of these things, when you look at them, it's almost comical how, something supposed to be fictional, gets very close to reality. It's almost like a joke. It's almost like somebody is just playing a joke on the whole world. So with Baudrillard, Baudrillard was talking about the Gulf War. He wasn't saying that, he wasn't denying that it existed. It's just that it was like a political, theater that, there were already players in place, and the whole thing was almost almost scripted in a way, and the only way that you saw it was, on the media. So the media was almost like the theater where you saw the entire thing play out, but that was almost your entire existing knowledge of the events. So when we look at this, all we can know is what is in put in front of us. We don't know what's going on in the back, whether it was planned or not, how things are working and so on. So it's just part of the the usual the usual games. So yeah, that's all for me.
Do we hear from Forecast on this one? I don't think so. Forecast, what say you?
Yeah, I'll say well, no, I'm not surprised. And I think KW Don 7 had the best comment, how money laundering scheme. I don't think I could say much better than that, but I'll say this though. I don't think that we should even be qualified. I don't even think that we qualified to even be talking about this like as a community as a whole, because we don't understand like politics of the world, and because obviously we can't do it with each other because we got to argue about what we call ourselves and who is who and what is what, you know what I'm saying? And obviously you can't recognize that working with one nation or another nation having certain interests or whatever, because if we were to do that, then you would be able to have more sound conversations than we usually have, you know what I'm saying? So like that's why I'm like, we still ask questions about this, and we just gonna go put up the Ukraine flag. So let's just go be citizens and just like let whatever happens happens. Because what are you gonna do about it anyway? So, but yeah, I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, I feel you on that Forecast. KW7 says this guy Zelensky didn't have the class to dress up in a suit and begging for $60 billion. They've kind of given him his branding, that military style, top and fatigues and all that kind of stuff. Observing immigrants, what say you to all of this?
Two things. At the end of the day, this is a white man's world, and who America gives money to, we can't dictate. They create propaganda, they feed propaganda, they create narratives, and there's nothing we can do besides observe what is going on. So that's my first thing. And the second thing is, we call Black women, what do you call it, welfare queens, but that bitch been begging since that war started. He's been begging. Every time you see him, his hands is out begging. America just needs to give him an EBT card and just let him live his best life, because he's like a begging nigga. That's all you can call it.
I appreciate that. Marcus Garvey is the way. Does anyone else want to add any other comments to this topic? If not, let's go to Should Be topic number 5. If we're making great time tonight, we'll be done much earlier than usual, I believe.
Sorry, can I put in just one more before we go? They should have called the movie Beggar of the People, and referring to Marcus Garvey's statement. Yeah, Beggar of the People. But yeah, we can go.
Yeah, he's always begging, hands out since the war. Begging.
Yeah. Should Be topic number 5 tonight is nice guys finish last. Hold on, I put the whole thing up. Hold on, let me fix that. Should Be topic number 5 is nice guys finish last and good women can't win. This came with a link to YouTube. It looks like a YouTube short.
So this question for me is, why do we cheat on good women? We get a woman to check every box. I'm talking about sense of humor, take care of business. I'm not a man that believes in gender roles, but she take care of home, she take care of the kids, she treat us with respect, she ain't annoying, she don't get on our nerves, she ain't clingy, she a lady in the streets, in the sheets. She always wanting to have you ate, and if you're not, she finna whip it up and bring you a plate. Gonna go that extra mile for you. I'm talking about always thinking of. She ain't even high maintenance. It don't even take a lot to please. But for some reason, we always want to go after something that don't even compare to this woman. I'm talking about on no level. When people see who done broke up a happy home, he did that for. That's what. I've been sitting and pondering a lot of things, and that so happened to be one of them. So men, why is it that we can have it all and still be a dog? Let's talk. So this question for the men, why do we cheat on good women? We get a woman to check every box. I'm talking about good personality, sense of humor, take care of business. I'm not a man that believe in gender roles, but she take care of home, she take care of the kids, she treat us with respect, she ain't annoying, she don't get on our nerves, she ain't clingy, she a lady in the streets, in the sheets. She always wondering have you ate, and if you're not, she finna whip it up and bring you a plate. Gonna go that extra mile for you. I'm talking about always thinking of she ain't not maintenance. It don't even take a lot to please. But for some reason, we always want to go after something that don't even compare to this woman. I'm talking about on no level. When people see who done broke up a happy home, he did that for. That's what I've been sitting and pondering a lot of things, and that so happened to be one of them. So men, why is it that we can have it all and still be a dog? Let's talk.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting. I like how he put in the, I don't believe in gender roles thing. That's a capping type thing to do. And who are you capping to is the real question there, right? Gas him up in the chat says cheating is a Western invention based on fides or fides. Fides or fides was the oath of fidelity sworn to the church. A woman's vagina ain't the church. Okay. That's interesting. Real black gentleman, what say you? Nice guys finish last and good women can't win.
Hey, let me wait for last on this one.
All right, let's go to observing immigrants. What say you?
I think the statement is true because I've seen good guys not end up with good relationships, and good women don't end up with good relationships. So I've seen it. So I think he does have a point. Why do men cheat on good women? Because I think men. I believe in polygamy. I do believe that polygamy has its place, and I can understand how polygamy works in cultures. I've said it before on here, and I've said it to people before. When the black man had the black woman for centuries, he found a way to get as many as he could, and I understand that when the white man was only alone with his woman, he started to sleep with dead people, animals, children, and all that. So, I can understand the concept of polygamy and why it works, especially for our people. But I think men cheat because we're in a society where when you sleep with more than one woman, it's considered cheating. But I think that, a friend of mine once said, a historian, he once said, this experience we have as Black people is only a drop in the water of our history. So in our modern context, it's cheating, but in another time and place, a man could have multiple women. So if I feel it's almost like in your ancestral DNA to have more than one woman, but to be in these times is considered cheating. That's all I can. That's my interpretation of it. I am the byproduct of a man cheating. I'm that bastard child that was born outside of marriage by a man who cheated on his wife. So in the Caribbean, I've seen it. So it is what it is. That's all I can say.
Interesting. So you believe that the black man is just being himself, his African self, in your opinion, he's just being himself. But because we're playing in a different line with
different time, yeah.
That's interesting. That's an interesting thinking. I'm curious to see if anyone else feels that way. Let's go to the forecast. Forecast, what's it?
All right. I say, I think he started from a faulty premise, and I think that you could do what you want to do to this day. I believe in like being honest and the things that's for you will be for you, and things that's not is not. But there has been people even during times doing polygamy where they just like, I only want one person because it's hard as hell to find one person that you can whatever. But that's each person's personal thing. But I think that he started on a faulty thing that all, like, you know, is just assuming that men just do this, you know, and I don't think that's necessarily true. But I wanted to talk about like with the nice guy and the good woman thing, you know, because I think that that's an excuse, because I've been through every step of all of this stuff, you know what I'm saying? And I think that's an excuse, you know what I'm saying, for people not setting their boundaries and stuff like that. Because when you let people walk over you, the people that are negative and bad and do those kind of things, they're going straight walk over you. You know what I'm saying? Like even and this is another thing, but like with Tanzan is so nice. Like I wish sometimes that she would go in, because she would like cut everybody, but she's like so nice sometimes. But like just with the nice guys from his last argument, that's a whole nother thing, because a lot of times they just letting people walk over them because they're afraid to set boundaries. And that's an excuse, I think, you know, and that's a man and a woman thing. You let people treat you like trash just because you let them treat you like trash. There are people who won't treat you that way, you know. And even if there's nobody who won't treat you that way, as long as you know that you won't allow that, that's good enough. That should be good enough, you know. And that's a process that everybody got to work up to. But I personally think that when they say nice guys from his last, that's an excuse. And once you can swallow that, because just because you set boundaries doesn't make you not nice, you know what I'm saying? It just people violate your boundaries, and there are evil people in the world. There are people who are just who are bad people who will take advantage of you, you know what I'm saying? And if you allow them to, they will do that, you know what I'm saying? And there are some people who won't, but you won't never even know about it. But I'll pass the mic though.
I appreciate that. In the chat, Gaston says, shameful that Mzungu women in Utah understand what modern black women are brain dead to. He says, observing, I guess he's saying to Marcus Garvey is the way, you are not a bastard, you are the product of a joyous union. You know, I was thinking to say that too. A lot of times people call these kids from certain, you know, situations, these bastard children, not understanding that there was a real amount of joy and love and all that kind of stuff in those relationships to bring you about. Real talk. So I hope Marcus Garvey is the way gets that message.
So I don't consider myself a bastard, but I'm just saying by definition that was what a bastard child would be.
Right. But some people live by that cold definition. You know what I mean? Where there's something to be somewhat celebrated in those situations, man. There's some serious levels amount of love and stuff in a lot of those scenarios.
I don't think my parents were that in love.
Real Black Youngman says Brigham Young was about that life. Tan, you've heard everything everyone has had to say. What say you in all of this?
Yes, men cheat because they are dogs, like our mothers told us. No, they didn't tell us that. But why do men cheat on good women? I guess, you know, that's part of that whole, you know, Derek Jackson sort of narrative. I guess everybody just jumped right into polygamy. You know, I think that, you know, however good women are, I don't know if, you know, the need for variety of some men, not all, because it's not all men who, you know, some men are very uxorious, you know. That means, you know, if you want to look it up, is, you know, wife loving, you know, a happy wife, happy home. And so, you know, for some, you know, they don't want the stress of all that. But I think that women should also be kinder to each other sometimes, because, you know, some women, you know, you want to be, you know, the one and only and so on and so forth, but you still have to understand, especially when it comes to children, that they're still children. The thing that worked when women work together is they understood each other, they worked together, and this was before, the complications of modern life, but they were able to, to help each other out. They were not in competition with each other. Even the older women and the younger women. That's why everyone was able to accept their station in life, because the young women did not look at the older women as, you're just my supervisor, my my prison warden. You just want to tell me what to do. And the older women did not look at the younger women as, oh, you're my competition, and you're prettier than me, and so on. They wanted to pass something on to the next generation and to receive, from the older relatives. So the good women should also be more understanding of the not so good women, that there are certain women who are Whitney Houston was saying, she's every woman. Not every woman can be every woman, and women do not like many men, but many men like many women, just in general. So yeah, I don't know. One is the question assumes that it's a one-to-one, like once you find the perfect person, then that's it. You should be perfectly happy, and you shouldn't ask or want more. That's all. All right. I know it's not very insightful today, but that's all I've got today. You all say it better than I did.
Yeah, some upsets. Whitney Houston was on crack.
Okay, fair enough.
With all that said, Real Black Gentleman asked me to come back to him. So, Real Black Gentleman, what say you to everything you heard?
I mean, I just think, it's just broken down to, like, when people say nice guys finish last, it's like they finished last because no one told them there was in a race. I mean, even if everyone in the race wasn't nice, it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, you got to be aware of what's going on. Like, a lot of it has to do, to what I understand, like, if you for whatever reasons, whatever factors, looks, productivity, power, whatnot, you are able to attract, let's say, you can imagine a situation where a couple guys got 2, 3, or 4, quite a few don't have any. But in life, things vary to where maybe the people in that society that don't have a wife, they might have something on the side, but they might not really have a wife, where it's like, look, she on my program type stuff. This is where, like, and a lot of that has to do with peace. Like, it's easy to have societies with a lot of people in them where, like, you're not really worried about fidelity, because there's situations where ideas of wealth and making sure that if you're able to provide for more than one woman, then yeah, if you're able to, you got a knack on something, and you got, you're not, if you're the, this idea of, like, kings having tens of thousands of wives, they're not really around in this. They just, he might have had 10,000, you don't understand what I'm saying? It's like, it's 10,000 hookup, but it's not that, it's just even the symbolism of saying, like, you're my type stuff, I claim you type stuff, where it's like, the king has pick of every, I get that, where it's like, but it's not such that, an idea of cheating where it's like a man that wants multiple wives can't do it at the same time in the society, so he has to have multiple monogamies that no one else knows about. Where naturally, he probably wishes he could somehow just naturally allow it to be known that this is a relationship with more than one woman. You know what I'm saying? I get that. I mean, good women can't win. I mean, and again, this goes back to the society that we're in, because if the women, if they're trying to race again, and the good women don't realize what are they trying to compete for, they're trying to compete for the intentions of men, right? And so the good ones kind of get faded out, the ones that, might not get the attention, as it were, in society as it is. That's why they might get looked down at or whatever. And it's like the idea of not even the attention, just in what is that goodness, that wholesomeness, that steadiness can't win? Well, again, it's kind of hard when the light and the glamour and the glitz of the so-called bad girl is put on Front Street. So it's like the as we are born, parenting and just letting people know, let your children know what kind of world this is, as to whether or not you're going to be, a nice guy or a good girl. Because I mean, again, everyone in that race doesn't have to be a nice guy. You can be the last guy and be a mean motherfucker, but like you still in the race, and you're going to come up, and you just because you're going to train harder, and it's going to be a benefit for the whole community of racers in your clique, because you're always in that race for a reason. You're not kicking each other out of the race. You're just, just trying to race hard or whatnot. That's just to try to use a bit of metaphor. I guess that's all I have to say. Did I make that clear?
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Does anyone want to comment to what Real Black Gentleman had to say there? All right. In the chat, Gassam Upset to Tan is basically saying, she's saying that Tanzan is basically saying real sisterhood involves the sharing of penis. Tan replies, I plead all sorts of fifths. Tan, you don't want to have a little comment to what Gassam was saying there?
Nope.
I plead the fifth. All right, guys. That was Shoot Breeze Story number 5. So what I'm going to do is we're going to do a station ID. I'm also going to drop the link, drop the topic for Shoot the Breeze topic number 6, which is what we'll jump into right after the station ID. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is going to be the women men deserve. Okay, so that's going to be the next topic. You guys hang tight. We're going to do the station ID. That'll take like a minute. And then on the other side, we'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 6, the women men deserve.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Shout out to the matron. Also, the matron has been popping up in a lot of the chats of late. So shout out to the matron. Y'all send well wishes and good thoughts towards the matron. Make sure you also check out the other shows on KWAZ Radio that wasn't mentioned in that piece, which is Tanzan African Mind, the Brother Bakari podcast, the Forecast Radio, and the Considerate Cheek Show. We're going to add some more shows soon enough to the network as well. Make sure to check out the website, www.kwazradio.com as well. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight is Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is the women men deserve. Shout out to Jose too, by the way. Shout out to Jose, one of the black pentagrammers, who often is on the panel here, but he hasn't been so regular as of late. But then again, he has a considerable time difference where he is. So, but still, shout out to him all the same. So this should reach number 6 topic. The women men deserve comes with a link. I think it's a shorts as well.
Christina Aguilera, major entertainer, worth who knows how much money, millions and millions of dollars. This bitch gets up on stage in front of kids as well, apparently, puts on a giant green Hulk monster suit with a big green bejeweled dildo, this big strap on. Philosopher Ayn Rand, she would call stuff like this a micro expression of a culture. This to me is American women. How far removed is your average Tinder thought, Bumble fucking thought, you know, little sugar baby, only fucking skank, I'm a boss bitch, boss queen, all this fucking garbage. This is the attitude they have. They're green with envy. I guarantee you, none of your grandmas did this, okay? My grandma didn't do this. I doubt even your mother did this. I went to Poland in 2019 for over a month. For the first time in my life, first world country I've ever seen, where women acted like women, like everywhere. It was like, I would assume 1950s America, but with iPhones. It blew my mind. This is not normal, what we have between men and women in America. This is the state of American women. Christina Aguilera, major entertainer, worth who knows how much fucking money, millions and millions of dollars. This bitch gets up on stage in front of kids as well, apparently, puts on a giant green Hulk monster suit with a big green bejeweled dildo, this big strap on. Philosopher Ayn Rand, she would call stuff like this a micro expression of a culture. This to me is American women. How far removed is your average Tinder thought, Bumble fucking thought, you know, little sugar baby, only fucking skank, I'm a boss bitch, boss queen, all this fucking garbage. This is the attitude they have. They're green with envy. I guarantee you, none of your grandmas did this, okay? My grandma didn't do this. I doubt even your mother did this. I went to Poland in 2019 for over a month. For the first time in my life, first world country I've ever seen, where women acted like women, like everywhere. It was like, I would assume 1950s America, but with iPhones. It blew my mind. This is not normal, what we have between men and women in America. This is the state of American women.
Okay. The women men deserve. Let's mix it up a little bit. Let's go with Tanzan first here. Tanzan, what say you to what you just saw in the prom? The women men deserve.
I'm not sure what the women men deserve. I don't know about the men deserving things, but you know, these are the typical complaints that people were talking about, you know, on the manosphere, on the black manosphere. The modern woman is just far gone. The Western woman, I should say, because the levels of modernness is different in different places. You know, I don't think that, you know, Afghani men, maybe they are complaining. I don't know, but yeah, you know, it's a masculinization of the women and feminization of the men. That's, you know, that's the whole, we're past that now. You know, what's going on, this is just what's going on in the, you know, the so-called straight world. In the other world, they've gone a whole different way altogether. Like this is like maybe 1990s talk, even further than that. So unfortunately, people are late to it, and the train has completely gone. Even talking about the train being gone, it's gone already. Like what they're talking about, there's far worse stuff than this. It's gotten to a point where, you know, you might just say where everything is just, you know, up. What's up is down, what's left is right, and so on. So yeah, I mean, what can they say? But what I don't know what they mean by the women that men deserved. How? Okay, I don't know about that part. How do have men deserved them? Do men have Western? Do they deserve? I don't know, but maybe I'll hear from other people. But yeah, this is a state of the world where something, you're supposed to take something to its, you know, it's very opposite and try to be something else. And you see that even in movies where the tough girl is now, you know, kicking, you know, she's 120 pounds, but she's beating up men who are twice her size and so on. You know, this, unfortunately, with even black women, we are late to taking on these tropes. Like the Angelina Jolie in Tomb Raider. When was that? That was years and years ago. This was, you know, before, maybe it was, but it was before the whole, you know, strong, you know, black woman, you know, stuff. but they already show that in what they want from the women, and then we just emulate that as if that should be the norm, and then we just take it a whole different direction, and meanwhile they're already doing stuff like this. So I don't know. And he's quoting Ayn Rand, like that's so nonsense. That's why I'm saying, like, even these people, they're so behind with the times. Like, why are you talking about, these women are becoming feminine? They were masculine. They're already that a long time ago. This is tame, but yeah. And then by his grandmother, please, the only difference between their grandmother and the women is that their grandmothers didn't have cell phones, and things were put in the back. The stuff that they were getting into with Marilyn Monroe and all these people, yeah, they were not nice back in the day. They just didn't show it all out. That's the only difference. Now it's coming out everywhere, but it's always been this way in their state. So it's not about the state of the modern American woman. It's just now the state is open for everyone to see. That's all.
All right, Tan. Let's hear from Real Black Gentleman next.
I mean, I suppose the women men deserve. I mean, it just has to go back into looking at the men of the past, and the good, the bad, and the ugly, the men of the past, and trying to sort that out. You can't. You have to ground this in something that can be measured. You can't. It cannot be a subjective type of thing. You want a man that can. A child that is going to be someone that has many strong characteristics, is well-rounded, has a sense of learning from the errors that the child makes. I mean, the woman that men deserve is you get, in a sense, I'm not to be spiteful, but I see the world as a man, like living in this world. I feel like, how do I say it? Men could be more. How do I say it? The men, the men that women deserve are out there, and they're, in a lot of ways, they're in every man. But as a man living in this Western society in the United States of America, I find that a certain type of man is projected onto women to be the man that they deserve, but it's transitory. It's not a permanent thing. It's based on very subjective criteria. That has to be fixed. I'm not a big fan of a lot of movies in general. Like I think of movies, like the whole idea of this the analysis of the whole comic Marvel thing. Like, I mean, I read a book or two when I was younger. I never really collected comics. I think that the whole marveling of America is a bit of is something that you got to watch out for. Because the whole idea of a lot of those characters are based off of, a lot of veiled, preconceived and prejudices of Black people and stuff. So I always take Marvel with a grain of salt. Like, the idea of like what he's trying to make that out of, and even if that were so, it's just like, again, like, you can't, Black people don't make these movies, these special effects, all the, the idea, the subliminal stuff in general, where it's just like, this is where, and a lot of that has to do with the positioning of men and women, the way that men go out and work while women do work, but it's a mixed bag where they can work or they don't work. And a lot of times they do work, but maybe not as much as men, or on the same, if you're not working, you're getting public assistance, the things change as far as your lifestyle, and you know it's hard. It's like, I mean, it's a hard question. I mean, the women that men deserve. I think I wouldn't necessarily use this whole comic book thing as a prompt, but just the idea that like it has to be based on things that are objective and grounded in the past. I think, and you know, I think I think women should study black men of the past a little more. I would say, not to say that, because I mean black men do it all the time. All we do is talk about these men, but I mean women should do the same thing, because if you want a man, you have to look at the man who existed and why did they exist. And it's not about, you know, there's some things that can change, but you know, the more things change, the more things stay the same. So you just have to make adept, you know, choices. And I mean, just, that's all. I mean, that's, you know, men aren't asking for too much, but a bit of verification and like, you know, don't get in my way, but help me to make the way forward. I'm gonna pass on that.
I appreciate that. I like what Gas said here in the chat. He said, "This is Powerpuff Girls meet Charlie's Angels," and he says you can't fix this. But I take that statement to mean, you know, the parody is now becoming the reality. You know, the parody of this part of life is now becoming the reality. The wonder from In Living Color, for example, like that was the parody, but now that's become the reality, and it's crazy. Black folks sit back and allow that to happen to themselves. Again, we already live in a situation where we don't control our own reality. But then to allow for this, something that we could stop too, by the way, to allow for the parody to become reality is insane. You know, Shanae, Wanda, they've become they're becoming, if not have already become, the reality now. Observing immigrants, what say you to all that?
As I had said earlier, you know, the West and its stupidity is spreading, and the problem is when other countries and other cultures see this as something to emulate. You know, the bad bitch, the hot girl, some and all this stuff. You know, you have your own cultures across the world, and then you see this as something to aspire to. And the problem is that we've been doing it for years, looking to America to set trends and all this stuff. And you know, there's very few people that will look at the trend and say, you know, every trend is not to follow. And these are the people in their countries that say this. But you got generations, and I can't always say it's the younger people, because I've seen a lot of older people hop on trends too. And you know, unfortunately, this behavior and this cultural shift of America is spreading like a poison, you know, across the world. So there are those who will fall, and then there are those who will sit and be like, "What the hell," you know. My other issue, like looking at Christina Aguilera, this whole thing, you know, it made me realize, you know, I was sitting here just thinking, at this point, women and trans men are looking the same. Like the amount of makeup, the false eyelashes, the wigs, the clothing. You've got straight women now looking like drag queens. So you're in a world where there's so much confusion. Like a woman, if women were happy and looked like women, then you could differentiate a drag queen or, you know, a tranny. But you live in a world now where there is no blurred line. So men are now faced with their women looking like trannies. And then you have another situation where you have this whole gender war. So you have men having all these issues about women being women, and women having all these issues about men being men. And all of a sudden now you have such a vehement, I don't know what to call it, like a vehement, I don't even want to say dislike. There's just this almost building to be a hatred among the genders. Like at the end of the day, when you hit a man, when a man hates a woman hates a man, men are going to sit around and do what? want other men then, and women want other women. So we're already at that point. Like a woman's like, oh, we don't want men, we want women. And men like, well, we can't stand women. I don't know if you saw a video this week on YouTube where the guy says that he'd been hurt by so many women, it turned him gay. This white guy. I'm like, really? You were gay? Come on. I don't think you could be hurt by a woman so much that you chose to be gay. So we're living in a stupidity. Like when you think that it can't get any more dumb, they are pushing the limits on the level of stupidity that we as humans can now experience. So it's either you sit down as an observer or you take part in it. So we're in a time where we're seeing more of it because of media, and it is just bombarding you. So we're living at a time of confusion and stupidity. That's all I can say.
Forecast: the women men deserve. Now, Gassim said this can't be fixed. What are your thoughts on first of all, on the women men deserve, what this video showed? And to Gassim's point that this can't be fixed. Do you believe that?
The women that men deserve, I don't know. I would know earlier, Tanzania was great, like I guess it was, they call it shade earlier, when she asked that question, all I know is, like, before I seen the MGTOW thing, and then I seen how black dudes got kicked out the MGTOW thing, so they tried to make their own thing. But I don't know. I mean, I don't really have much to say, yo. But let me ask you this, Koku. Have you ever heard of Tom Likas before?
Tom Mikens, you say?
Tom Likas.
No.
Okay, yeah. Yo, he was saying all this stuff in the 90s. I'm surprised you haven't heard of him. He was like a radio shock jock. And, like, I think, in my opinion, like, people like Tommy Sotomayor kind of took his style, but yeah. But he was a white dude. He was a white dude. Yeah, and he used to always, like, trash white girls, you know what I'm saying?
Interesting. I wonder. Okay, that'll be interesting to look up. You guys in the chat, have you ever heard of this radio host? Forecast brought up. That's an interesting find, right there. Yana B is out in the chat saying hello to everyone. She also says it's only spreading to countries that won't matter in the future. That's an interesting thing to think and say. Like these Americanisms that America exports to the Caribbean and Africa and stuff like that, which is mind blowing to me that leaders would accept that import. But the idea that it goes to those countries because those countries just won't matter in the future anyway. That's a heavy step. Anyone want to comment to any of what they heard here between the panel and the chat? Any comments? All right. That's cool. That was a good conversation. This brings us to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 says, what would they do? Would they do that to the Asian, European, or Indians? Should it be something 7? Would they do that to the Asian, European, or Indians? And that, I believe, comes in the form of a link to YouTube. Let's watch this, or some of it, and then discuss it.
They told me I can't board, and the reason that was given to me was I'm Ethiopian. In my opinion, it is not right for an airline to discriminate against someone because of their nationality without giving any clear reason, and doing so rudely. In my opinion, it's wrong to have a random set of rules which you seem to apply when you feel like it. In my opinion, international airlines should treat people with professionalism, should do their best to treat people with dignity, and overall provide customers with good experience. There's a right way to go about things, and there's a wrong way to go about things. In my opinion, Kenya Airways, you were wrong for this. This is what happened to me. I was invited by YouTube for the YouTube Black Voices celebration, the 2022 class were graduating in South Africa, Cape Town. So naturally, I was excited and I began to plan my travel. Part of the requirement to go to South Africa to apply for visa is to have a valid passport. You need to complete a form, which is the application visa. You need to have payment with visa fee, which I paid over 10,000 shillings. You need to have yellow card. You need to have 2 colored passport photos. And you also have to have air ticket and a hotel reservation, as well as a bank statement for 3 months and an undertaking by the host in South Africa, a letter from them, as well as their passport and a statement or documentation that proves why you're going there, like an invitation, right? So I gathered all the required things and applied for visa. The South African embassy approved the visa and told me, yes, you're welcome to our country. So on the day of departure, I get to the airport 3 hours in advance. I check in at the counter. I pass through the security checks. I'm cleared. I go to the Kenya Airways check-in counter. I go to them and I give them my passport and my flight details. They see my ticket and they give me a boarding pass and they tell me, go to this gate, you know how it goes. So I check in my luggage and go to the second security check. Everything is okay. I pass by the immigration. Everything is okay. So I have a lot of time. So I even took breakfast. And when it's time for my flight, for boarding time, I go to the last gate you're supposed to pass, which is the boarding gate, and I provide my boarding pass and my passport. They see my boarding pass, they see my passport, and they tell me, okay, all good. So I go and sit with other people that are supposed to go to South Africa. I join other people and I sit and I wait. A few minutes later, one of the Kenya Airways employee comes to me and she asked me, is this your first time going to South Africa? I told her, yeah, it is. And then she says, oh, I'm confused at this point. I'm looking at her like, okay, what's the okay? And she takes my passport and goes to the counter. I didn't think much of it, honestly speaking. I'm sitting, I'm waiting for her. A few minutes pass and she comes back to me and she asks me, why are you going to South Africa? I tell her, there's a YouTube event and that's what I'm going there for, to attend. So she's like, do you have the document that they have given you, like the invitation letter? I told her, no, that invitation letter I've given to the South African embassy when they were giving me my visa. But I have the email from YouTube to show you why I'm going there. Would you like to see that? She said, yes. I showed it to her. She even took a picture of the invitation letter from YouTube and she left. So I'm sitting there wondering, okay, there's like only 20 minutes left to board. Like, what is going on? Still unclear. She goes, takes a while. By this time, people are being called, the passengers are being called to board the flight. So I'm kind of like thinking, my passport is not with me. She took it. So like, what's happening? So as the people are queuing to go into the flight, because I told you we were at the boarding gate, she comes back and she tells me, unfortunately, since this is your first time, I don't think you will board this flight. I'm like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean it's my first time, so I can't go? I don't understand. Look, on my passport, it shows the South African embassy, which is an extension, the South African government, not an extension, that is the South African government. They said, we've given you a visa, we've seen you met all the requirements, we've checked everything we need to check, and you can go. So why are you telling me you might not go? Why are you telling me this is your first time, so it's a problem? So she's like, yeah, I need to send the information, the invitation letter I have from you and your passport, and send it to someone in South Africa to get a confirmation from them to clear you. I was like, okay, get it. It's fine. But people are boarding, so I don't want to miss my flight. Just get what you need to get. Fine. She goes, right? 10 minutes pass and nothing. And I'm only left with like 10 minutes till like the gate is going to be closed and I won't be able to go in when like I've checked in my bags, I have everything I need to have, and I'm just there alone because everybody that was on the queue is just going in. You know, they're allowing them in except for me. I was told to sit. So at this point, I start getting worried. Like, I'm like, what is happening? So I walk to the counter because I'm like, there's no time. I go to the counter. There were 3 ladies, the one that was talking to me and the 2 of them that were at the counter. So the one on the left, I go closer to her and I'm like, hi. I explained to her what me and this Kenyan employee were talking, Kenyan Airways employee were talking. So I'm like, so, you know, everybody's going in and, you know, it's going to close. So what do I do? And she's like, excuse me, go sit over there. And there are other people around and they're looking at us. So I felt uncomfortable the way I was being told, go sit over there. Like, hey, I am a passenger. I am a customer. So I go and sit on the first row because I'm like, okay, I don't want to go further. There's no time. Let me just be close to them. And the lady that I was talking to initially comes back, gives me my passport, my boarding pass, and tells me, I don't think you'll make it on this flight. I'm like, what do you mean you won't make it on this flight? I've booked. People are waiting for me over there to, you know, take me. Like, I have visa. Like, what do you mean I can't make it? The plane is right here. Why wouldn't I make it? I have everything that I need. So this is when she tells me, you are Ethiopian. And honestly, I didn't understand what that. Yes, I am Ethiopian. Yes, I am carrying Ethiopian passport. Like, it's not, when I was checking in, you knew I was Ethiopian. Like, what, I am Ethiopian. Of course I am Ethiopian. So she's like, yeah, so you won't be able to make it on this one. So maybe you'll book a flight for the next one, which goes after midnight. And I'm like, but why? Why am I being told not to board when I have everything? She tells me, you are Ethiopian. At this point, it's like 5 minutes till the gate close. I'm just like really panicking. I ask her, okay, you said you want to confirm. Is the person in South Africa like telling you or clearing you or approving this so that I can go? She's like, unfortunately, it's a Sunday, so they might not get back to us. I'm like, what? So the person might not get back to us and you're telling me I'm going to miss the flight? She's like, yes. And I'm like, I have to book another flight. She's like, yes. I asked her, is there going to be an extra charge for that? She's like, probably. I honestly, at this point, I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a joke. And so she left. When she left, I went to the 3rd lady that I haven't talked to. I told you there were 2 ladies just standing at the counter. So I'm trying to talk to her. I'm like, okay, let me talk to everyone. Maybe someone will come up with a solution because I don't understand why I'm there. So when I walked over to her and I'm about to talk to her, she looked at me and she said, next, as she's doing this. Honestly, at that point, yeah, I just walked back to the seat and sat because like I didn't know what else to do because I'm not getting answers. I'm being told you're Ethiopian. I'm like, okay, I'm Ethiopian. But like, okay, and then what do we do? I'm Ethiopian. We've made that clear. We both understand I'm Ethiopian. But then what? So basically, they told me I can't board, and the reason that was given to me was I'm Ethiopian, and this is my first time flying to South Africa, not other countries, but just South Africa. So I was like, okay, so what do I do next? She writes down on my boarding pass a number and she tells me, call this number. We will let you know when the person we're waiting for approval in South Africa approves your travel, basically. I said, okay. I lost hope because I'm seeing like the gate is closed. There's nothing I can do. I was there 3 hours earlier, but I was just sitting and watching everyone go in except for me. I took that boarding pass and went out. There's a whole thing because I checked in my bag. I have to go through immigration, wait for my bag to come from the plane because, you know, I've already checked in my bag. That's a whole process on its own. So I went to the duty manager. I was told, go and ask someone. So that has power. I go to the duty manager. The duty manager is on break. His, the person that reports to him, who was a supervisor, she tells me, you can talk to me anything. Like, I can tell him he's just on a break. I was like, okay. I explained to her everything that's happening. When I tell her, she's like so confused. She's like, why? Show me your visa. I showed her my visa. She saw everything. And she's like, why? Why are they rejecting you? I'm like, I have no idea. They were Kenya Airways staff. I'll even put on the video for you to see. I filmed a little bit of it. And I was like, they told me no. So she calls them up. And she asks them, like, why wasn't this girl allowed on the flight? They tell her something. Then she hangs up and she's like, oh, okay, they're telling me that you have been profiled. I'm like, okay, so like, what does that mean? She says, since you're Ethiopian and this is your first time traveling to South Africa, that's why they blocked your entrance from, you know, you going into the aircraft and going to South Africa. I was like, I don't understand. I've never heard about that. And clearly, even her, she never heard about it because after she called them is when they told her. So I tell her everything that happened. I tell her the treatment I received. And she's like, we'll take notes. I'm sorry you were treated this way. And she tells me, okay, next flight come. This is the number you called. She gave me the same number the lady that at the counter gave me. So I said, thank you. And I leave. So YouTube booked another flight for me for the morning to go straight to Cape Town. Mind you, at this point, I still don't know if I'm able to go even on the second flight because I was never told anything like, this is the reason, come with this, come with that. This is because they just told me you're Ethiopian. So it's not like I can change the fact that I'm Ethiopian. So I just leave, hoping that the number they gave me will work and the person that's in South Africa will approve. So I go home, I try calling the whole day. The flight was in the morning, as I told you. I don't know if I mentioned it, but it was in the morning. So the whole day we were calling the number. It's not, they don't pick up or it doesn't even ring. At some point we went through, and when we started talking to them and we tell them, they're like, okay, we will let you know. But you see, the person that we need approval from might not be in because it's Sunday. So yeah, we're sorry. Call after 20-30 minutes. Okay, we called 30 minutes later. No one picks up. 1 hour later, no one. To the point where they knew the number because we kept texting and calling. They started hanging up. You know how you know when someone hangs up, when it rings, and then, you know, the company tells you, it's been, they're busy. So they started hanging up. Now we started calling the customer service. They keep telling us, there's no such thing. We don't know such thing, being turned away when you have visa. We're like, we're telling you this happened because we were turned away. Give us a reason. Tell us what to do next. Because at the end of the day, if I was profiled, tell me on what needs, like when you're profiled, they need to tell you what exactly you need to fix or like what the problem is. No answer. Eventually, after calling, maybe I'll put the screenshot here of how many times we tried to call them. Eventually, I guess we jammed their phone line. They picked up, and this time he says he's a duty manager. We asked him, like, what is the reason? Why did this happen to me? And he just told us it's because I'm Ethiopian. No further detail, nothing. So we're like, okay, but we need answers. Like, tomorrow, what's my guarantee if I come back and you, like, as I said, I won't change overnight. I won't be another nationality. I'll still be Ethiopian. So what's my guarantee that you will allow me in? Like, is there anything you'll need? Do you need the invitation letter? Do you need to contact YouTube? Do you need anything? Tell us so that we can provide it. And tomorrow I come back and face the same thing. So basically, after a lot of back and forth, he said, okay, you can come. I'll put in notes here to tell them that when you come, they should allow you in. We said, thank you. We hanged up. The next day, it was not even the next day because the flight was like, I needed to check in at 4 a.m. I barely slept. The same day, I had to go to the airport and hope that they will let me in. I go in and no problem whatsoever. They allowed me in. I boarded, went to South Africa, Cape Town, and came back. I'm happy to report I'm back home. So I have a few questions for Kenya Airways. Number one, at the point of checking in, is it not possible for them to raise the red flag? Because as I'm checking in 3 hours in advance, they know I'm Ethiopian.
I was trying to get as much of the story out there so that we could, respond to this prompt pretty well. I think we get the gist of it. I think we all get the gist of, she thought it was what it wasn't. With that said, Real Black Gentleman, would they have done this to an Asian, European, or Indian?
I would say unlikely. That would be my first judgment. I would probably say unlikely. They thought they could get away with like proceduralizing, you know what I'm saying, the person who would be most likely to go with the whole like proceduralization of the whole situation. It's absurd on its face. I mean, let's just say that. I think we all can agree. I mean, it shouldn't you have too much just like what's going on. It seems like someone made it about procedure where there was nothing to be made. Things could have been waived off. Any kind of risks could have been assessed, fairly quickly, I would assume. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, would they do that to the Asian? No, because I mean, with the Indians, it's just one of those things where it's like, well, this person has business interests, but I mean, there are Indians in, Kenya and in South Africa, and you know what I'm saying. So they might think there might be assumptions made about, well, we don't have to, they're going to South Africa, or with the, you know what I'm saying, with the European. Well, maybe with the European, maybe not. So, with that Indian, I don't think they would do that with the Indian for a lot of reasons. I'm a pass.
All right, thank you for that, Real Black Gentleman. Let's welcome in Gaston up this week. Gas, how are you this week?
Yes. Merry New Year's, my neighbors.
Yes, sir. Gas, what say you to this prompt? Would they have done this to an Asian, European, or Indians?
Probably not, but I'm sick and tired of these docile Africans. I have zero sympathy for her. Like I put in the chat, this is the same type of moron. If I tell her to shut up and cook some food and lay on her back, let me drop off the genetic ancestors in her, she'd give me a whole list of books that I'm oppressing her with. And then she's at the airport and they treating you like dirt and you ain't got no energy. And then she'll come to America and look down on African Americans. At least one thing I'll give African Americans, majority of them wouldn't tolerate that, man. Good or bad, right or wrong, they'd have moved some furniture in that airport, and I'm tired of Africans not having to smoke to when I'm in Nigeria, I see, they let the white people skip me. I start losing my mind at the airport. Like, oh, he's American. He's one of them. Yeah, I'm American, mother effer. Because in his country, they treat me like crap. So I'd be damned if I let you idiots, because you here ready to kiss ass and lick ass for $1, let this white guy come over here and play games. No. He gonna wait in line like the rest of us, or you gonna let me skip the line like you let him? Of course, so we got our own internal opposition that we got to deal with. So, these types of Africans, these well-to-do, elite, rich, spoiled, criminal faction Africans, their parents probably had money, stealing money with the government. When they encounter real life examples of what day-to-day black people have to go through on this global system of white supremacy, they're like, oh, I can't believe it, my life. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? You should have kicked something. You should have made a noise. You should have raised a fuss. You should have pushed your way. I mean, within reason. I'm not saying you should get banned from travel, obviously, within reason, or be put on a no-fly list. But I'm just saying you could have raised a lot more of a fuss as opposed to you sitting there coming online looking for this crappy sympathy. And we got to just do better than that, especially the Africans on the continent. They're a docile bunch. But when it comes time to kill each other, when it comes time to do the xenophobia in South Africa or the Nigerians to kill each other, oh man, everybody got muscles then. Everybody got access to the guns. But Muzungu come in our country and our land and they treat us like dirt, you know, everyone's quiet. Hey, Jesus, Holy Ghost, Holy Fire. You know, it's like, what the heck? But then he's saying, like I said, and with this, he's saying morons will come to America and talk crap to the African Americans. It's like, nah, man, I don't want to hear. So as an African on the continent, I call these morons out. I know there's people like her, Akon, they're morons, and they don't represent the people on the ground. So that's my 3 cents.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, thanks for coming on, too, by the way. Observant immigrants, what say you?
Would they have done it to other people? I would definitely say no. Because if you notice, you've never seen if it's a situation about the unrest in Ethiopia, then why have you not stopped the Russians? Why haven't you stopped the Chinese? Why haven't you stopped the Ukrainians? Hell, why haven't you stopped Americans from coming to your country? Yeah, and if you're talking about profile, how come all these other people can get into Africa, like all the pedophiles that are adopting children? I don't know if you saw the case with the American couple that adopted the children and tortured and sexually assaulted them on thing, and then I think they're being put to death or something. I think it was Uganda. So these people get in there. How come those people are never profiled? It's not like it's not like they go to Africa and that's the first time they committed a crime. So for something like this to happen because you're Ethiopian, it makes no sense. Yes, I think her response should have been a little bit more than just being flustered, and for them to let her just go and then come back. She made a point. I mean, if she couldn't go in at 8 o'clock because she's an Ethiopian, why should she go through at 10 o'clock and still be an Ethiopian? So something wasn't adding up, and it seems like nonsense, to be honest. But it is what it is. That's all I can say.
I appreciate that, observing immigrants. Tanzan, what say you to this?
Well, firstly, what I'll say is this: Kenya Airways, what were they trying to do? They were not trying to. Most of the time, if there's some kind of discrimination, is somebody who is trying to prevent you from getting in the country. So I would have understood if she would arrive in Kenya and then for some reason they refused for her to go in. But no country really wants to kidnap you and hold you hostage in their country. So the first thing I would say is that the attendants handled it very badly. Firstly, telling somebody that they're being held over because of their nationality. That is just unprofessional on any single level. Like, that's just bad customer service. They could have said something like there was a red flag on your passport as you're about to fly, and we just need to ask a few questions and make sure that everything is okay. But somebody just coming and tell you that, oh, it's because of your Ethiopian or whatever, that's terrible. I have never encountered that, with Kenya Airways, and obviously, maybe everybody's experiences are different, but for the most part, they are very friendly, they are very helpful, they usually, very accommodating, and so I haven't really experienced that. That's very uncharacteristic for them. And if it happened the way she said it happened, then those people should definitely be called up and proper action taken. So that's not representative of the usual experience with Kenya Airways. And so that's the first thing. The second thing is that it seems to me that she, the problem was in her entering, South Africa, not in her leaving Kenya, because, it doesn't seem very logical to me why, Kenya Airways would want somebody to prevent somebody from traveling unless there was a problem with them entering. Once you're ready to leave the country, the only reason why a country can detain you is if you're a citizen of that country, but most of the time they don't try to hold on to other people. If they would have done that to somebody else, they would have probably gone if there was something like that, whereas somebody had a problem. Let's say, you know, a European was traveling to, let's say, Switzerland or something, or South Africa. And also you have to remember that South Africa has its problems. So who knows? Maybe, you know, the South African part, they saw it was an Ethiopian and that was where the problem was. And then they call Kenya Airways and say, you know, oh, this person has not gotten the proper clearance, so we can't let them, you know, arrive. And then Kenya Airways is struggling to go back and forth. So, you know, I would have thought, and maybe we should have listened to the last 6 minutes to figure out if, you know, she figured out with the South African side of it. So, you know, there could have been blame on, you know, on all sides. But you know, with South Africa, things are complicated over there. That's all I'll say. When it comes to how to react, you know, upon such things, you know, not everybody has their wherewithal to start throwing things about, you know, the room. So I wouldn't say that her reaction was necessarily, you know, the wrong one. You know, for sometimes, you know, you just want to abide by the rules and you don't want to, you know, create more problems than, you know, whatever it is that the problem is. So, you know, if you want to start being like that lady at the airport whose children went missing for some time and, you know, start acting out, you know, that might also cause you to get into more problems. So I wouldn't say that her reaction was...
Yeah, but Chan, that let's not be docile Africans for 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds. Let's acknowledge that Africans are very docile. It is what it is. And it's selective is selective docility, if that's a word. Because when it's time for the Hutu and the Tutsi to start mashing each other up, oh yeah, everybody got power. But as soon as they see, well, hey, the white man, everybody gets weak. No one has strength. You know, no one is critical. They come in, like as Urban Immigrant says, they take your children. They do God knows what with them. They bring them to another country. Let's be real here. There's a lot of weakness when it comes to dealing, but these same ones, particularly, and I'm not saying her personally, but the Ethiopians. Oh, I'm Habesha, you're Bantu, and they look down on you. They'll come to America and look down on somebody. And it's like, hey, you know, you're on your own continent getting treated like an asswipe. You know, so we as Africans got to start calling out that behavior, in my opinion.
Okay.
In the chat, Yana B says 100. Says 100 to gas them up. Marcus McGee said it's because of the content she and her channel mates report on globally. So that's probably the missing link here. Marcus, you could tell us a little bit more about the content that she produces. Drigo Cooper Photography is here. He said highly unlikely. Trevor Copy 262 earlier said, what I hate the most is people on the continent make it seem like this is sort of racial, makes it seem like this sort of racial awareness is American craziness or European craziness. I've gotten that notion before too. I have gotten that from continental Africans before, who thinks that this is just in the minds of Black Americans, you know, African Americans, and you know, African Caribbeans, etc. Right? Provide Triggers is here. They say, I think that she was detained for a reason that was not shared with her. I think she was intentionally inconvenienced because of an unknown agenda. Again, Marcus McGee says because of the type of content she and the channel she works with reports on. Yeah, so give us a little bit more information on that if you don't mind, Marcus. Thanks for being here. Real Black Gentleman in the chat says Kenya and Nigeria can't literally connect and relative ease for colonial reasons, aka fake countries and their policies that would thwart such awareness. Trigger Hobby 262 says, yeah, I agree and definitely aware of this aspect, but just feel like this docility is a problem in Africa, which obviously coincides with your point. Anyone else wants to add some point?
I just add this sentence real quick. You know, look, right now, Joe Rogan had that episode where they were talking about the mines in Congo, and you see the warlords who run that stuff, man. These guys got no soul. You know, I hate the word soul, but they got no any feelings in their eyes. It's just darkness. They ready to kill you at the drop of a dime. But as soon as they see a Mzungu, it's all smiles and grins, and it's like, come on, man. I don't respect it. It's the same way if I would call out, you know, the same way I think on Big Meech, Larry Hoover, you know, no disrespect to those guys, man, they're gangsters or whatever, but they didn't do anything that should be upheld. They're not honorable in the community that people should be sitting on there rolling out the red carpet. They brought devastation, and they shouldn't be upheld. So it's just like, look, we as Africans on a global scale got to police ourselves and call out the nonsense internally and externally. And as someone on the continent, I get frustrated with that. Like the Lebanese are notorious with that in Nigeria and Ghana. You know, there was even a lady who got murdered by the Lebanese mafia faction in Nigeria. They've put in puppet regimes in terms of traditional leaders. These Lebanese mafia dudes. My dude was telling me, one of my friends out there in Trinidad was telling me how like the Syrians pretty much run Trinidad. They don't even get shot. Everybody else gets shot left and right in Trinidad, but the Syrians don't somehow get touched. This is a problem. It's like whenever we see these foreigners, we all start to shake and quiver. I don't understand it, but yeah, that's just me.
In the chat, Marcus McGee says basically they are pro Pan-African and African unity. So that will make a bit more sense to this scenario, why she was being held up, right? South Africans were worried about her going over there to Kenya, I believe, and maybe carrying on this Pan-African unity notion. Azuliism is in the chat. Dorico Cooper says, meanwhile, the Kenyans are selling a whole ports to Mzungu. Kidabidon 7 says she works with Phil Scott on the African Diaspora channel. Oh, interesting. Okay. Trigger Happy 262 says, I want to just a media reference to make the point of docility, but the references will be lost on people. All right. Well, you know, it's a new year now. It's 2023. Trigger Happy 262. You can hop on the panel, man. By now, you should be comfortable to hop on the panel with the rest of us. Azuliism says, don't mess with me on Haitian Independence Day. Him and Tanzan was going back and forth. If there's no other last words for this prompt, we'll go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 tonight.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
I mean, I would say sometimes it seems like the plantation became the corporation, right? And it would seem to be that Africa became incorporated in 1885. And I'm a pass.
All right, thanks for that. Should the Breeze topic number 8 tonight. So we're almost at the end. I thank everyone who joined the panel tonight. Did I hear from everyone on that last prompt? I think I did, right? Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 is, are we an accomplice to her suicide? Like I was saying, I'm happy for everyone who joined the panel tonight. The first day of 2023. Thanks to you guys who are in the chat for making it worthwhile. So I appreciate everyone who's out there. This topic, Shoot the Breeze number 8, are we an accomplice to her suicide, came with a link. If you want to join the panel, just click the link posted at the top of the chat, and you too can voice your opinions on these prompts. This takes us to this video here.
Ready to get supersized? Video Beauty Couture is the first ever salon by plus size for plus size girls.
At this salon,
You could just feel accepted no matter what you look like.
glamour
She is fine.
is one size fits all.
Can't nobody tell them they not fly at 700 pounds. You better go big or go home.
The all-new series, Super Size Salon, premieres Friday, July 29th on WeTV. Stream every moment Tuesdays on All Black. Use code WeTV for 30 days free.
All right, guys, I had to talk about this story that I think is very important from a societal perspective, considering how the woke revolutionaries want us to believe that up is down, down is up, left is right, and right is left. essentially, reality does not exist. Okay, men can be women, women can be men. It is healthy to be fat, right? That is a part of the reality that the left is trying to create, because unfortunately we live in a society where we cannot tell people the reality of the world. And when you tell people the reality of the world, you're accused of some type of bigotry and hate, when simply you are just doing the right thing and helping people understand that this is the reality. And ultimately that helps save lives, right? And with that being said, we got to talk about a very unfortunate situation about the loss of life. A little bit too little, too late. That's kind of what the situation is here. Of a plus size influencer who starred in a TV show about a supersized salon. So it's like a body positivity show about a salon for big women, right? Because you can be beautiful at any size. This is what they say, okay, as a way to encourage women to be big and to think that being big and super plus size is beautiful. Unfortunately, this person, who goes by the name Jamie Lopez, has died at 37 years old. 37 of heart complications. So this story is an important story to talk about, because again, this is an example of how actions have consequences. And regardless of whether or not you like reality, you like the world that we live in, this is the reality. And if you don't adhere to reality, there are consequences. So with that being said, just so you guys can get a gist of kind of what this show was about, what this person was about, what they were promoting, I'm going to play this short clip of the show so that you guys can get a gist of what's going on here. Take a look.
I've just always loved beautiful things. It's just a part of me. I've been doing makeup since I was 13 years old. I just have always just loved making women feel beautiful. Oh my God. I am a social media influencer in the plus size community. I want to inspire big girls all over the world. This is what I manifest every single day. Jamie in the big girl community is like an icon. She's very beautiful, confident. She is really a GOAT.
Jamie's just a fabulous Amazon. She loves to just see people happy.
You're gorgeous. It's so cute. I am the owner and creator and the HBIC of Baby Doll Beauty Couture. Welcome to Baby Doll. Welcome to Baby Doll. My dream was to create the first ever all-inclusive salon by plus size girls for plus size girls. You're in good hands. Society makes you hate yourself if you don't look a certain way. And I am damn determined to change that.
Baby Doll is about embracing who you are. Yes, girl. Yes.
You might have fat ass people come to your salon, but you don't have a plus size salon when cheers for big asses like ours. All this is for all it is.
Yeah, so you guys get what the gist of this show was about. It's about, again, making big women feel bad about bad choices and the fact that they eat too much food. And that has serious consequences. And this is basically what this story is about. So let's read more here. Jamie Lopez, founder of Baby Doll Beauty Culture and star of the WETV reality show Supersize Salon, has died. She was 37. The plus size stylist was reportedly hospitalized in Las Vegas and died from heart complications over the weekend, sources told TMZ on Monday. Now, first and foremost, I do want to say rest in peace. Obviously, this is a sad situation. And I want to make it clear, like, I'm not, making fun of anybody. I'm not talking down on it. I'm not doing any of that. I'm simply just, being real about the consequences of this type of lifestyle. I mean, this would be no different than me, doing a video about a gang member that died, okay, from being a gang member, got shot and killed. There are consequences to certain lifestyles. And people have to understand that. And I think it's important to point this out because people forget that, hey, when you tend to be obese, you tend to have health complications. You're at risk for a lot more diseases than you otherwise would be. Her salon's Instagram account posted about her death on Monday, writing, quote, "We ask on behalf of the Baby Doll family that you allow us time to process this tremendous loss. Further details and arrangements will be announced soon. We have suffered an extraordinary loss and appreciate the time and space to grieve in peace. Please keep our Baby Doll family and team lifted in your hearts and prayers." The announcement continued. A rep for the company told TMZ in a statement, quote, "We regretfully announce with great pain the passing of the founder and owner of Baby Doll Beauty Couture, the legendary Jamie Lopez. We ask on behalf of the Baby Doll family that you allow us time to process this tremendous loss." Lopez's Las Vegas business, founded in 2017, claims to be the world's first plus-size salon. People, quote, "People just don't like fat people. They treat us horribly," she told the Mirror in 2019 regarding her drive to foster inclusivity. They want to make us feel like we're unwelcome or feel like we don't belong here. No, that's not it, right? That's not it at all. Okay. I don't think that people don't want fat people around as much as if there is a conversation or criticism of somebody for their size. For the most part, to me, it comes from a place of trying to help them out, right? Caring for their well-being. The fact that, hey, you know, you're living an unhealthy lifestyle, which, I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, if that's what people want to do, they can do that, right? But you know, I think that it's not right to promote it as something that is beautiful or healthy or something that we should strive to be. We should not glamorize it, right? We shouldn't glorify it. The WE TV show, which premiered in August, chronicled her journey to design it while confined to her bed, as she weighed 848 pounds before losing 400 pounds. 848 pounds, guys. So she almost weighed 1,000 pounds. What's a ton? 1,000 pounds? Right. She almost weighed a ton, bruh. A ton as a woman. I mean, this is crazy, right? There's no excuse for getting that big. Do you know how much food you got to eat to literally get that big? You got to eat a whole lot of food. When you're that big, there's no way that you're able to properly take care of yourself, right? Like, imagine being that big and trying to clean your personal body parts. I'm pretty sure for some of these people, those, you know, body parts haven't seen daylight in years, decades, right? Haven't seen daylight, haven't seen water, haven't seen anything outside of sweat and just, you know, just in days. I'm just saying, I mean, again, I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm just saying, being that big under no circumstances is beautiful, is not cute, right? And then she realized that she lost 400 pounds. But even when you lose 400 pounds, when you're that big, still being a almost 500-pound woman is still pretty bad. Here comes Honey Boo Boo alum Mama June and her two daughters, Pumpkin and Jessica, appear in episode 4. Lopez was preparing to film season 2, according to TMZ. The Post has reached out for comment from WE TV. In 2019, Lopez, who ran a salon in Los Angeles, reported the Mirror felt forced to relocate her business, was vandalized with excrement, but her determination did not let up. Quote, "This is my dream, and I'm not going to give up on it. I have put my life and everything into this, sacrifice, blood, sweat, tears, everything," she said after moving to an even larger venue. Financially, it is a huge investment, but right now, I feel like it's go big or go home. Yeah, literally go big or go home. People need a safe space, and I'm going to give them what they need. The determined business owner added, "Haters are my motivators, so watch out because we're coming full throttle." Yeah, so they didn't need a safe space. They needed a space where, you know, people would tell them the truth and say, "Hey, this is not cute. You need to lose weight. You need to look out for your health more because, you know, this is not something that we should be promoting." But, you know, the moral of this story is that actions like this, health conditions like obesity, do in fact have real world consequences. And the crazy part is that the people that are promoting this stuff as if it's healthy, you know, if they're not obese, they don't face these consequences. But the people that are influenced by this stuff that are obese, they do eventually face these consequences. Unfortunately for this woman, she passed away at a very, very, very young age. There's no doubt in my mind that her size contributed to it, and it's unfortunate that she was so big that even after losing 400 pounds, it probably didn't help her body out that much because she still was just, you know, morbidly obese. And it's sad, man. It really is. There's no excuse for ever getting that big, right? And then you turn around and you know, promote it and you call it beautiful and you encourage other girls to do it. You know, I mean, it's just, again, it's just not right. It's not healthy. And unfortunately, there is consequences for that stuff. So let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Very good. I let that run so we could get a full conclusion of the thought around that. I saw the story. I didn't pay no mind because I was not aware of who it was, so it didn't matter none to me. Some overweight white girl, dies. In the chat, Dorigo Cooper says confusion brings about all kinds of disorders, all sorts of animosity, strong hostility, all sorts of conflicts. He says confusion is the enemy of correct information, and correct information, meaning the truth, is always needed to solve problems. He says, so the world is full of problems on account of confusion, for the most part, because things are not clear to people. Zuliism says, Buana, put the lotion down. Well, Buana's not with us tonight, but I'm sure he'll catch us in the playback. Dorico says, we have a world government that thrives on confusion. I agree with that too. Or maybe that's the spell that gas them up and them always talking about. Real Black Gentleman in the chat says the world government needs to be confused out of its misery. Provide triggers for evolution. Says this body positivity phenomena is all about normalizing an unhealthy lifestyle or what is medically pathological. Lastly, Dorico Cooper says half a ton is unacceptable. I agree with all of you guys on that. Real Black Gentleman, you had some things to say in the chat. What say you now?
No, I'm just saying that, like, I'm not big on the whole, like, it's when you see something that's out of place, that's intentional. I mean, I'm totally convinced that, like, there's all kinds of just like trends. The corporations in America, they all, I mean, the big ones, the active ones, they all work together to influence other, you gotta, to just seal up the future, as it were. You try to like keep things as predictable. And one way of doing that is by doing things that are apparently out of order. To try to just jostle people and to corral them into reaction and stuff. I mean, you see these kind of shows, like these so-called reality shows. There's nothing real about that. There's nothing real about watching a whole bunch of, relatively unreal looking people in just for 30 minutes and then go to commercial break and then go back to this, I want to scream from the rooftops and like, I wish, I wish I could, just to like, get people straight. But in this real world, you have to deal with people not understand what's going on because, again, the layers and the layers and layers and layers. And once you understand that there's so many layers, you can start to bypass and see, okay, there's just a whole bunch of layers. I don't need to go through and analyze all the layers of BS, but there's a whole bunch of bullshit there. You know what I'm saying? If need be, I can sort and sift through, but I'm not going to focus on it because I have something greater to do. You know what I'm saying? It's like, are we no, we? Who? What we? No, not me. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I mean, I didn't put that food in her mouth. You know what that is. I mean, it's terrible that there's so many sortings out. The people that you see on TV and are put out there by companies that are not necessarily owned by our people are not talking a stream of information that's like, yo, like, this is what it is. Like, some things you might need to know. You know what I'm saying? And, we got some entertainment too, because after, let you know what the real is, we gonna kick it and stuff. And, you know what I'm saying? If we got anything else to tell you, we gonna do. It's not going to be these thematic elements. It's like, you know what I'm saying? They'll have a type of show about one type of stuff, and then the next hour it'll be something something somewhat similar to the other type of show. And the idea of a segue, and the idea that of a segue as a literary device, but the segue is used in geopolitics. One thing leads to another indefinitely, and one thing there's no break, as it were. I mean, I know. I mean, I'm talking a lot about as opposed to this show. I mean, this isn't not. I mean, even all the shows have this thing where they have scenes where just like they're in a room or they're in an activity, then they cut out to a person who is glammed up in a position. It's not like they're just talking in regular clothes. All of this cheap glamour, layers upon layers upon layers of veneers of just fakeness. And it's like if you want to be captivated for 2 hours, 3 hours, just sitting there absorbing passively information, TV, movies, any. I love the internet because it's like a two-way communication. You know, radio. How would I say it? First you had what was it? You had radio. You had telephone. Telephone is two-way, right? Okay. Radio is one way. But you know what I'm saying? But you can do two-way radio. Then you have TV, which is always one way. It's always one way unless you have closed circuit television. People don't do that. That's what the internet becomes. It's that two-wayness. TV is always bad. I mean, I don't see any use for television in the 21st century for any African people. I mean, television, movies, all this. I'm gonna sit back for an hour and a half and just like, no, we got to think. We got to talk about this stuff. We got work to do. You know, we still need to do our cultural stuff and do the things that we kind of revert to our ways and folk ways and stuff. But that has to be the whole way. We take 4 steps forward, then we can take a step back. I'm a pass, man.
All right, real black gentlemen. Let's welcome in our boy Carl Hezekiah this week. Carl, how are you this week?
Man, I'm great, man. You know, I had a wonderful New Year's Eve. You know, went to a great party, but you know, I decided to come in here and hang out with my people. And
we appreciate it.
No, I'm glad to be here, man. I'm listening to the story about a young woman, and I don't think that we're accomplice to her suicide, but I do think it is a tragedy. Her passing the way she did. I definitely think there's some mental health issues going on. As far as the weight issue as well, I think that you know that amount of weight on a body is just, you can't survive long living like that. The stress it puts on your organs, the stress it puts on your skeleton is just not healthy. And you know, I understand body positivity. You want to be okay with the way you look. I get that, but this is not the way. I don't know if she had anybody in her corner telling her she needed to lose the weight for herself, not for anybody else, but for herself. But I think there was real issues of self-esteem, real issues of self-loathing, and a lot of different problems. And I don't know if anybody watches that show, My 600-Pound Life, and it's a good, interesting show. But I think that even when these people lose weight, if you don't deal with the psychological issues that cause you to put this weight on in the first place, it's just going to come right back. So in her case, where she lost 400 pounds and she gained it right back because she didn't do the internal work that she needed to do. So we're not accomplice to her suicide. And, you know, she was a human being. And, you know, I'm sorry she lost her life. And I hope people take this as a cautionary tale to not repeat this mistake.
I appreciate that, Carl. Rico Cool Photography in the chat said, let's not be dismissive. It's not only a matter of improper diet that leads to obesity. Let us be reminded of the effects of rape, sexual assault, and the impact they have on obesity, which is what Carl was kind of saying as well. Gas him up. What say you to this?
Yeah, I mean, may she rest in peace. I don't think anyone should die. She's actually not, if you quickly Google it, plus size model who passed away. There's a whole bunch of them. There was one who just died, I think, 2 days ago. She went in for routine surgery and she died. So this is like all over the place. And it's weird, you know, the celebration or the notification of their expiration is never as loud as the celebration of, you know, the things that they do in their life. And that just tells you the type of system we have, you know, is they chew you up and they discard you and spit you out, you know, when it's time to get rid of you. So I guess my only thing is for me, I think, and I don't know the information on sexual assault and other things being a causation for obesity. Perhaps there is. I don't know. I haven't done the research, so I can't speak on that or other forms of trauma. And I'm sure that they do play. But I would say without those type of inputs, just from what I see as an educator in the field, I think it starts at a young age. I think it, and I'm not a big fan of this word 1,000%, but I think it's discipline. Like I said, I'm looking to find a replacement word for discipline, but for the lack of a better term, I see it all the time. These young ladies who, and the young men, but a lot of times the young men kind of have, they have an advantage. They can play sports. They can always go to a gym, and they can zero in on their financial skills and make up for their obesity, for the lack of a better term, right? And so I see it where I've been in a classroom and I'm teaching students, hey, listen, do you know the type of what you call good quality cuts of meat? They don't even have a clue. I mean, their parents don't know. They don't know, like, hey, what's marbling within a meat and the fatty content within the meat that you get, right? And how that has an effect on your body. So if you're eating low quality meat, or the source of the meat that you're eating, if the animal that you're eating was stressed, well, that animal produces stress hormones. Well, guess what? That stress hormone that animal has produced, it's in its body. When you eat it, you're consuming part of those stress hormones. You are what you eat. And so these things manifest themselves, on us. There's a whole field of science that says that the gut microbiome, in many ways, competes with the brain in terms of demanding things like sweets, right? They know that if you eat excessive sweets and meats, or whatever you eat more of, you develop gut bacteria that will demand more of those things, and they send signals that override your conscious brain's effort. So your body, you'll know that, hey, this is not good for me, but for some reason you just go there and it's like you're on autopilot. You're at the store buying these things. They've shown that this is part of the gut microbiome that overrides impulses from the brain. And so, at a young age, when, hey, man, y'all should eat more fruits. Many of these, particularly in the inner city, many of these children, they know watermelon flavor. Their brains have registered watermelon flavor and whatever artificial fruit flavor than the actual fruit. Like if you gave many of these children actual watermelon, they would thumb their nose at it as opposed to watermelon flavored bubble gum, or as opposed to, a freshly squeezed citrus juice. They'd rather Sunny Delight, right? Or Hawaiian high C punch, or whatever sugar infused, corn syrup infused chemical. And so when we program, food is information. Food is information transfer, right? It comes with molecules and all kinds of things that are there. So what information are we putting in our bodies with the foods that we eat? So I don't necessarily blame the child. I mean, the parents don't know any better. The communities, we have food deserts and all these things in many of these inner cities. So it starts from young. So if you've been eating, I tell people all the time, hey, look, particularly women who are like, oh, I want to go on diet. I tried it, didn't work. I say, look, if you've been eating McDonald's for 30-something years of your life, eating salads for 3 years is not going to balance out in the grand scheme of things. And I'm not saying it to be harsh or anything. So, I think we as the community, it's more than just having Black businesses. Black health to me is Black health, and Black mental and psychological programming is way more important than Black business or Black economics or Black, other than perhaps Black defense. We got to protect ourselves. But other than that, like the psychologically protecting ourselves and health wise, depending on what we eat, that is something I had a friend joke with me one time. He said, how am I going to take Sister Soldier serious when she can't even win the war at the bodega? She want to fight a war. She can't even win the war at the bodega. And I'm not no disrespecting Sister Soldier, but some reasons you can't stop putting food in their mouth. And I get it. Like I said, we all get those sugar cravings. We all get those rushes. So now it's just about, all right, you know what, man? I'm going to just put nothing but fresh fruits and vegetables in my house. So when I get a sugar craving, you know what? I'm going to just grab that apple and eat some almonds. That's the only sugar I get, or I'm going to just make some homemade sugar snacks that involve maybe some honey, right? Or get a teaspoon of that medicinal honey. What's that? Manuka honey or Manaka, however you pronounce it. Add a little bit of salt and just take a teaspoon of that if you get that sugar rush. So, but that's about disciplining ourselves and intermittent fasting. And so, like the brother was saying earlier about, this reality stuff and you got layers and layers. This is what they're promoting, particularly to our people, particularly to our women. And we're just in a society, and that's why I said I don't think it can be fixed, because what they're basically saying is live your truth, forget about consequences. No, not forget about consequences, but live your truth, ignore criticisms, and embrace consequences. And unfortunately, your demise might be one of those consequences. But hey, you lived your truth. You did it. And you were strong and fierce. And that's what we're contending with. So, I don't know.
I appreciate that, Gas. Rico Cooper in the chat said, if you starve a pregnant woman in her second or third trimester of salt and sugar, all things being the same by age 50, that child is almost certain to have diabetes and hypertension. Let me read that again. If you starve a pregnant woman in her second or third trimester of salt and sugar, all things being the same by age 50, that child is almost certain to have diabetes and hypertension. Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah, I don't know what is that? Is that accurate?
I don't know. Rico, share some more information on that or reference if you can in the chat, because that's the first I've heard that. Wow. Let's go to observing immigrants. Observing immigrants, what say you?
I would like to say that the ladies, to me, were living a delusion of beauty in obesity. You can be fat and beautiful, but obese is taking it to another level. Yeah, I mean your beauty is going to be there whether or not, but obese takes it to another level in terms of health. You could be cute or whatever, but the problem is they want to tell themselves that they're obese and beautiful, and they want to live that life. But then at the end of it, you're faced with reality when that obesity kills you. So you can live that fantasy up to a point, but at some point reality kicks in. Unfortunately, reality is either going to kick in initially with health issues, and if you ignore it, then obviously death is going to be followed up by it. My second observation with the video was, why did those ladies look like trannies? Like I said before, you're living in a world where men look like the women have on so much makeup and the nails and the hair that all those women in that place look like a bunch of overweight trannies, quite frankly. And that's all I have to say.
I appreciate that, Marcus Garvey's way. Let's hear from Tanzan. Tanzan, you've heard a lot of what folks had to say. You see the prompt. Are we somehow accomplices? I guess we being the fans of hers. Are we the accomplice to her suicide?
The people who watched those shows, yes, definitely yes. Because and this is not just about the people who are fat, it's just generally the whole freak culture. This goes back to P.T. Barnum and those, sideshow freak. People are not watching those to empower them or to understand, what traumas brought them to that, condition. People are watching them so because they are freakish and they're weird. So it's a whole part, from toddlers to tiaras and all those strange shows with people just outside on the fringe of society, where we're just gaping at them and looking and then pointing, and from people still living in the outback to I don't know, alligator catchers. It's all just a whole bunch of freak shows, and people are pretending that, oh, it's some sort of slice of life or something. No, they parade these people because nowadays everybody can get their 15 minutes of fame, and this is a cheap 15 minutes for the companies, the TLC or whoever, to just use them up and throw them out. There's a whole bunch of this. It's easier now to trade in ugliness than to seek after beauty, because beauty has been devalued. So everybody, ugly people can be beautiful too. I'm not saying that they're ugly, I'm just saying that obviously they're not the normal standard of beauty. So we've learned to parade, these people as some sort of, just looking at them and giving them that, oh, well, they're still getting attention, but it's not, everybody is lying to them. They're pretending that they're getting attention as if they're pretty, and then the whole world is pretending that they're giving them attention as if they are. So yeah, the people who watch those shows, the producers of those shows, they know exactly what they're doing. They know that even putting children, those toddlers and tiaras, putting those children in front of, the television for, grown people to gawk at them. They know that they're putting those children in, in danger emotionally and psychologically and all those things. But, they don't care. So of course they're accomplices to those people's life, for that brief moment, and they're also, accomplices to their death. But they are willing accomplices, not that these people don't know. For some, this is the only moment in their, lives that they'll be able to sort of shine. Even if it's a dull shine, they'll still be up there, they'll have something to their name. So, it's a whole sick freak show. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Let's welcome in our boy Zuli this week. How are you this week?
Hey, what's up? I wanna say happy Independence Day to my FBAs, to my Africans, to the people who hate Killmonger. Happy Independence Day. Happy Independence Day to all of us. You know what I'm saying? All of us. My whole thing with this thing is, all I see is putting money in front of everybody. Everybody's getting paid on this except that those young women. The food industry is getting paid. The doctors are gonna get paid. The healthcare system is gonna get paid. The people who's gonna do the surgery, the open heart surgery on her, is gonna get paid. Those women are meal tickets for the economy. So, but the one thing I see is, and this is that the way they promote this to the Black community, they glamorize it. The brother just mentioned my 600-pound life on TLC. They don't glamorize it like that when it's on TLC. They do not glamorize it like that. They show you everything. But in this thing, they glamorize the obesity of Black women. And Black women are not held accountable about this way of life. They're gonna tell you the main thing they use, oh, Black people are bigger, big boned. That's a lie. That's a lie. And somebody said, oh, sometimes people get obese because of rape and molestation. Bro, that's a small minority. Let's not use a small minority of these things to see. Most of these women weren't raped or assaulted or whatever. Most of these women are just greedy and lazy. And if if you were molested and there's a psychological reason that you're putting on the weight, then you need to go to therapy. And I was watching this show. I don't know if anybody's watching it. It's on Netflix. Guillermo del Toro has like a 6 episode or 8 episodes TV show. It's like I don't know if people used to watch Tell from the Crypt. It's like horror stories, but that's teaching a lesson. And one of the show is called Outside. There's a woman who thinks she's ugly. She keeps watching these TV shows that tells her she needs this lotion. But every time she applies the lotion, she gets a rash.
Yeah,
a
I saw
skin
that.
rash.
That was good. Yeah.
She gets skin rash every time. But the funny thing is, she doesn't care. She keeps applying. Her husband tells her she's beautiful. She's the way she is. She doesn't listen to him. She actually kills him in the show because she wants to be beautiful in front of her with her other girls. And it goes back to me what Gas was talking about and what we spoke about on Gas show about they gave you your imagination. The male, Gas, we were talking about the male gender mind and the female gender mind. And on that TV show, the male gender mind was trying to protect her from destroying herself. She killed her husband because she wanted to be pretty. And in our society now, we are scared to criticize women about, oh, if you're heavy, if you this. No, we can't tell you that. That's fat shaming. Oh, that's a fat phobic. How something is fat phobic if you could die from it? To me, I don't understand. Like, how do we allow? This is suicide for somebody to be so happy they promote this. This is on purpose. Everybody benefits, but these women, they say black women die. The number one killer of black women is heart disease. But if a brother like me tells a woman, hey, you need to lose weight, you know what? These fat women will oh, you're a misogynist, you're fat phobic, you're fat shaming. When did we come into a world like this where anybody who's benefiting from that is the health industry, the medical system who's going to benefit from surgery, drugs that they're going to provide? How is this possible? When have we become a nation like people are going to say, oh, well, black men like thick women. No, why are you conflating thick with fat and obesity? This is sad. And the way that they promote this to us, like if you watch, the brother has said the TLC 600 pounds, they don't glamorize it like that. The lady said, oh, they don't make salons for us, for big women. They don't make salons for skinny women. Like this is very hurtful that somebody lost their life over something like that, and this is promoted in the society. And if you question it, oh, you're fatophobe, whatever they call it. This is very tragic, and this very affects the black community. Black women, number one killer, one of the killers. I don't know if it's number one, but maybe top 5 killer is the heart disease, and men and women, diabetes. That's all I have to say.
You know, it's funny you say that. Coco, I've always been saying that black people, we really deceiving ourselves with what Azuli just said. Because we walk around in general, we think, yeah, black don't crack, and the black man is superior, and the black woman is this. And most of our people are obese, overweight. They're not training. They're not ready to do anything. White people ain't scared of us, you know. I'm sitting there, on the East Coast, you go to every bodega or gas station, you got all these guys drinking Rhino Roots and Strongman Back. You got boys who are 23 years old, can't keep an erection because all they're doing is taking liquor and lean and smoking, high-grade horse heroin that's been imported or grown from someplace, and you know what I'm saying? It's just like, we're not the media makes us think every black guy is LeBron James and he's just this virile horse waiting to slay these women. But just looking at us health-wise, we're dying out here. Like we are literally dying. And then the ones, the us who do have jobs and whatnot, we're sleep deprived. We got to wake up at 4 a.m. to get to work on time and this. So we're not in shape as a people. We're not. So I don't know. It's weird how we got this false sense of superiority that we think we have. Like, you know, I tell them all the time, like, man, the heart, like Arzuli said, heart disease is one of the #1 killers. If it's heart disease, then that means erection strengths are weakened. And that's why, like I said, at least on the East Coast, you go in most of these stores, you see these young guys taking all these roots because they can't get erections because their hearts are weak. They're not pumping any blood. You know, but I don't know.
And if it's like if you're like a lot of times they say, oh, black men like big girls, whatever. If you're overweight, 300 pounds, and your man is telling you you're beautiful, you should dump him. It's not healthy. We live, especially we live a pedestrian, if that's the word, lifestyle. We on the bus, we on the train, we driving. The processed food is killing us. And I believe that the processed food hit the black bodies different than they hit other bodies. And it starts with, like Gas said, the parents are uneducated. Uneducated. Cereal is not food. Cereal is trash. It's now all of a sudden on the labels, they telling you that it's biochemic. What's the word? Bioengineer. GMO. Cereal is not food. Pop-Tart is not food. Pancakes is not food. So anything, if you can't even, and I'm not saying it's easy to lose weight. I'm not saying that. It's very hard, especially in this stress environment that we live in. Sometimes food is a comfort. But people are so stressed, they use food. You know what they said? They said sugar is more addictive than crack cocaine. At least crack, you could see the shit in your face. You be like, damn, I'm a crackhead. When you're eating, especially when there's no accountability, when they're saying being obese is beautiful, is sexy, why would you try to lose weight? And I'm not using that, and I'm not using that against women only. Obese men is trash also. That's not only geared towards women. So this was very heartbreaking to see this young lady lose her life, while all these companies are gonna make money off her death and offer her ailments. That's it.
All right. In the chat, thank you for that, Razuli, in the chat. Dorigo Cooper responding to our question about is that true about the salt and sugar starvation, what it does to the infant. He said, yeah, this is true, referring to the Dutch hunger winter. I guess that's a book, the quote unquote Dutch hunger winter. Hitler invaded Hull troops 1930s and confiscated all the food to feed his troops. He said, yes, it's true. He said it happened during the 1930s, 1937. Dutch hunger.
But Goku, to play, what does that have to do if you starve a woman? That's an outlier. What does that have to do with the people we what does that have to do if you starve a woman up store? Everything has to be balanced. Yes, your body needs sugar. Yes, your body needs salt. Fruit has sugar, not the processed sugar. I don't understand what does that have to do with what we're talking about. We're not talking about starving anybody of sugar. And why are you bringing that up? That they're gonna have? They have diabetes now. I don't understand what does that have to do with saying somebody for us to be healthier and starving a woman. Well, maybe Dorigo Cooper like the thick ones, so not the thick ones, like the big ones, and I don't understand. What does that have to do with that? What does this have to do with black people as a whole being obese, overweight? And again, is it on purpose? I think this is engineer again. This is like Gas was talking about yesterday or Friday. Is they creating our imagination for us? Who says this is the right way to live? The parents don't know any better. Even the doctors don't know any better. You go to a doctor for heart disease, the doctor's overweight.
And And he's smoking cigarettes downstairs.
Exactly. The same doctor that's selling you he's overweight.
I agree with that.
This is crazy.
My problem with it is that we're not looking into it ourselves. We're just relying on this white boy, whoever, to just give us the information that they put out there. We're not actually investigating this stuff ourselves and trying to figure out what it is. Like Gas brought up a thing I know most of us, our people don't even know about, the second brain, the gut, the GI tract, right? And how the bacteria, the quorum sensing of bacteria in the gut can lead to the overriding of signals in the brain. So when your brain is telling you, and I think this is what Dorico is kind of getting at too, right? He said, generally speaking, we are not in shape as a people, especially blacks. I think he's getting to what has happened to us in the past and why we're here now. You know, we don't take time to study why are we here now? You know, what's the underlying reasons? What's the mental side of it, not just the biological? And I think that's something to keep in mind, man. We don't study shit for ourselves.
But you know what I want to say? It's like, this is the thing. It's because the world we live in is very corrupted. Like animals, when animals are in the habitat, if they grab a fruit, they grab a fruit. They're not thinking it's bad for them. It's like the same thing. Like this doesn't have some chocolate. If you give a dog chocolate, he's not created enough to think that chocolate is going to kill him, because you know why? A dog doesn't believe the environment will create a food that's going to kill them. So I think there's more to it at play. It's like, if you a cat,
that's a great point. The environment. That's a great point.
So this environment is even when you're like, oh, like a baby. If you give a baby, you keep feeding a baby chips. A baby's not thinking. Our babies are not thinking that food is bad for them. Like I have my niece and nephews. Like when I try to tell them to eat, they don't believe me. They don't believe that eating donuts and Doritos could eventually kill them.
Because really, you're right. What animal would, why wouldn't, like, you look at lions or whatever, they don't believe, like, it's just instinctive. Hey, I got to eat this zebra, and the zebra's like, hey, I got to eat this grass. So you just follow. What's that thing in science called the flow of energy with the sun, right? And the energy pyramids. Everyone the food chain, right? So everyone instinctively knows that, hey, you get the sun, and then you lose energy the higher up you go. So obviously those animals, they can't process grass, have to eat more of the vegetarian or herbivore animals. But what's funny is that, like Urzulu was just saying, they're not thinking like, yo, if I eat this, the polar bear doesn't say, man, if I eat this salmon, I'm going to die of obesity, because he's like, why would my environment give me something that's going to kill me? So the little child isn't thinking like, man, my mother loves me. She's not going to give me this high C fructose corn syrup poison murder death.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
This is how devilish whoever created this fucking ecosystem that we in. Little baby's not gonna be like, Mom, I'm not gonna eat that. It's gonna kill because he's gonna go like, why would my mom ever give me something that's bad for me? And your mom is giving you something that's bad for her, for your kid. Yo, we in trouble, and we're in very big trouble. If your food system is destroying you, you're not ready to start no revolution, bro.
Yeah, man, Sister Soldier, and let me not use her again, but people talk about they revolutionaries. We can't even win the war at the bodega. We can't even win the war with Walmart.
We can't even win the war at Red Lobster, even though those mixers are awesome. But I'm just saying, man, we in a oh my.
All right. Does anyone else want to add something? I guess so. I guess you guys don't want to add anything else. All right, that brings us to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 is this a fair assessment of our current situation? Speaking of our situation, and then what are your thoughts? This takes us to a link on YouTube. Let's take a watch and listen.
Podcast got you brothers out here really tripping, man. Y'all wanna keep comparing black women to women of other races as it pertains to their femininity, but you don't want to compare yourself to their men as it pertains to your masculinity. Those women's men have governments, they have militaries, they have economies where they provide for their people, in particular their women. You want black women to be so soft for you, but they on the same plantation with you and you ain't providing them with no freedom. All you want to do is vote for a white man to change your life. You want to go get a white man to give you a job. If the white man is providing everything for you, how a woman supposed to have respect for you and your masculinity? You ain't fighting for black folks' autonomy. You ain't fighting to create your own stuff for black people, for our women to be comfortable with us. If you are not a part of the liberation struggle, you deserve a hard woman because you a bitch. Bitter Men Podcast got you brothers out here really tripping, man. Y'all want to keep comparing black women to women of other races as it pertains to their femininity, but you don't want to compare yourself to their men as it pertains to your masculinity. Those women's men have governments, they have militaries, they have economies where they provide for their people, in particular their women. You want black women to be so soft for you, but they on the same plantation with you and you ain't providing them with no freedom. All you want to do is vote for a white man to change your life. You want to go get a white man to give you a job. If the white man is providing everything for you, how a woman's supposed to have respect for you and your masculinity? You ain't fighting for black folks' autonomy. You ain't fighting to create your own stuff for black people, for our women to be comfortable with us. If you are not a part of the liberation struggle, you deserve a hard woman because you a bitch. Bitter Men.
Yeah, that message was kind of, to me, a little bit all over the place. And I always think, too, when you point the finger, realize that fingers are being pointed back at you. And I hope this brother is looking at himself as well. This is why I find certain behaviors to be simpish. Because when this black man is pointing fingers at other black men, you're a part of black men, too. You know what I mean? What have you done, et cetera, right? But that's just my little quick thoughts on that. And Pezzy says, uh-oh, copyright. Did my channel get taken down there? It seems like it's still up. You guys let me know if the channel is still up or not. But peace out.
The KWAZ one stayed up, but the bitter medicine one didn't. But now both of them are back on, so I don't know.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, but YouTube needs to do this a different way. YouTube should just make it so you can't share these type of videos or whatever that's causing the strike. But like I said, it's all fair use. But I guess I won't be able to monetize this episode either. So that's just how it goes. Dorico Cooper in the chat says, you are looking at where we are, and I am expressing to you how we got here. Connect the dots, my brother. You are aggressive in your tone, but not aggressive enough in intellect on the topic. I wonder who Dorico's aiming at towards. I'm not certain. I'm not certain if that's for the last prompt or for this prompt. And this guy in the video. Carl Hezekiah, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I remember something that our brother Kwame Ture said, that when you make an analysis of an oppressed people and you leave out the analysis, you will come to an incorrect conclusion. You will blame the oppressed for all their problems. So I hear what the dude's saying. And I have another question for him. African people are not the only people who have been oppressed or dealt with, issues with white supremacy, white domination. But I'm wondering if the Native Americans on the reservation, is Little Eagle getting cussed at, is Little Eagle getting disrespected because his people are still on the reservation? I don't know. And also too, black men and black women, we don't have the same gender relationship. At least we didn't have the same gender relationship that we have, that Europeans have. Black women have always been, they always fought alongside. We had a bit more egalitarianism within the black community because we were oppressed, and we had to have some level of it couldn't be like the white people had it. So I would just say, this dude making his statement, just when you come to your conclusion, you gotta include the enemy when you're understanding what we've been through and how we react to each other. And like you said, when you point a finger, you got fingers pointing back at you. So that's my thoughts.
I appreciate that. Carl, Rigo Cooper said the effects of slavery on black women is its own independent study. I agree with that. Again, thank you all who have tuned in, over the course of the night. I appreciate you. This is a Saturday night shoot the breeze on a Sunday, but it's worked out. I've seen most of the people who come through. Gas them up. What say you to this? Is this a fair assessment of our current situation? Thoughts?
Yeah, I don't take these people serious personally. I just think, these are it's only American men for the most part that say this type of nonsense out their lips. Most of these guys didn't grow up watching patriarchy or a man have the final say in their house. And if they did, it was that big piece of chicken sex on holidays type of nonsense. And so, I personally don't pay attention to these type of men. They're not serious people. I always say you've never heard during the worst of the Holocaust, the people that we can't really talk about, you never heard their women talk about their divesting and the men are no good. They were in them camps together, and they stayed by their man. They didn't sit there and say, oppressor, let me flirt with you because you'll take care of me. You're a real man. You never heard their women say that, and the fact that you have women today who are saying that nonsense, and no one's calling them out on it or checking them, it just shows you, the level at where people have become so depraved, for the lack of a better term. But it is what it is. These type of guys, like I said, I hear them talk nonsense all the time. They don't exist. These are the guys. They're gonna work triple shifts, drop dead, heart disease or some stroke. What is that? The ischemic strokes. And then the lady gets the insurance money, and she travels the world, gets a little Dominican salsa instructor, whirlers hips in her, and then and she'll really find love and her true passion after this moron, his demise. So I wish him the best. Let him keep working hard. I hope he has enough life insurance for the love of his life, and keep it up. That's all I can say to these kind of guys.
I appreciate that, Gas. Let's hear from Marcus Garvey's Dway.
Hi. I think that he made a fair assessment of the situation. I do think that the points he was making are being overlooked, and I think they're very basic points that can be addressed, whether you agree with him or not. I mean, he did ask, how are you supposed to get freedom if everybody's on the plantation? How can you, how do you compare your women to other races of women, but then the women aren't allowed to compare the men to other races of men? Because you do have a section of society that say, Black women do this, but then other races or other cultures or other religions of women don't do that. So these are things that are part of the community, but again, they're not being addressed. So I think that whether you agree or not, you can't overlook the points being made. So when you hear because he made a number of points. So if the points are being made, do you agree or disagree? You can't just assess everything he says as rubbish when there were multiple points made.
Yeah, but his points are everybody's on the plantation. Whether you in India, China can't just go grab Taiwan, right? Everybody's on the plantation. The Mexicans are literally, if you go to Mexico right now, narco terrorism is real, right? Narco terrorism is a real thing. You got dudes playing soccer with people's heads cut off. The women there are abused by that narco terrorism, and so are the men. Everybody's on the plantation. Like he didn't make any points. He just basically said these are typical. And like I said, he is a type of man, and I don't know him personally, but I'm just guessing, and I shouldn't guess, but it's only American men that say this. He's never experienced patriarchy. It looks like he probably don't know how to tell a woman, you're going to do A and she's going to listen. It got nothing to do with whether or not I got a big business. Like I said, the people who were put in, the gas chambers, their women didn't sit there and try to run in the arms of their oppressor. So when these people say this stuff, it's silly. Everybody's on the plantation. We're all under the guise and the auspices of Western hegemony. Everybody.
So then my question is, now we've established that we're all in the plantation. Why should we then accept being comfortable under it? If there are people saying, well, it's time to end the plantation. My question always is, what will motivate us as a race of people to end life on the plantation? Because
no one has gotten off the plantation. The Chinese haven't done it.
Garvey didn't do it. What do you call it? Malcolm Martin, nobody did it.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not just
individual people addressing different things, but
nobody is off the plantation.
Say that again.
No one. Russia is still on. Russia is barely hanging on to escape the SWIFT network. The Chinese can't grab Taiwan. I'm trying to say that it's a global system. No one's off the plantation. So
I understand that. So my question
so with that said, with that said, I'm answering your question. With answering your question, yes, Black people can do more to fight the way other people are fighting. However, with that said, the women of those cultures, their men are still on the plantation, and the women typically are still by the side of their men. So it just is what it is. Whether or not the degree that they're on the plantation, we can argue that, sure. But everybody's on the global white supremacy system. It just is what it is. Kanye West learned that the hard way. He thought, I got the Adidas contract, and they just ripped the contracts up and told him, take your money and put it elsewhere. So we're all on the system. But what I'm saying is that a Mexican woman with the narco terrorism that she's facing still wants a Mexican man to give her patriarchy.
Okay, so again now, I can agree with what you're saying. So you're saying that the women are standing next to the men on the plantation, and Black people the women are not next to the men on the plantation. So therefore, all of us are on the plantation, because at this point, whether the woman stands next to the men or not, we're all on the plantation.
But when you
whether we're
Black
going to
woman,
stop being satisfied with being on the plantation, whether we're together or not.
Well, but the point is,
we're not getting any different.
But let's address what he was saying. Let's forget about addressing the plantation, which everybody's on. He is making the men of the other cultures. These are the, like I said, I know these type of Black dudes. They don't know nothing about patriarchy. They think going to the gym and lifting weights, while the Indian dude who he don't lift no weights, he controls his household. And he's laughing at the Indian dude, but the Indian dude probably don't even make a quarter of what he makes with his triple shifts, and he still controls his household because he doesn't know what real masculinity is. He's never seen it in this country. They don't allow Black men to be real men in this country. But with that said, let's address the women of other cultures. The women of these other cultures. Cynthia G is sitting down there saying, abort Black men. You've never heard a Mexican woman, a Ukrainian woman say abort Ukrainian men because you couldn't protect us when the big dick Russians came in. You don't hear their women say that. So the fact that these women are saying that nonsense and no one's calling them out, I don't take them serious. You can't take these women serious. And it is what it is. They don't want to stand by us, that's fine. I'm not arguing for black women. Come on, no. Go with Master. I want all of y'all to go with Master. Go stay over there. Don't go. But guess what? When they show you who they are, don't come back and say, protect me. I'm gonna step over you while your body's burning.
If I can interject in this point here, I don't mean to cut you off, brother. I think what he's referencing really mainly the passport bros, those men who are traveling overseas to find women who are more, I don't know, submissive or come from a more traditional relationship background. And I guess he's trying to say that, you know, the reason that those women are soft is because their men protect them. But to your point, their men are oppressed over there, just like black men are oppressed over here as well. So there's not really too much of a difference between the conditions that they experience versus the conditions that we experience, except that maybe, you know, white people here in America are in your face, whereas overseas they're not so much in your face. But the same system of global white domination exists, and yet for some reason these women whose men are oppressed as well don't seem to find the same contempt for them that some a very small minority of black women do. They get online. I think they're a very vocal minority. In my point, you know, Native Americans are oppressed. They suffer some of the worst outcomes in the country, but we don't see a lot. We don't see no a Native American analog to Cynthia G. Is my point.
I appreciate that. Observing immigrants, did you finish your thought?
More or less, it's just you know, in response to what was being said. I understand what the last guy said, and I do think now he said that is really to the passport bros thing. But again, as Gas says, and I can agree with him on this, that it is a very American response to being in America. However, my other question is, yes, the globe is on a plantation, and I'm constantly just wondering what is going to motivate us to not be so content in our situation, because whether your women stand next to you or not, we can't keep calling ourselves kings and queens and use other people's example to be content with the situation. We know it exists. I think of all the races, we are most vocal and the most willing to come out of the situation as a collective. You are more likely to find the naysayers. The loudest voices are often the ones that want us to stay there on the plantation and say, oh, racism doesn't exist. You know, there are other solutions, as you say, divestment or whatever. So the voices that speak up, that Europeans use to speak up for us, are often the ones that will tell us be content. But I think as a race, we're the only loudest race that says we're not content. We know we have had and we have done better, and we don't want this anymore. But it has to be more than just saying this for the last 400 years, because I know we have not been content since we got on the boats, since we got on the plantation, since we planned our first slave revolt. But we cannot be content today in 2023 and say, oh, because the women don't stand with us, we ain't trying to get freedom. At some point, we have to do something for our children. It cannot, you got a whole bunch of adults being real petty with each other, but nobody's looking at the children saying, I do this for you. What I do today is for you to have a better future. Whether your mom next to me or not, this is for you. That's all I can say at this point.
I appreciate that. In the chat, Marcus McGee says the collective consciousness needs to be raised. Provide Trigger says, but to be fair, Gas, no other women have experienced slavery on a plantation as black women have been. Real black gentleman out there says black women and black men were put on the same boats on black African shores. With that said, real black gentleman, what say you to all this?
Oh man. Well, man, look, they brought over men in vast quantities and earlier before women. Unfortunately, they took men and women from Africa. I'm not going to sit here and say that women naturally women need to be studied as women and men should be studied as men. If we sit here and say we need to focus on women, well, make sure there's also focus on men. It has to, you know what I'm saying, be a integrated system. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We're going to make sure we're not just going to focus and say we need one and not have the other. You know, I think his whole shirt says legit when he's a most illegitimate motherfucker speaking about this. You know, the whole thing about soft women, and I mean, I want a woman who's firm and with her outlook. You know what I'm saying? I want a woman who calls it has how she sees it. I want a woman who is, you know what I'm saying, this idea about a typecast a person. I mean, this is, you know, about being on the plantation, and you know, it's not simple. I mean, this shit's not simple. I mean, they did a lot. I mean, all the black people that we knew that you know freed themselves, because let's never forget, black people freed themselves to a large degree before, you know what I'm saying, Underground Railroad, you know what I'm saying, the emancipation. Black people was chopping off heads, you know what I'm saying, going off into the hinterlands or wherever else they could go, Texas, Canada. Maybe they got on a boat and left America, you know, or maybe they just went off somewhere else less, you know what I'm saying, they went off into the internals of America, you know, managed to, you know, there's a lot of that. I mean, maybe not all of it, but there's a lot of it. And you got to give credit for the peoples that freed themselves. I don't like this, you know, endless tasks. So there's just they're just shit tests of men to do. You know what I'm saying? The endless things that men have to do before we get the. Come on. I'm just saying as black women, we live in the same country. We see the same thing. If I'm uncomfortable, you know what I'm saying? It's not because it shouldn't be that it's like a yin yang thing where men are of equality and women get the opposite. So, you know, men should go through hard, tough stuff and women should just be comfortable and fluffy and stuff. No. Everyone, you know, men have to do a proportionate. You got to get the proportion out of the way. I mean, in part of the liberation struggle, I mean, you know, this whole idea of, again, getting black people to be somewhat aware of how, you know, predominantly, you know, white people European descents are putting economic throttles and all kinds of political throttles on black people to prevent them from having any semblance of balance in the diffusion of resources and of policy and relative. You know, you could do it mathematically even without like a true integration. You just have a black locus of power relative in America where there's just a strong, you know, the presence of people who happen to be in power just happen to be people of African descent. Not just necessarily happen to, but because, you know, we've congregated in power, we couldn't do that because after Reconstruction, when black people really did try to like start the embryo of what could be considered a black state in America, it was, you know, ran down by the Klan and by, you know what I'm saying, the red shirts and et cetera and et cetera and et cetera. So like, you know, saying that black people ain't done enough, we do it all the time. And I mean, you know, for me, it's just the idea that, you know, black women, I'll say this, black women can't try to live like we're in the 50s or we're in the 1870s in the Victorian era. We cannot look to these typecasts and say that we need to try to live to this type, this status. We're just still in this idea. We're fixated on this idea. Well, if we just have a house with a whole bunch of stuff, we can just sit down and just be. That's not enough because life doesn't work like that. It's better to be out in the field as long as, you know what I'm saying, you can, you know, get yourself cleaned off and whatnot, but being out in the field, go out there and get your hands dirty. Go out there and get your hands dirty. You know what I'm saying? You can clean yourself off with relatively nice, you know what I'm saying, cleaning systems and, you know, get all the dirt out of your fingernails and, you know, out your hair, you know, get, you know, clean your hair, get yourself clean, but you gotta get back out in the field. There's just nothing else to it. So you might as well not have the fanciest Gucci and all these other European labels and et cetera. And so just, you know, these are the things where it's like, you know, as a man, like I see things in our women that just, I mean, and they are, I mean, when I say possessive, I mean that in an endearment sense, because they don't physically belong to me in an objective sense, but I relate to them, and I have a bond with, in spite of a lot of the critiques. I mean, they're my women, right? You know, it's like, so unless I'm just going to say that, well, my genetics and all that culture and just any sense of duty to just being a real one about it right now, and just go off into some you know, Polish, or, you know what I'm saying, you know, some Argentinian, you know what I'm saying? It's like, that's not what I'm supposed to be about. I mean, I know that our women are hard, and you know what I'm saying? It's not right. And I know why it is. The question then becomes, once again, the women truly need to like say, look, we're just going to put a halt to this. Like, women and whoever, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be a revolution by the women, just like calling it how it is. And if that's not the revolution that the women's going to be, because if the women can't speak truth to power, then when they're in positions of power, then they have opted to actively obfuscate black in black men and indirectly black people, because they are fating the progeny, the future of black children, that in a non-black direction, that is something that does not relate to Africa or its culture or its people. I worry about, when I was talking about YouTube, you know what I'm saying, with them cutting that off, man. I don't like YouTube in a lot of ways, because I see it restricting. It's not a very, I'm just saying this. I know there's nothing you can really do about it, and I know why it is. I think I know the state runs, like, the CIA runs Google through its parent affiliation. So like, YouTube is always going to be crawling with fucking like federal agents and shit. They're always going to be spying on people. They probably got all kinds of people in other countries who do that on behalf. They got a lot of people who just try to stop things down. A lot of that, any kind of like real talk from like, I'll say from men talking about, we want to, leave us alone. We're going to do what we're going to do. You know what I'm saying? A lot of that gets infiltrated. And so once again, that goes back to why can't we do what we do? People who know, and people who have the ability to say something and really put a break to this en masse don't do it. They opt actively, to work within the system. The women can talk, that free speech. They don't say this stuff. They don't say it they don't say it with 3/4 of the heart that men say this stuff with. They say it with 10%. I'm a pass.
All right, thank you for that, real black gentleman. Derico Cooper says many of us are dead or incarcerated. Talking about black men. He says those of us that are alive are still outmates and are not unified enough, organized, or militant enough to establish, enforce, maintain a nation at this point. Wow, that might be the chat message of today. That was really good, Derico. I appreciate that. Tanzan, what say you?
First, I would say this, that although I understand some of his points, I think that it's like somebody showing you a problem, then coming up with a whole different solution. Firstly, he says that, okay, black men have not done 1, 2, 3, which, is fair enough. But then he said that then they deserve for black women to be masculine, or that's why black women are masculine and so on. But, that should not be, his conclusion or the result of that. What have the women being masculine got to do with what the men have not done? Just because the men have not done 1, 2, 3 does not mean that now the women are supposed to go and turn masculine. That's not even for the good of the women or for the men. It's like applying that, like a hot salt to the wound or something. Black women want to be women. Black women want to be feminine and all that. So saying that, they should be masculine because their men are not doing what they need to do, that's not going to help things, one way at all. In fact, it's the strongness, the masculinity of women that has led to, the exacerbation of this, problem. So instead of him telling the women and the men to, work together to, to combat the problem, he's telling, the women, oh, then now you should be angry at your men. And, the men is like somebody coming into a fight. And then, instead of calming things down, he's trying to start things up and trying to get the women to be angry. He's trying to berate the men for being weak. And then he's leaving and saying, okay, now you sort it out. So I don't think that necessarily what women should do is they should come together and see what they can do in their own capacity. They can work together, they can take care of the children, they can help the men, just like the men can get together and figure out by themselves what they should do to help themselves and their community. So I think that sometimes people become critical and they become over emotional and they react maybe, in a negative way. They react instead of, acting properly. Like, Cynthia G, this is like Cynthia G situation. She will come and, or the other side, with the manosphere. I put them all, similar. They have similar traits, but they all come, they say something bad about the other side, and then they propose that, okay, let's, kill the babies, or let's, get rid of the men or something. See, they're not good choices in life. There's no free choices, for the women, for example, okay, so let's say that just black men are the worst and the terrible and all of that stuff and everything is their fault. Okay, so what are you going to do? Your choice is either to not deal with them completely, go to a different group of people, which at that time then you're supposed to, just to leave and sever your ties, or what else is there to do? You cannot have a race of people if one half does not participate. So if you do care about your people, you're supposed to care about both sides. If you're a woman, you're supposed to care about men and children and the whole group. You're not supposed to put your your gender or your whatever above that of the community, because there is no community without all that. So yeah, I mean, this terms of putting our failure as a community in terms of a war between men and women is really counterproductive. If there's a problem in the community, it's not one problem, one person, one part cannot be thriving while the rest is being destroyed. It's either we all go down together or we all rise up together. And yeah, that's all for me.
All right, thank you, Tan. Urzuli is back. Urzuli, what say you to that video? Is this a fair assessment of our current situation? Thoughts?
I think I think sometimes I had that same kind of thought also with so I'm not gonna go him on him totally, but the first thing he should do is lose weight. He can't even control what's going in his mouth before he start attacking. That's what he should do. He sounds like a simp. He sounds like he wants to defend black women. What I'm saying is the amount of trauma that the oppressor put on black women, they should be at the forefront trying to disrupt this institution. The person that changed my mind kind of is like maybe speaking to Gas. Gas said something, and which Koku said too. Other men are suffering under that same plantation, and the women are not so aggressive and combative against their men. So with that said, because I listened to Koku and I listened to Gas, like this guy, what is he talking about? And somebody said something, black men have always been trying to dismantle this, i.e. what's Haitian Revolution, i.e. all the rebellion that happened in America all over the world. So I don't understand why he's saying like until you then you can't tell. And what Tanzan said, what does that have to do with the woman being feminine, doing what she was created to do? Just because you're feminine, that doesn't mean you can't question your man's behavior. Why do you have to act masculine, and why do you have to be so combative? So this guy sounds like a simp, but I don't know, man. But I understand what he's saying, or you have to create. But what he doesn't understand, to dismantle this, it has to be a combination of the women and the men to do it together. It can't be only the men. And again, like I was talking to Gas, when your woman's mind is already impressed by the man who creates the system, it's gonna be hard for her to help us. So, I mean, that's all I have to say.
Does anyone want to comment what Azuli just had to say just now?
I would like to say something. He mentioned the Haitian Revolution, and I think the guy in this video, he has a serious case of a lack of historical knowledge, because to say that Black people haven't created armies, economies, we have done that. We created it first. So it's not that we don't create it. It's not that we don't build these things, but the fact that we are engaged in a war. It's like, you see a kid on the beach building a sandcastle, and you knock over the sandcastle, and you ask, well, why didn't you build a sandcastle? But Black people have built these things. We're continuing to build these things, but we are in a war, and we are in a protracted struggle for our revolution. But if he's not going to take into account the effects of the enemy, then he's not being serious. He's out here simping out of control. And I'm sorry, these women is not gonna give you no coochie just because you say what they want you to say. If you think they want you to say, I'm sorry.
And I agree what you said. Furthermore,
I mean, but Derek Jackson proves that wrong. Derek Jackson proves all you got to do is go to the gym, hit a little bench press, just believe in Jesus, and these women will forgive all your sins, and they'll let you get away with it.
Guys, that's for individualistic. Like I said, guys, we spoke about most of our women are impressed. Their brain is already impressed by the guy who's creating the society. Until again, that might go with what he's saying. The masculine gender mind has to protect that. Our women, I'm telling you, man, most of our women are gone. They on that side already, bro. And for him to say that, like the brother just said, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black men and Black women together have created mad stuff under the duress, under the stress, the trauma that we're in. So this guy's definitely simping. He's probably like Gas said. Some Black women are gonna be like, "Yes, King, tell him." Yeah, you're right. This battle is whatever.
Okay. If there's no more thoughts on that, that was a good discussion. We're now on the last topic for tonight. Make sure you guys tune into all the shows on KWAZ Radio. Tune into Gas Them Up's channel, the Black Pentagrammers as well. Should be topic number 10, the final topic for tonight. Is, are African people prepared for climate catastrophe? We've talked about this topic before in certain ways in the past, but this prompt tonight comes with a link to an article. Tanzania, shrinking ice cap on Kilimanjaro threatens tourism in Tanzania. UN experts say the ice cap on Africa's biggest peak, Tanzania's Mount Kilimanjaro, is among world-famous glaciers predicted to melt by 2050 due to climate change. Julius Kiyu of the Tanzania Wildlife Research Institute, who has participated in various studies on Mount Kilimanjaro, said it's true, the glacier atop the mountain is shrinking. Some studies have shown the glacier has shrunk by 80% since the early 20th century. For locals, Mount Kilimanjaro is a symbol of fortune, and it brings tens of millions of dollars to the region through 50,000 tourists who climb the mountain annually. Agatha Bernard, a tour operator in the area, worries about the loss of tourism which means a loss of income for herself and for the government, as well as the loss of the potential of the mountain itself. Earlier this year, an intergovernmental panel on climate change report listed the melting of ice and snow as one of the 10 key threats from climate change. The United Nations says the glacier could be saved only if the world limits global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Imani Kikoti of Kilimanjaro's National Park said the key is to educate the public on conservation, especially in the villages surrounding the mountain, and to encourage citizens to plant trees on their land to help offset climate change. That's interesting. They blame the villages around the mountain when these anyway. Meanwhile, KU said the glacier, while shrinking, will survive. The studies on the ice cap have been done mainly by foreigners and are lacking key experts and pieces of equipment, he said. The people who work in Tanzania's tourism industry hope he is correct. That's an interesting story coming out of the continent. Tanzania had to step away for a minute. Gas them up. You seem to be thinking like I was thinking. I saw your message in the private chat. Speak on it, Gas.
Yeah, man, look, like I said, this is just more docile Africans. These Africans, you know, a tourist economy. I was just listening to a song earlier today by the great Fela Kuti, and the song is titled "You Give Me, you know, SHIT excrement, I'll give you SHIT," and he was highlighting in the song, and he said that what he was highlighting was that he saw a Mzungu, an Oyibo man in his country, and this Oyibo man was bragging to him like, "Man, I just left a meeting with the president. I left the meeting with the vice president. The ministers were there. I have 3 factories. So many Negroes work for me. Some of your brightest minds with bachelors and masters, they work for me." And fella was like, "Oh, okay, this is great. Thanks. Wow." And the fellow was like, "But in your country, what do my people have that they own of in your country?" He's like, "Oh, nothing." So he was like, basically, you know, in your country, you know, in my country, a truck driver, as long as he has white skin, can come to this place and be treated like a god. But my people have nothing. They're nobodies in your country. Well, no, we're tired of you giving us, you know, shit. We're going to give you shit back. You can't have anything in our country. And that mentality is void on the continent because these Africans are very, very docile. And like everyone, we're all trying to make, you know, negotiations with the plantation. That's all we're trying to do, right? We all do it. We all got to pay bills or whatever. And so tourism, whether it's the Caribbeans, whether it's Africa. I mean, I was reading a report. They said this guy that stole all that money, they was giving him vegan meals in the Bahamian prison. They only want to feed the Bahamian people. They giving this white guy who stole all this money vegan meals. So these Africans are so, oh, I got to turn it into a tourist destination and the whites aren't going to come. Now, mind you, the tourist destination is not for other Africans to come. They don't want other Africans to come there. No. We don't want Nigerians there. We don't want South Africans there. We don't want, you know, Jamaicans there. We want Swiss. We want Americans. We want British. Yes, sir. Yes, the white man. Oh, God. You know, and you see, when Africa, they start cheesing, they got these big grins. You know, their eyes get this, it gets dilated. It's just the endorphins and the dopamine. It's just a rush when they get around these whites. And whether it be a government leader or you know, a village head, this is a problem. And I think part of it is we don't do enough of a job to enlighten the people back home as to, one, what we go through, right? There was a joke in Nigeria a while back. You know, you have people who are working in gas stations in America and the UK, but they're telling their family back home, yeah, I'm in oil and gas. Dude, you work at a gas station. You work at a Texaco, man. You know what I'm saying? You're not doing anything. You know, you're cleaning toilets. Just tell your people the truth. You know, tell them that when you go on the job that, you know, they give you the graveyard shift. And every time you ask for a time off, they don't give you, you know, or they give you forced time off when you don't need it. But when you need time off so you can, for the holidays, no, we need you to work. Come on, Matumbo, just work. You know, you Africans like to work. Do you eat monkey meat? And you laugh. Yes, I eat monkey meat. And you laugh. Tell them the truth of what you're going through in America and in Europe, but they don't want to do that, right? So climate change is a reality. You know, my village was under flooding. A lot of this is the second time. Water levels are rising, right? With the way it's headed, most coastal cities are going to be gone, whether they're in America or in Africa. But at least the West has infrastructure to deal with that. What's going to happen in Africa is people are just going to leave those places. Villages are going to disappear. People are going to push in. That's going to cause conflict. You're already seeing that conflict with Boko Haram in Nigeria and the herdsmen. And then, of course, they're, you know, illegally stealing minerals. So this stuff, you know, if the people don't take this stuff serious, you know, but again, the Africans who are in the West, no one's telling them back home about climate change. They're just here making money so they can go and import some, you know, water damaged car from a flood in New Orleans, and they can drive around and look big and look down on the Africans on the ground. So it's sick, it's terrible, it's sad. And like I said, call out them Africans. When you guys see them, don't hesitate to call them out. Research on the countries, research on the people. Don't take that approach like, hey, you know, I don't want to. No, tell them, look, you guys got corruption. You guys are doing these things wrong. Call them out, because they got to stop being docile, because they got enough energy to come here and look down on African Americans. They need to start looking down on themselves and the nonsense that they're doing on the continent.
I feel you on that, Gas. I really do. With that said, let's hear from Razuli on it. Razuli, what say you?
I'm gonna go at the opposite. I don't understand. Don't white people like what's it, the climbing mountains? Like, if the ice melt and the mountain is there, can they still come and rock climb? Like, am I bugging? What does the ice have to do with getting tourism? Number two, why is tourism your number one way to get money? So you're still dependent. And number three, that Gas just said, how are you blaming the villages for this? And me, do I believe in climate change? I don't know. I don't know if it's true. That's what they're telling us. That's what they're saying. Oh, waters. Maybe the earth goes through this cycle where water comes over here, water comes over there. Maybe that's how the earth is. So the worst thing in this is that they feel like, oh, plant trees. Who first of all cut the trees down? But they will never say that the colonial powers came over and told the people to cut the trees down to get them away from there. What we were talking about, Gas, on your show the other day. The trees are very important. Not all of a sudden so that, oh, plant the trees. Like, I don't understand. The ice cap is melting. So what? Don't white people go hiking? Don't they come to hike? Can they still hike? Wouldn't they be able to hike better if the ice is gone? And who wrote that? Like the person said in that. Who did that scientific research? Who? Europeans or Tanzanians? And do African people really care about climate change?
I don't think so. And I think Africans, I think this is what Gas is always trying to push. I think Africans kind of understand, listen, you're here for a time, not necessarily for a long time, but try to have a good time. I think our ancestors didn't care about land ownership and worrying about these things. These were just acts of nature.
That's what I'm saying, Coco. I agree with you. But what I'm saying, maybe back then we were more in tune. You know, was that on Gas Channel? They were talking about how the animals know when a tsunami is coming, know when a hurricane is coming. Maybe we have lost our touch with nature, that we don't know when these things are coming. Like you just said, Coco, it's a cycle. There was water here 100 years ago. There's no more water. The water's coming back. The ice is melting. Like, who the person who controls the system is so arrogant, thinking his little bullshit he's doing is gonna destroy the earth. You're gonna get destroyed first, buddy.
New York, for example, you go back far enough, New York was under ice.
So this is what I'm saying. One day it might be back on the ice, and another day it might not. And like you said, Gogo, I like the way what you just said. Yo, we're just here. This earth don't belong to us. But I think that's when we were in tune with the forces of nature. We're not anymore. So I don't know, bro.
Sorry, I was speaking with my mic muted.
Yeah.
Let's welcome in Brother Tezzy. Tezzy, how are you this week?
Tezzy, your mic is muted.
Tezzy, Ebu, don't embarrass us Kenyans over here. You know our Wi-Fi works.
My mic was, I was just having issues with my mic. But yeah, I'm here to talk about what my brothers, the climate change in Africa is real. Africans are aware of climate change. And the ice caps in Mount, not only Mount Kilimanjaro, also I think Mount Kenya have been melting. I don't know other mountains. I don't know if there's a mountain in Mount Ruwenzori in Uganda. This has been an issue all over Africa for a while now, and I don't know if you guys are aware that there's like a drought in East Africa that has been affecting the farmers for, I think, the last 3 to 2 years. And also the mass migration in the Horn of Africa because of the hunger crisis. So yeah, Africans are aware of climate change. And the president I speak about Kenya. I don't know about Tanzania because I don't know. I haven't had the efforts on climate change yet. But the president of Kenya has actually been pushing for planting of thousands of trees, and I think, no, not millions of trees. I think the target is 1 billion trees, because I think, or 100 million trees by the end of the year, 2023 or something. That's the deal. That's the target he has set. So yeah, like this thing of this.
Well, my question is to you, sir. You said you are aware. What have Africans done to contribute to the pollution in Africa?
Okay, yeah, that's the thing. We haven't done maybe deforestation. Maybe that's what we can say, cutting down of trees.
That's what I'm saying. So how if for you guys to be aware, because I don't believe African and Black people want to destroy nature. We just leave nature the way it is. The same way we don't try to own animals until we became colonized. Now Black people don't own dog, want to own this. We just let nature be nature. How did you say you guys are aware of the climate change or whatever? What has Africa done to contribute to the pollution of the earth?
Yeah, that was actually, there was the COP27 summit. I don't know if it was in Egypt. I think last year, 2022, there was a summit in Egypt for COP, an environmental summit where all the nations in the world come together and talk about the climate change and all that. And this was one of the issues actually the African leaders had were pushing, like they were pushing that Africa hasn't contributed that much, yet we are suffering. In fact, they were actually straight up saying that there needs to be like the European or the West needs to step up and stop all these emissions and also I don't know if it was like a carbon funding or fund. I don't know. I think it was something about funds coming from the West towards Africa because of the mistakes that they are making to the environment to mitigate all those mistakes. It was like a huge push. So yeah, that's and also Africans were also saying that we're not going to stem our development because you guys messed up, because they were also pushing for Africa to adopt green energy and all that, and to stop using coal and all that. But that was the message that African presidents had pushed in that summit. So yeah, Africans do not contribute, but still the effects of climate change are here with us. Like I said, the drought has kind of affected farmers for our so we still need to mitigate the effects, even if we didn't do anything to cause it. We are still getting the effects, so we need to do something to deal with the effects. And also, I also want to make a comment about the tourism thing. My brother, there's not tourism is a global thing. It's not. In fact, Africa doesn't even get the most tourists. They think it's is it France? France gets the most tourists. You find even Croatia trying this. Even during the COVID, you saw all these other countries that are Western. They're also trying to push for more tourists. So this tourism thing is it is it's just a way of a country gets foreign. Although I'm not for pro tourism as much, as it shouldn't be like the biggest provider of foreign exchange to a country, but I get, but we should also understand that it is just a thing now in the capitalist world. Tourism is necessary for a country to gain foreign. So I don't blame people from Tanzania worried about the tourism, because in the end of the day, it's nation building. You can say what, but if that tourism doesn't come, the president is in trouble, because then he's got a bunch of people who don't have jobs. He's got an economy that is failing. So yeah.
How did Burkina Faso do it with Thomas Sankara with no tourism?
I don't know. Are you aware of the situation in Burkina Faso today?
Okay, I'm not talking about today. That's after they took the IMF loans and all of that shit back. But when Thomas Sankara kicked everybody out and nationalized everything, that country was thriving. So I don't understand how you guys are saying you need tourism.
Yeah, you see, but look at how is it now? How is how is the country now? Like I don't know the details of I don't know the economic details of Burkina Faso when Thomas Sankara was president, but I don't know if it was in the 60s. If it was in the 60s, all Africans were thriving. It's not just Burkina Faso. It was like a general thing. But what happened is actually the IMF. You just mentioned
it was not in the
IMF
60s. Thomas Sankara was not in the 60s, brother. That was like in the 80s.
80s, yeah, okay, yeah, 60s to 70 to late 70s. 80s, it was when the IMF began doing their thing, and Africa took a hit because of that. But in the end of the day, even look at Ghana. Look at Ghana with taking their protest. There was a huge protest against the president because he was taking a loan, right, from the IMF. So it's the economics of loans is very complex. It's very complicated, because even in Kenya, all of Africa are all anti-IMF. IMF is not popular in Africa when it comes to the people, right? But the economic advisor to the president, he said something very interesting. Like it's either we take the loan, or we go, or we go the Ghana way, which is happening right now, where their currency is getting devalued, massively devalued, right? It's getting, it's becoming more and more worthless, and then it's being on the verge of economic collapse. So it's like, which one do it's like, choose your poison. There's no good option. There is no good.
You have to discuss, just like you said, the country now. You have to discuss how they got to that place in the first place. Don't gloss over that. How did they get to the point where they needed an IMF loan? Discuss that.
Okay, well, they got to that place because in the last 10 years, there is this wave, China. And let's just China introduced this infrastructure spending, right? In the last decade, China introduced an infrastructure debt or infrastructure spending that became a huge wave of just all this infrastructure, expenditure all over Africa. So you have all these highways being built, railways, all these buildings. There was just a huge infrastructure wave because of China. So the point, the logic of this economic theory was that bring the infrastructure and development will follow it. I mean, if you build the infrastructure, the economy or businesses and all that will increase and all that. That was the logic behind the infrastructure spend. So you have countries like Senegal building entire new cities. Countries like Ghana building highways, exchange, all those. So now the goose has come home. Or was it? I don't know. That's the saying, isn't it? Now it's the time to
Chicken
pay the
has
piper.
come home to roost.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm still not understanding. You didn't explain to me, how did they get to the point? They built infrastructure, and what the theorists told them then was, if you build the infrastructure, the jobs and the economic progress will follow. What happened that was wrong?
Well, what happened is that the European powers saw these African countries were successful and then knocked over all their shit. They invaded them. They hit them with sanctions. In Thomas Sankar's case, he was assassinated by one of his friends. So what happened is that they came up with these policies. They were working, and what the West fears more than anything else is a free and independent Africa with control over the resources. So they worked together with the CIA and other government agencies to undermine African people's struggle. The leaders get killed. They get hit with sanctions. It's a dirty game. That's what happened. That's what continues to happen until Africa unites.
So
Yeah.
when Tezzy, so when you're saying take the IMF loan or when you say tourism, maybe I'm just giving you a perspective, perhaps as a continental African, because your critique is always, well, then why are us continental Africans in America? You're hearing Africans, diasporic Africans who are in the West, telling you this is a bad deal. Why is it that the Africans don't listen to them? Like, think about this, Tezzy. The Africans on the continent, right? Granted, you don't have to listen to us continentals who are in America. You say, oh, well, why are you in America? But the diasporic Africans who are telling you, hey, listen, these deals, these tourism, it's BS. Don't go along. Find something else. Why don't you guys listen to them? But you guys will listen to a Mzungu economic advisor who will come and tell you garbage, and you guys will listen to them. But the diasporic Africans who are experiencing the extreme abuse of the system, it's like the Africans don't want to acknowledge what the diasporic Africans are dealing with on a daily basis in terms of this Western system. Why do you guys on the continent, it's like, why do you ignore it?
Okay. First of all, nobody's listening to Mzungu economic advisor. Maybe back in the 80s, maybe back in the 70s, 80s, maybe that was the thing that IMF took advantage of. But now Africa has plenty of very qualified economists. The economic advisor I was referring to is actually a Kenyan economic advisor. His name is David Ndi. And he's a very an accredited economist.
Okay, but even if it's an African, and I'm not impressed by it, I think African economic advisors are dumb too. But forget that. I'm saying the diasporic Africans who have a better understanding of dealing with, they are in the belly of the beast, particularly those in America. They are a testament to what the Western system does, yet the continental African, it's as if you guys put on blinders and don't want to pay attention to that. And whether or not it's an African economic advisor who's just parroting Muzungu ideas, or it's a Muzungu economic advisor from the days of past, why is it that the Africans on the continent are not taking into account the diasporic reality or economic situations that they go through when they're making economic decisions?
You know, it sounds to me you're telling me that the diaspora are more qualified than economic advisors because they are of their proximity to whiteness.
Yes, and Africans on the continent dismiss it.
I don't know why you think somebody, because his proximity to whiteness is a huge qualification to give economic advice to a whole nation. I don't know where you get that type of thinking, and it's actually should be a red flag that this is not, this is not the right advice you need.
So Tezi, are you telling me that the Muzungu, whether they're European or they're American, right? They have a global system at play that often, somehow, some way, everybody's resources ends up at their dinner table and their grocery stores, right? But you're telling me that the continental African, because they are educated or they have access to $1 billion or they were able to be whatever, is somehow better at understanding what the real result of the Muzungu system is than the victims of the Muzungu system?
Yeah. Okay. Let me speak. First of all, this thing. I personally, we have seen this in Kenya, right? The diaspora make terrible leaders. I'm just going to say it like that. Say it blunt as I can say. Diaspora make terrible leaders. We did that experiment in Kenya in the previous government, not the president, but a lot of the people who were appointed in a lot of government appointments in the first term, during the first term of the Uhuru Kenyatta presidency. I think that was between 2012 to 2017. There were a lot of diaspora there, a lot of them, and they could not understand issues that Kenyans have. Like they were completely blind, to see. In fact, I wish, I don't know, I think maybe, I don't know if there was, I'll send it to maybe Tanzania or some, there's a link actually to teachers complaining. I think the head of the somebody in the Ministry of Education was a diaspora. And the teachers were complaining like, yo, this guy doesn't understand education in Africa. He doesn't understand education in Kenya. When I tell you, he only knows the fancy schools. He doesn't know the schools of students who are learning under trees. And he doesn't know the needs of those people. He doesn't know the needs of, so this qualification thing that, oh my God, because I'm close to Mzungu, I'm qualified to deal with issues of Africa. It is a complete fallacy. It's been debunked. We have debunked it here in Kenya. We have seen that no, just because you are close to Mzungu doesn't make you any more intelligent or any more knowledgeable than anybody else.
Specifically,
even issues trade. Let me even talk about issues trade.
Give me an example.
Because when you talk about, let me finish. When it comes to issues, trade, tourism, and all this,
Wait, before you get there, can you give me a specific as to what that diasporic African didn't understand? What was bad about their leadership? What decision? Give me something specific or two things that they did that was not in line with what the Kenyan on the ground needed. Can you give me an example of that?
Exactly. Okay. One of them is the cost of living. CBC. Like right now, I think even Tanzania knows about the CBC. CBC is not a Kenyan idea. It's a new education system. It's not a Kenyan idea. This is a diasporan idea. So when it came to, because you feel like the America, it's actually a little bit similar to American education, as similar to.
But before we get to the CDC, who started the whole, change from the provincial system to the county government?
Huh?
Before
Who
we get
started
to
the
that,
change?
you remember when they were changing from the provinces to the, counties and so
The new
on?
constitution.
Yeah, the new divisions, the new geographic divisions. See, now they're counties. It used to be provinces, right? And then they changed them to counties, right?
Yeah.
And then also, before you answer that, while you're answering that, who also, wanted to change it to, the yellow buses? And was that a good idea or not? So, Kenyans have on a more American, emulating system before. Before we were copying the British with the parliamentary system and the whole, primary school and boarding school and all that. Now we're just copying Americans. So in taking in the diaspora, it's just the continuation, and the diaspora are just giving the Kenyans what they want. They want everything American. When you go there with American things, they like American things. So it's not just in, all the diasporans, it's that Kenyans do like American things. Not just, the diasporans, but everything American, the ideas, the movies, the products, they like American things.
So the question is, why are we blaming the victim? Because that's what it sounds like to me.
That's what I'm saying, because I'm sitting there confused as to, like, look, if the people in the diaspora, like Urzuli is saying, hey, look, this tourism thing, in the Caribbean, they're doing that. It hasn't brought the great development for the Caribbean. It has not, right? All it's done is just create money laundering zones, whether they be in this country or Panama. That's all it's created, right? And then you get, islands where people do funny things with funny stuff. But that's another conversation. So what I'm saying is that at least I think the continental Africans should stop being arrogant and take the time to study how these systems are affecting the diasporic Africans on the continent to say, okay, we don't have to follow that system. We can adapt it towards our system, even if you don't hire a diasporic African, which I think doesn't make sense. But I'm just saying, everyone smiles when the European or the Lebanese or whoever comes to your land. You say, yes, I like them because they're bringing foreign currency. But Tanzania is not looking for Nigerian tourists. They don't want the naira. They want the dollar. They want the pound. They want the Swiss money. So that's what I'm trying to say, Tezzy. Continental Africans, myself included, we gotta stop that. It doesn't benefit us.
Okay. Now let me.
Tezzy, let me get Real Black Gentleman in. Tanzan and Razuli, and then we'll come right back to this conversation. But keep it brief, Real Black Gentleman. Go ahead.
I mean, that's the thing. I kind of want to add on to what they're saying. I mean, I don't want to. I mean, I know it's a dialogue, but what this is my point. Look, I'm living climate change. I think I know I don't adhere to none of that. I think that is another smoke screen, flat out. I get it that there are weather patterns that do change. All that carbon dioxide emissions talk is bad. Planting trees is great to stave off desertification. So, like, big up to Kenya for planting trees. I know it doesn't seem like a big deal, but that matters. You know what I'm saying? Planting trees. You know what I'm saying? It might seem like a small step. Go ahead and plant them trees. Kenya, please do that. But climate change, I don't know. Like, I don't trust any of those policies. The whole fact that, like, you know what I'm saying, tourism is, they talk about climate tourism. It's just an overarching way for the white man to kind of say, well, climate's up in the air, then all of a sudden climate's on the ground. And then these white people can do things on the ground in the name of climate. They can, make sure that people don't have steady streams of fuel, coal, oil, and natural gas in the name of climate. All of a sudden it's just emissions. Or it might be a secondary aspect of what they say emissions is, or smoggy, because, you know what I'm saying, it's just not very windy that day. You know what I'm saying? And, in the city, there might be a bit of a haze. But, the emissions, a lot of times they'll show smokestacks. But a lot of times that's not really smoke, it's cold air that's going, you know what I'm saying? Anytime you like have cold water, air vapor into the air, it looks like a cloud. It looks like deep, heavy smoke, but it's not smoke. These are the type of like, look. I know that, like I said this earlier, man, the plantation just became the corporation, and the corporate. Look, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of corporation in Africa. You know, them east west Britain, you know what I'm saying, Dutch companies, Belgium, they still done changed the Shell, you know what I'm saying, Shell, Total, whatever, you know what I'm saying. I know what it is. I know that from America, and I can see that. I see it. So like, I feel what Gas is saying, man. It's not that we don't know what we're talking about. We're not experts, but we know that this is some bullshit science that they're talking about. Climate change ain't real. Now, if you can get rid of the whole climate change and just deal with actual things, you can be good, because people will say, well, the climate is going to make the deserts bigger. Well, you can also plant trees, and then once you do that and them trees get root, you know, for real, you keep up on that for about 50 years, that's jobs. Go plant these trees real quick. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Just look after them trees. You know what I'm saying? Some of them saplings don't make it, go ahead and put some more in. That's jobs. That's steady. That's for real. And you don't have to tie it into climate, because all these white folks have the climate science. All these white folks have the supercomputers and they magic fucking data that they constantly feeding out to people. Fuck climate change. Fuck Mother Earth. Because that Mother Earth ain't black mother, man. Y'all can go ahead and talk, but I had to make my peace on that. And I don't even believe in a lot of that, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker talking about HARP. That's another side issue. Let's talk about what's actually happening. Look, man, you know, a lot of this talk that these people put out here, I know that African people can have their own sense about what's going on. Yeah, it is true. We done lost a lot of our senses. But in a lot of ways, some of those senses have converted over into other ways. So I'm not going to sit here and say that we necessarily diminished. We've just changed. In some ways, it's deleterious, and those changes ain't you know what I'm saying, aligned with the environment as is. That's what we're going through, this trauma and these you know what I'm saying, going with overweight. Look, climate is not real. Like the ice melts, we had an ice age, and then the ice age means maybe ain't no more ice on the planet. You know, maybe it's just like a desert, you know, but I get it that man over extreme periods of time can kind of stave off things. You know, planting trees do matter. If the Somalis could plant trees, you know what I'm saying? A lot of the Muslims in that sand can plant trees, you know what I'm saying? We'd have a lot of problems solved. I'm going to pass the mic now.
Let's go to observing immigrants real quick.
Hi. You know, I heard an interesting YouTube comment recently where the person made an observation that if the earth gets warmer, then you have a longer planting time. Like before, when the land was hard, come winter, you can't plant. And to me, that makes sense. If the planet is supposedly having more people, if the population is increased, you would want the earth to be warmer so that you can plant to feed the people, because they always say more people means pressing on the resources. So if the earth's response to more people on it is to warm it up so that you can plant for longer periods in wider parts of the world, then so be it. It seems like a natural solution. My second thing is I don't like the idea that Tanzania's first response to a shrinking ice cap, according to this article, is that tourists can't come. I mean, you know, the other person made the comment, yeah, if the tourists come, then climb rocks. I mean, you know, if you can't climb the ice, climb rocks. But I don't see why the shrinking ice caps, the first thing should be tourists. What about the people in Tanzania? How does this affect them in the long run? I mean, I'm assuming that the average Tanzanian just looks at Kilimanjaro, that nobody really has any, you know, I don't think Kilimanjaro is something that is part of their life outside of something to look at. I'm assuming. I mean, I could be wrong. I assume it could be giving It's a mountain, so maybe given springs or whatever. My third point is that when you talk about climate, everybody's looking up, and nobody's looking down. Yes, the even if the climate changes, we're still stuck on a planet where the Europeans have basically poisoned or what do you call it? Polluted the water that we have to drink. Yeah. So we're looking up at climate, but what about the destruction that's already been done through industrialization? The to me, looking at history, the largest and most damaging effects on the planet came through industrialization, and we're living in it. I mean, you can see documentaries on YouTube where pig farms are polluting groundwaters in states and stuff like that. So they can point to climate and try to put that burden on the planet, but in their centralized and more localized areas, they're living in places. Look at Flint. I mean, come on, Flint isn't a climate issue. Flint is a neglect issue. So it would be dumb to see a person in Flint talking about climate when they've got polluted water that they can't even deal with. So you can have the whole world looking up talking about the sky and all this stuff, but you have real issues on land that are affecting humans. Yeah, so that's it.
There was something you were saying earlier in your comment that I want to strong react to, and I completely now forgot it. Getting senile, I guess. But let's hear from Tanzan and then Zuli. Tanzan, go ahead.
Yeah. Firstly, yeah, the first concern should have been the people, but given Tanzania's history recently, even with the Maasai, chucking them out of the land to give, Saudi Arabians, land to hunting, already tells you where their concern is. So yeah, tourism brings money, but that's part of that, dirty money. It also brings in, tourists who come in with, questionable morals. They also come in with drugs. They come in with this, hedonistic mindset and so on. So yeah, you'll accept the money, but the impact or the influence on your community is going to be, immoral. It's going to change the way, even deal with each other. You have in Mombasa, you have those beach boys, they're basically almost like, male, prostitutes or whatever. But yeah, you have those Italian tourists in Malindi. So yeah, you'll get the money, but in the end, you'll have your people corrupted and having to do all this. And most of the time, even the people, they say employment is usually just employment on the lowest level. Most of those hotels and high-end areas are going to be owned by foreigners anyway. So basically, just letting somebody come into your land and do whatever they want and make money from you, and then hire a few of your people. So I don't see tourist money as being, that big of a deal, especially when Tanzania is giving people money to basically come and kill the animals, which a lot of African countries did. We're saying, oh, well, they're going to kill them anyway, so they might as well pay for it. We just doesn't make any sense to me. But when it comes to this whole idea with the diaspora, and we're talking about the recent, because diaspora is from a year to 100 years, but when the people who left and come back, the reason why even Africans like diasporans is not even because they're diasporans, is because of their proximity to white people. So when diasporans come and then they tell Africans this, wild stories of the promised land and paradise and all that, those kinds of people are welcomed. They're looked at as, oh yes, the big money is here. They'll still use them, they'll still, lie to them, and the lies going both ways, because even the local Kenyans, they lie to the people who come back and tell them, oh yes, we're listening to you, and they, these people come and lie to them about where they've been. So it's a collective lie. But in the end, the only reason why they even like the diasporans is, firstly, they're bringing the money and their proximity to whiteness. If a proper Zungu was going to come, no, they're not going to put him in the face, but they're going to listen to him and take good notes about, what he has done. We will still let NGOs and charities and all these people come into alliance and tell us how to combat famine, how to run our economies, how to do this and that. So we can't lie and say that all these are our ideas. A lot of these people who are in the important positions, some of them studied in Kenya, but a lot of them also studied, outside. And even the ones who studied in Kenya still studying, European ideological, theories. So, I don't know if they're doing African economics, but most of the theories are still, basically European based. So there's still a long way for us to go for us to say that we are really, taking it into consideration as, our own people. And then the last thing about the climate change is, it's like this. It's like suddenly coming to your home and finding, a big pile of dirt, and then you're concerned about cleaning it. The dirt is still, rising, but you're more concerned about cleaning it than where it's coming from. If Africans really wanted to tackle climate change, is real. Like there's been a lot of, very different weather patterns. Even that whole storm in, I think it was, they called it storm Aina or something. It was in, if not Mozambique, then one of the countries a few years ago. And that was pretty much unheard of because, we don't really get, storms like that, like in Florida or something like that. So there've been a lot of, very different weather changes. The famines, I don't know, because we've always had those, but we can certainly, say that something different is happening in the weather. So having acknowledged that, instead of just saying, okay, we're going to plant trees and combat it and be good old, Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts and do all that, let's talk about where that stuff is coming from. We already know and admit that that stuff is not coming from us. The whole pollution, index can be traced very well where, which people are using much energy, and the West uses something like 40%, more than 40 times more than, Africa itself. And yet Africa is the one suffering all these, climate disasters. So instead of just, cleaning up the earth, actually, talk about what's going on, why this is happening, not just taking responsibilities as if, yeah, we did this. Yeah, we can deal with the consequences of it. We can try to manage as much as we can, but let us also point blame and point fingers to where it came from. It's not from us. It's not from, our over pollution of the oceans and so on. So I think that sometimes we're too nice about, just being, troopers and so on. But let's talk about where this stuff is coming from. It's not coming from us. We knew how to manage things for a very long time before these people came. So yeah, that's all.
Erzuli, go ahead.
First, I'm going to say Thomas Sankara did it without European, did it by himself and had the people following him. Second, the brother said the money from Ghana is worthless. Who's making it worthless? Do you know that money and all of that are men created? This whole economic system is men created. So somebody's on purpose is doing this thing to Ghana. Because if Ghana wants to be, I want to do it by myself, just like Thomas Sankara and Burkina Faso did it, the brother said, that's why their money's going down. Yo, bro, this economy is men created. So people could go in and out and undermine your economy on purpose because you're not following their blueprint. Number two, the whole climate changing thing. The whole climate changing thing is to go green. Go green is electric cars, electric this, electric that. But where are they going to dig to get the cobalt to create all these electric things? Isn't that going to create further damage to the earth? And who's going to suffer from that more? Who's going to go, like gas we were talking, who's going to dig for those cobalts underground of Africa? So all of a sudden now, Tanzania got the ice cap is coming up. So now they could go. They probably found natural resources close to Tanzania or whatever. Now they're going to use an excuse to tell you, the ice cap. First of all, how do I know that picture is real? Who took this picture? Climate change is real. Climate change. So the arrogance that people think that the earth is going to let y'all destroy it. There's a very arrogance in men to think that, climate change is real. This weather is real. Yeah, bro. So you think the earth is going to let you destroy the earth? And another thing somebody said, If black people, I know Gas might not disagree with me. If you're the first person in this earth and the creator, whoever it is, left you in charge of this, and you let people pay you money to destroy living things, you're going to be cursed for a long time. You let Europeans come pay you money to hunt, to kill living things. This is one of the biggest things I could not understand. These people are killing elephants, killing lions as a form of masculinity. You're 300 yards away with a gun and you're killing a lion and you think you're the man. And then the African government is not only letting them kill living things, beautiful animals, you let them come in your country and take all the natural resources, you let the kids dig. Yo, it's your fault. It's your fault. Where the fuck are the men? Where the fuck is the masculine ginger mind? This is horrible.
I want to.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Arzu. I want to get back to this conversation about Africans in the diaspora not being able to give advice or teach Africans on the continent. I'm glad Gas them up, an African from the continent, is actually speaking up on behalf of the diaspora. So that's very interesting. But before I get back to that, I got to hear from Carl Hezekiah on this topic. Carl, what say you to all what you heard?
Well, this is a very interesting discussion. I think that climate change is a real blind spot for us based on, you know, some of the interactions I had. Climate change is very real. I mean, I live in Florida, and I can definitely tell you the hurricanes are bigger and they're stronger than they used to be. And that's part of the reason. I think the snow on Mount Kilimanjaro is really a symptom of a larger problem. And Africans have the smallest carbon footprint, but they suffer the effects of climate change the most. We already have people migrating, leaving the continent because the crops have failed. We have starvation, we have drought, there are going to be more wars, and that's going to negatively impact us. African people, as much as we want to talk about it, we are fundamentally powerless people. We do not have the power. And when I say power, I like to use Huey P. Newton's definition of power as the ability to define reality and to have that reality react in a desired manner. We don't have the fundamental power because we are so disunited. So when I hear the stories of, you know, why the governments are doing this, why they let these people come in, because we're powerless. We saw what happened with the African students in Ukraine. The Chinese students got sent home. The Black students had to figure out the best way they could because their governments were fundamentally powerless. So with the reality of climate change, it just underscores the need for a revolution, not just a cultural revolution, but a political revolution within our people, because white people are sadistic. They're the word I want to use is omnicidal. They're not just genocidal. They're omnicidal. And their quest to rule the planet, they don't mind destroying it. So this climate change is not even generated by the majority of the West. It's really a few major companies, and the U.S. military, of course, is one of the largest contributors to climate change. So if this is a real problem, it's not make believe. And if we don't organize for revolution, I'm not saying the planet is going to be destroyed, because the planet was not going to be destroyed. But what's going to happen is that the climate will make large parts of the planet unlivable for human habitation. And once that happens, then you're going to see. I struggle to imagine the level of devastation that can happen. You know, we have issues like ocean acidification, where the areas of the ocean are becoming almost deserts, and this is a real problem. There was a story recently where the population of crabs in Alaska had crashed, and to the point where there were no crabs for people to eat. So what does that do to the food for people? So many people deprive their food from the ocean. How is that going to affect the people who live by the ocean, who depend on the fish for their sustenance? So this is a real problem. And I think that if we don't treat it as a real problem, we're going to be bearing the brunt of this issue, even though we're not the cause of it. So this what's happening on Mount Kilimanjaro is a symptom. I don't even care about the tourism. I'm sure maybe the mountain has some spiritual significance. I know that many people have taken pictures of this mountain, and it's supposed to be a beautiful view. But it's, to me, it's the overarching problem of a symptom of a larger problem to me that we're not really prepared to address, which can only be taken through revolution, because white people, they just can't be allowed to be in charge anymore. They're fucking shit up.
Right.
Can I interject? May I please? This is my problem. I know people say that climate change is real, but again, this is my thing. Like, look, one of the premises is that there's the CO2 parts per million or whatnot, or billion. The concentration of CO2 that they say right now isn't even the same amount as like when like dinosaurs existed on the earth. So like, and they're like, you had the Carboniferous period, I think, where trees were growing a lot, because when there's a lot of CO2, trees grow a lot more, and there's a lot of trees there's a lot of growth going on the earth. People see here, and they magnificent ass cameras that can scan vegetation and whatnot. There's growth out here. It's not like a runaway situation. No, man. Like the desert right now, like the Sahara, has been growing without anyone talking about climate change. You understand? The Sahara Desert had been the Sahara Desert long before people had been pumping out CO2 into the atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? I really, and when you say like the biggest contributors are the military, I know it's a psyop by the military, and like the industrial you know what I'm saying? The industrial complex, my man. It's just a story, right? I see it just like that. I don't see that people have to be constantly worried about, going green, or, making sure, is it the green? Is it the good plastic? Is it the good plastic? It's bullshit. African people, that's the first thing we need to get rid of, is climate change. Yes, the weather does change, but here's the thing. There are more people. And so when events happen, more people are affected. 50 years ago, a patch of land might not have had anyone on it. Then there's a big development there, and there's a huge catastrophe. These white folks talk about on record, like black people didn't know what storms were, and like we didn't have droughts in the 1500s. You know what I'm saying? It's trash, man. I'm gonna look for real. I just think we talk about being vigilant and stuff that's going to like be existential. These people, they're going to trick us out of our land and resources in the name of going green, man.
I want to go back to the conversation for a few minutes. It was primarily Tezzy and Gas having this conversation, but all of you in the panel, jump in whenever you see fit to jump in. I want to go back to this conversation of like diaspora and Africans are not to be listened to when we talk about these interactions with this enemy, this common enemy that we have. Let's go back to that. So Tezzy and Gas, you guys could start up wherever you feel fit to start up. And like I said, everyone else on the panel can jump in as they see fit. I'm going to mute my mic.
I'm going to say this. I had put a post where they asked this African dude, he said, we don't need Americans to come back to Africa. We don't need them. We could do it ourselves.
That's my next that's the next bonus post. So let's not talk about that too much.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. My bad. All right. So I think it's a form of maybe jealousy, a form of maybe they want to be closer, because I don't know if somebody has survived cancer, couldn't they help you to not get cancer? If somebody has survived the crack epidemic, wouldn't they help you to show you the signs that could happen to your culture if you do this and that? So I think it's some jealousy shit, because like Tenzan just said, a lot of Africans want to be closer to this American culture. now. So maybe it's like I had a friend. You might know her too, Coco. She went to Haiti. She was like a psych major. She had her master's and everything. She went to open a clinic. They ran her out. There's a intimidation that they feel when the diaspora comes back. Maybe it's warranted. Maybe when we go back, we think we're better and trying to take all the money. And again, it stems from for all fighting for crumbs from the table. So that's all I could say for now.
Gas and Pezzi, go ahead. Pezzi, sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, okay. So I don't know about the jealousy part. We're talking about leadership. I don't know, and decisions. So I didn't get that point. But my point was, I didn't say that African diaspora should not be listened to. I said that African diaspora, once when it comes to leadership in the continent, when they become leaders in the continent, even just politically, I see this. There are those who come from the diaspora. Even just the other day, I was supporting one. His name was Wajakoya. I was a big fan of him, but you can tell that they never win elections because they don't understand a lot of the time. I'm not saying that their ideas are bad or that they should not be listened to, but in the end of the day, when we say something like, hey, stop the tourism, you don't understand the whole economy behind the tourism. You don't see the people who are employed in the tourism industries. You don't see the consequences of stopping all this. You don't see that. You just see maybe the big picture or fighting the Mzungu or something. You don't see the guy who lost his job and he is now angry. And you don't see the political consequences of these people who lose their jobs and are now angry. So these are the things that that's why when you have these policies like, hey, when you say these things, I see these things here in the ground and I'm like, you guys don't understand. That's why this is what I say, that Africans, like diaspora, they don't really they don't see the political consequences of these actions. You don't see what Africans want. It's another thing that I also like to point out, that when you speak, even when African diaspora speak, just right now you just heard, there's this illusion, or not an illusion, but there's this is it the wrong perspective that it is and I'm also guilty of this, by the way, and this is something I've actually also learned recently, that it's not you to tell the African what the African wants. It's the Africans in the continent, the people they're the ones who will tell you what you want. They're the ones who will communicate to you and say, this is the direction we are heading. This is what it's not, it's not going to work the other way around. Like, this is just something I also had to come to accept also, because sometimes I also have other alternative ideas. Then I realized, no, when you go to the ground and you realize, oh, these are the issues that are affecting Africans. These are the issues. When there's, like right now, when you look at that article, tourism, there is a whole people, that we don't understand the politics behind that. There's a whole people who are going to lose their jobs, and it concerns them that, wait, the ice cap is going to make me lose my job. Then the politicians who are voted in by these people react. There was even in Kenya, there's this military base, this British military base, that it's really, controversial, really. And even me, I wanted to go. I don't. That is the mood. And I think 2 years ago or 1 year ago, I think it was 2 years ago, there was actually politicians who were pushing because of the murder of. There was like a murder or something, and there was actually now a push for that military base to close. But guess what? The locals in that area who are employed and who get income from that military base, there's a whole economy behind that economy, because they eat from that, they buy their food from the locals. There's a whole economy behind that. They said no. You know, they said, no, we don't want this military base to go. It's so it's really we are making money from this military base. There's a whole local economy behind this military base. We don't want it to go. So and guess what? The local politicians, they are what, members of parliament, senators, they said no. The people have said we want this. So you see, this is the political consequences that the diaspora do not see.
Let me thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, bro. Ted. Let me see if Gas is up. Is Gas still up to respond to this?
Yeah, no, I'm here. I want to hear what the people in the diaspora have to say to what he's saying.
Can I say something? I want to add something that I guess I can understand, because many, speaking as an African in the diaspora, you know, born and raised in the United States, I can understand why you might be a little hesitant at listening to us, because historically speaking, look what happened when the African Americans, you know, back in the 19th century, they went back to Liberia and they founded Liberia. What did they do to the native Africans who were there? They enslaved them. So I think, you know, I can understand a little bit of hesitation when dealing with some Africans from the diaspora, because not all of us are conscious. Not all of us are filled with the love for our people. Many of us have internalized the ideas of the overarching white society, and when we deal with our people on the continent, we don't always deal with them in the best ways. There was a U.S. soldier who was killed, I think, in Africa back when Trump was president. You know, it was a whole thing about Trump told the guy's family, you know, as part of the job, it is what it is. But besides the point, this was a black soldier who was working in Africa on behalf of U.S. imperialism. So I think that if this person, if you're coming from the diaspora, you're not conscious, you don't have a love for your people, then many times, if white people can't get to you, they'll use a black person to get to you. So we have to be careful. Many of these people are black in skin only, but they don't have a consciousness, and they can be used to foment issues and cause problems in the continent. That's just my thoughts.
Marcus Garvey is the way. As far as Africans on the continent listening to, or even having some leadership from diaspora and Africans, what say you to that? The rejection of that idea. Well, what say you to that if you're still there? Are you still there? Maybe she left. Okay. Tanzan, you want to add anything there?
Well, I would actually add that we had a similar conversation with Gaston Mapinto. It was called on the apparent snobbishness of the mailing classes. So check that out. As well as, you know, with the Zuli Gaston Map on slavery. Yeah. When it comes to diasporans, I think that firstly, as Africans on the continent, we have to admit, I don't know if that echo is coming from mine. Let's see. Okay. So we have to admit, Chezi, that we are fascinated by whiteness. It's not just me coming over there. And let me just say something about diasporans versus Liberians, recent diasporans. For us who left, we still, you know, have a stake. We're not going there as, you know, complete foreigners. It's not that we don't know how things work and so on. So we're both, you know, from there, and, you know, not, you know, we are not strangers, not foreigners, no, but, you know, long lost people. So we still go back, we still know how things are, and we keep up with what is going on. So it's not as if we're coming to a foreign land where we are just, you know, taking over. So that's the first thing. It's not done out of a feeling of superiority. It's done more out of concern. Then the second thing I would say is that when we have to admit that we as Africans do have a fascination or sort of a worship for white people. You know, it's not, and that's part of that whole, you know, diaspora. The one of the reasons why people respect people who come from abroad, because they have the foreign degrees. They'll, you know, nowadays not as much, but a foreign degree still means more than a degree from, you know, University of Nairobi. So we have to admit that in a lot of ways we are still emulating the Western system in our politics, in our economy, in a lot of our social life, even in our with our tea drinking. We didn't drink that much tea before the British came. The British introduced tea to Kenya. So even some of the things that we purport to be our culture was taken from a throwback of our colonialism. Now we are becoming more international colonialists, where we'll accept on the television they have programs from China, from Philippines, from America, soap operas. People follow European football and claim those teams as if they're theirs. People so yeah, we have to admit that we are heavily influenced by them, and in a very positive and manner. For us, when we see them, we see good people, or we see rich people. So part of the reason why we accept diasporans as leaders is because they've been abroad, so they must be bringing something good. And that should also stop, because people who come, they only bring knowledge. They only bring knowledge to tell you that stop worshiping these people, stop following everything that they're doing, because not everything they do, the places that they're leading you to may not be places where you want to go. You may have to sacrifice your children, your future, your happiness, your serenity, everything, to get something that is, trivial in the end. And that these people are not happy. They're not as wonderful and great as they appear to be. That's all. But also in acknowledging that is also to say that, so people who come from diaspora are not going to be pressured to, make up a fantasy of paradise. They're not expected to come with these tales of wonderment and there's good things in the West. There's comforts and, conveniences that are, life is in some ways materially easy, but you also have to see the whole system and everything that you have to give up: the social life, the happiness, the food, the joyousness, just the happiness of being in Africa. Like I feel bad for people who haven't been, because being in Africa is just the best thing. Just hearing people talk and seeing people who look like you, and just and seeing the beautiful African women, especially Kenyan women. They don't they are. I just have to say. But so yeah, we do have a fascination for that whiteness, and that's the reason why diasporans are so they're put in these positions. Wajakoya was a crazy guy. Like you could have a more sober guy to talk about the things that he was talking about, and he was just crazy. And that craziness is part of being in the West. When people go back, they go back crazy. So you should take a lot of what they say with a big grain of salt. So that's all I'm saying. Listen to us merely as a warning, and for those people who are going to lose their jobs because they're going to they're going to stop sucking on the teats of the tourists. Look, before the tourists were there, we survived. We have to also remember that we survived, that we were here before. We didn't grow up from the loins of white people. We're not going to fall apart if they leave us alone. In fact, them being there is sometimes what causes a lot of our problems. So let's try another way. Let's try to do it on our own and see how we work out. If they lose their tourist job with the waiters and the servers and the maids and all of that stuff, let's see what they can do. Go back to farming, start doing some business. But before that, don't cut them off completely. Before you cut it off like Killmonger just coming to burn everything down, at least see how you can use what they have already. Try to win them off that system, just sucking off the and smiling and dancing and all of that. See if they can do something, better than that. There has to be options. We were there before, and them, and we're supposed to be there afterwards. That's all.
Can I say something?
Wait. I want to hear from Gas, because I'm only going to spend a couple more minutes on this. There's a bonus I want to get to that's an offshoot of this conversation. So let's hear from Gas and Tezzy, and then we'll move on. Go ahead, Gas.
Yeah, well, look, listen. For me, these are the hard conversations that need to be had. You know, and unfortunately, no one wants to have those hard conversations. I do think it's a cop out though to say, oh well, you know, if we make a decision, it's going to affect the people on the ground. You know, what were they doing before the tourism started, right? And I think part of the problem, and it's a diasporic problem too, is that everybody wants to play the game. Everybody wants their chance, you know, as Oscar Wilde said, everyone wants their, no, was that, no, that was Andy Warhol, sorry, I think. Everybody wants their 15 minutes of fame, right? So they all want their chance at the stage to show that, oh, I can be, right? And so it's hard. It's hard to tell people in the diaspora, yo, don't go to Hollywood, or you're going to end up wearing a dress. You know, and it's hard to tell Africans don't play the Mazugu games or your country's going to be wearing a dress. So I think that that's something that we have to do a better job of taking a stand and saying, look, it's better off we're strong and we don't have all of that than one man having all the resources and he's still weak and the rest of us are still weak. So, you know, that's just my little 3 cents on that.
Tezzy, I'll give you the last word to say what you want to say. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, my last word will be positive, actually. Okay, right now, there is an influx of Africans, Kenyans, who are moving towards, who are going to holiday in like the Kenyan coast, where it used to be dominated by the white man. Now it's dominated by actual Kenyans who are being tourists in their own country, right? And this is what I'm trying to say. Like slowly, the progress is moving towards Africans becoming more tourists towards these other places than the Mzungu. So in the end of the day, what's happening is like we should also play the game. We should also understand the long game that's being played by a lot of these African countries. That it's not, you know, it's not. We should not pretend to be like maybe we are acting like we are tough or tougher than what we really are. Or if right now we're in a point or in a position of weakness, we should not pretend that we are stronger than we really are. We'll end up like Burkina Faso, you know, or what's happening to Ghana right now. I think we should also be very realistic in the position. If you're in a position of weakness, play with the cards you have until you gain strength. So to me, right now, it is a huge influx. In fact, there are holiday offers right now, even in South Africa. South Africa is advertising for East Africans and West Africans to come and become tourists in South Africa. So you find already there is progress. It's not like there is no progress. That's the point. There is progress, but but you need to understand before telling Africans or telling people Africans do this, do this. You understand why they're doing this. Understand what's happening in the ground. What is the system doing? You know, what's the objective? How do things work? Understand how things are working before you try to change them. You know, that's my point. That's something I was given advice a long time ago, and the best advice I was given. Before you change something, first of all, understand how things are working over there. Then you change. That's my point.
I feel you on that.
Yo, hold up. Yo, Goku. Yo, Tezzy, I'm not going to allow you to say what you just said about Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso got the way it was because they killed Thomas Sankara, and the guy that went there started taking IMF loans. Stop saying that Burkina Faso got the way it is because it was trying to be self-sufficient.
But that's my point exactly. Like when you act like you're not, when you're stronger than you really are, then they showed you that maybe you're not really that strong. You see, that's the point. That's the point.
No. It was strong. It happened because his best friend betrayed him. What are you talking about, bro?
Then he was not strong. Why is
what's
the point of
bro? Go read about what Thomas Sankara did in those 4 years he was in charge. How he changed the country. You're basically saying because Thomas Sankara thought he was strong, try to do different without the help of those he kicked out the French without the help of the European. That's why Burkina Faso is the way it is. No, Burkina Faso is the way it is because of traitors who betrayed them and betrayed the people.
Okay, my general point is that even look at Lumumba and Congo right now. It's not just Burkina Faso. It's not like look at Congo and the way it is right now. And Lumumba, he was also a strong man. These are just it's a lesson that it's a tough lesson to learn, but it is a lesson. There's a lesson there. You don't if you don't have your cards in the right order and you play this dangerous game, you're going to get hurt and your country would suffer. That's the point I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Gogo, you cannot let him Kogu, you cannot let him get away with what he's saying. He's saying that the more you're trying to become autonomous, the more dangerous it is for your people. That's crazy, bro. But go ahead, continue.
No, I just want to get I want to make sure we end at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. But I want to get this bonus in because I think it ties into this part of the discussion we had on Shooter Beast topic number 10. So the bonus is what? They not our brothers. Azuli, you got to write these things better than this. They are Americans. We don't need them. So this takes us to video. And I saw this video earlier this week as well, I believe. Let's check it out.
They're your brothers.
They're not our
and
brothers.
sisters.
They're not our brothers.
They are.
If you are born in America and have lived there for 300 years, you're no longer African. Those are Americans. We don't need them.
We don't need
They
them
were
to develop.
taken away, unfortunately, but they are Americans. We will develop by ourselves. Yeah, we have the capacity, we have the will, we have the resolve. We don't need them. No.
I totally agree with you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Africa doesn't want us. What? Oh no. Whatever will we do? I can't take it no more.
Right. That is the death could keep me from.
Bruh, ain't nobody fighting to get over there. Last time I checked, y'all fighting to get over here.
We don't want them here.
What? They're your brothers.
They're not our
and
brothers.
sisters.
They're not our brothers.
They are.
If you are born in America and have lived there for 300 years, you're no longer African. Those are Americans. We don't need them.
We don't need
They
them
were
to develop.
taken away, unfortunately, but they are Americans. We will develop by ourselves. Yeah, we have the capacity, we have the will, we have the resolve. We don't need them. No.
I totally agree with you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Africa doesn't want us. What? Oh no. Whatever will we do? I can't take it no more.
Right. That is the death could keep me from.
Bruh, ain't nobody fighting to get over there. Last time I checked, y'all fighting to get over here.
We don't want them here.
What? They're your brothers.
All right. Like I said, I saw that this week earlier. And I just want to say that I think we too often take the voice of one person or the accomplishments of one person, for example, and we tend to spread it across the whole entire group. And I think we should stop doing that. This is one lone African, or two maybe, because she kind of agrees with him, right, at the end there. This is one African speaking his opinion. Why do we amplify it to all Africans on the continent feel that way? And that's something we need to check within ourselves too. We got to start checking this notion, this feeling, right? This persuasion to think that one African speaking, or one African over there, or one African over there speaking this type of nonsense, that it's all Africans doing it. We got to get off of that. Let me start with Real Black Gentleman on this one. Real Black Gentleman, what say you to what you see?
Man, look. I know that you don't like when people don't say the word nigga, But like I swear, look, if we were to swap places, look, if Black Americans and all the peoples of African descent in the West were to swap places with Africans in the continent right now, I swear, Africa, with those 200 million niggas, we would do gully shit on the continent, and them Africans will be begging to come back. They don't know what they got. Look, I know the debt and the money, but I don't know how to organize it. You got to make sure that what gets me is just making sure that, like, look, me in America, I'll say this. I wish I had some iron, an iron ore. I can sit here and melt some iron out of the raw basic of it. We can talk about all these ages and stuff, but I mean, for real, none of us can sit here. I mean, we don't know how. Not to say that it might not be. It could be in some of our bones, very, very. You know what I'm saying? Not that far away. But sit here and take some iron ore, smelt it. You know, get that furnace going to get some iron going. And this is the type of stuff where I think about, like, if we could do that in America, we might not be able to do that, but we have a lot of, like, iron workers here in America. We have a lot of skills, a lot of talent. I don't want to go to Africa and, like, as an American representative, I'm going there as a Black person who is the returnee of someone who was unfortunately most likely not of their free will under, like, the worst circumstances that we can refer to. And even though I don't have to here have perfect linkages, man, look, the Africa I think is mine, that I think my peoples, my numerically enumerated peoples got snatched from, because there's only so many at some point in time they got snatched up, but there is so many. And yeah, so yeah, I don't have to claim all of Africa, but yeah, I claim all of Africa. But, like, for real, you know what I'm saying? Like, where I know why, for real, where you think that, you know, this is why I wish Black people could truly get an independent, like, genetics going, because I think, like, as far as, like, identity, and because I know that that Black folks in America don't come from the geography of Kenya. There's like a probably 0.000. There's always a boat or two, and there's a Arab slave trade. It could have been a football of people trading people around between the Kenyans and the Arabs, and it could have gone across the continent, who knows? There's all kinds of tales of people being snatched from all over in Africa that wound up in America. So it's fucked up what happened with the slave trade. But for real, most Americans come from the West Coast, around Angola, so, you know, maybe even Namibia. If I had people from Namibia, I would go ape about the Germans. I'm just saying that. Like, really? I got snatched up and then y'all gonna genocide my people, though? For real? I'm just saying. So, like, it's a broad swath where we're Black. I mean, maybe not deep into the continent. You know, this just for real. This is a zone where, like, you know, Black people say that they come from. It's not the whole continent. Africa, all of it. I mean, for real, because, like, I mean, you could say that some of the people in West Africa came from, like, Kemet. This hard blood, you know, this, like, lineages. I mean, shit, my blood that built the pyramids on God. Like, fuck out of here. So, like, you know, if I go back to America, if I go back to Africa, I'm not doing it as a representative of it. I'm doing it as a Black person, you know what I'm saying, whose peoples is from here. Straight like that. I'll pass.
I appreciate that. Real Black gentleman. Brother Tezzy, what say you to this? As a continental African, what say you to this?
I don't have any. I don't know about these guys, the opinion on African Americans, or I don't have any negative opinions on that. But I think you also have to ask the guy who was the lady who was interviewing them. I don't know how the question was framed, you know, because you know, sometimes you can ask a question that you know, in a way that maybe as a man it's like you know, putting you in like a weak position or something. Do you need this? So, you can get a negative reaction like that, because maybe the interviewer framed the question in such a inappropriate way or a negative way. So I don't think that's the general opinion on Africans. I don't think Africans hate or don't want Black Americans to come to Africa or the diaspora at all. So yeah, I don't think that's the general opinion. I feel like maybe the interviewer maybe framed the question in such a way that if you said yes, that will put you in a position of weakness or something like that. I feel like that was the way it was. That was the situation.
All right, thank you for that, brother Tezzy. Let's hear from Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you?
Yeah, I don't think that most Africans have a negative view. Africans generally are welcoming of everyone. Sometimes, to my consternation, I think that they should be less, welcoming. But I don't think that they have anything against. And you can see that in videos that even Dynast has shown. There's one he said, people who say Africans don't like African Americans. Some of that negativity is usually maybe people who come over, some of the diasporans who maybe have some negative experiences, but even that they tend to mostly just keep to themselves rather than have, I have not had any anti Black American sentiment amongst Africans in general. Now, I do agree that maybe, but I definitely disagree with the gentleman's opinion and the reaction that of course we need that money. We admit that the reason why we are trading with China and all these people is because we need their money. So if we can accept that we need all these people's money, what's wrong with Black American money? So he's just talking just to seem like he's a big man or something like that. But if we already have all these people in our countries and we are saying that they're there because we need their money, then we need everybody's money. So yeah, we'll take your money, bring us all your money. And that's just looking at it from a greedy point of view. But in another point of view, of course, we have to, and the way that he sort of dismisses it, just some of them were taken away, unfortunately. Like, that's such a callous way of looking at it, just taking, and I know that we were also taught, not in that way, but we were not really taught about the extent. For me, the first time I really saw what slavery was in the film Roots, and actually seeing it depicted. We learn about it in school. We learn about the transatlantic slavery and so on, and what was taken where and what goes where, and you just cram it for exams and you pass exams and then you move on. But that impact of actually seeing the physical, depiction of it, that was, horrifying. So I think that sometimes Africans are too dismissive of what happened, in our quest to move on and to make ourselves feel good about ourselves. We're only challenged, this man is only challenged in his masculinity if it's another black man, another black man in America. But he doesn't feel the same way when he has to kowtow to some Indian, because there's still a lot of Indians in Uganda, to the Lebanese, to white people, to or Chinese, to all these people. He doesn't feel the same sort of infringement as if somebody asks him if and you see, I said ask, that's how it's pronounced, asks, and you can also say asks. So if somebody asks him, do you need these people? But ask him if we need the tourist dollars of the white people coming into Uganda, then of course, yes, we do need the money. Yes, bring all the white people here. We need the tourist money. Let them come and develop Uganda. But ask them if they need the money of Black Americans, then no, we can survive on our own. We are strong and proud people. Anyway, that's all for me.
I like the knock on us who say acts versus asks. Good
Yes,
knock.
it's an important correction.
Yeah, I'm tired of Tan doing that. I've told her already. It's a silly thing. It actually should be acts, and the reason why it should be acts is because the structure of the roof of the mouth of most West Africans, it is easier for us to pronounce it as acts. The stress that you're asking them to now put to because now you have to consciously be aware and say ask. It doesn't flow off of our tongues well. Now, mind you, this is coming from a language that you and I know makes no sense. You know, so fist is a noun, but it's a short-term action. It should be a verb, amongst other things. So I don't know why we still are worried about, if people say acts, who cares? We should be pushing against it. It's just the same way they call us sub-Saharan Africans. I've never heard anybody call a Mexican a sub-Mojave American.
Yes, you wanted to add any thoughts on what this brother is saying in the video?
Yeah, I seen it, and that's what I'm saying. These guys have these arrogance. First off, he's not even from West Africa, so obviously they asking the wrong one. They don't even like Nigerians. I'm sorry to say, a lot of these Ugandans, Chan don't like it, but many of the East Africans don't like the West Africans for whatever reason. And I've experienced that, you know. They don't care for West Africans either. So he don't have a dog in the fight. I don't know why he's talking. He should be looking to get the East Africans who are taking over to the Arabian Peninsula and the Indian continent. He should be trying to get his brothers and sisters that were taken over there. But this is what I'm saying. It's just black people all over are under a spell of stupidity. You know, and no one is sitting down there trying to take those spells off. So this moron, he's walking around thinking he's doing something, and he's just 2 climate changes away from, you know, his children have a protruding belly, and his wife, you know, dropping dead. But he thinks he's doing something, you know, and he's not. And so Africans got to start calling these morons out without kid gloves, just the same way African Americans. You know, when you hear an African American say booty scratcher or say something ignorant about Africans, call them out. We got to start policing this stuff and working with those who aren't on that nonsense. And we got to start policing it and working with each other, because if we don't do that, you know, we're just going to allow rhetoric and nonsense to be fanning the flames of imaginary fires on both sides. You know, so a guy like him, you bring him to America, he'll be the first one to run in the arms of the white people to say he's the magic Negro. Until you drop him off in Europe, and the skinheads in Europe is busting upside his head. In Ukraine, there are videos on YouTube where if you walk into a store, they make you eat a banana.
You don't have your cards in order.
Say again?
Oh, no, I wasn't speaking to you. Sorry, the mic is...
You know, so in Ukraine, they make Africans, you know, there are videos in parts of Europe where you just minding your business shopping, they just come grab you and tell you, eat a banana, monkey. And if you don't, they beat you up. The African-American kid who got his head stomped out in Greece got killed. But they love Giannis. You know, so this is a global game, and this idiot doesn't understand the global game. He thinks, I'm going to succeed, I work hard, and then I will be able to get the business. The Chinese, yes, my friend. This is who you're dealing with. And we got to throw these people. These are the people who gave Fela Kuti trouble. They're the snitches. They're the ones who had his mother thrown out of a window. These are the type of idiots that got Bob Marley shot when he was just trying to make peace in Jamaica. You know, these are the ones that backstab Sankara.
Call them what they are, the reactionaries.
You know, exactly. That's exactly what they are. They're clowns. You know, the brother in is it Grenada? I forgot his name. That was linking up with Sankara and the
Bishop.
U.S. Yeah, Maurice Bishop. You know, so we got to start calling these people out with a passion and a vengeance. And it's interesting. Like I said, this is what gets played. The other videos where African Americans are doing stuff on the continent and vice versa, and we don't see those TikTok videos. We don't see those YouTube shorts. It's this nonsense. It's Akon's retarded self. So we got to start calling these people out.
I appreciate that, Gas. Before we hear from Azuli, let's hear from our brother Carl on this one. Carl, what say you about this? Or did Carl drop off? Oh, my bad. Carl dropped off. In the chat, KW7 says, Angry Man, this guy right here on the screen, has anti-African sentiment. He has said Africa is cursed for their role in the slave trade. What happened to the Europeans cursed? Shaking my damn head. KW7 also says, this interview took place in Uganda. This Negro doesn't speak for all Africans. Work with the Africans who are willing to work with you, right? So I guess since they dropped off, let's go to Azuliism. Azuliism, what say you to this?
I'm really tired of you guys. Some of you saying not all the Africans feel like that. We have encountered a lot of Africans that feel like that, and a lot of Africans, when they come over to the Americas, like Gassimov just said, they look down upon Caribbean American and African Americans. So I could agree to say that, but this guy right there looking every bit of like non-masculine. Who is this man? And the woman interviewing him is saying, I agree. And then what Tenzin said, the callousness of him to say they were taken away. He didn't say they were sold. You see how he absolved the people who gassed him up, the people who sold people into slavery, not all West Africans. You see how he was like, they were taken away. So like this was just, I'm sorry that they were taken away. But what? We weren't taken away. I guess some of us was, but at the end of the day, I agree with gassing him up. We should call out these losers, whether they're African, the American, the Caribbean, when they doing disparaging remarks against one another. This is very detrimental to the Pan-African movement, to the uniting the African American with the African from the continent. This is very detrimental. This is disgusting. So and these type of videos give legs to those grifters like Tariq Nasheed, the FBA, and the ADOS people to say, you see, they don't even want us. And I'm sorry to say, I heard a lot of these sentiments from a lot of Africans like that. So when they come here and they look down upon us or upon African American, what's the difference? But again, I wanted to say the way he said, they don't need to come over here, or we could handle it. Is that a form of jealousy? Like, I don't understand. So,
well, what would the jealousy be? You keep saying that, but you never define what would the jealousy be.
The jealousy is that let's say an economist from America, let's say Dr. Claude Anderson will go down there. He's very knowledgeable into the Euro economy. So he goes down there. They feel jealous. They feel that he might open a big business there, take over their job, push them away, or make them. That's what I'm saying. So in proximity, what's the word? Proximity. That Claude Anderson is closer to the Euro economy. So which means, in their eye, if they come down here, they might take jobs away from them, or take what is it? Make them look less of a man in front of their own people. So I don't understand. Why would he say that? Don't come. We could do it ourselves. Why did he say that statement? Don't come over here. We could do it ourselves. And like Tenzin said, he never said that to the Asian. He never said that to the European. He never said that to the Indians.
So Africans are basically waiting for their turn on the white man's stage. That's basically what he is waiting for. They're all waiting to go to the American embassy so they can get their visa. They can get a job at Montana or some white enclave, and maybe even get a white woman. But move there, get the house picket fence, and show white people that they are good Negroes. And he's pretty much, like Clarence Thomas with an African accent. These are people that don't know shit from Shinola. And like I said, these are the Africans that were after Fela Kuti. These are the Africans that betrayed Lumumba. These are the Africans that killed Malcolm X. This is what we are dealing with. There's an ideology that we are dealing with, and Africans think that, I'm going to get just the same way we got to deal with these coons in America. I'll end with this. There's a great interview you should watch with Khalid Muhammad. If you guys remember the name, he was a black dude, and he had he was on, I believe, New York News One, one of those. He was a black dude, and he was a news person, and he used to do interviews. And he was like, in the interview, he was playing this cool role, and Khalid was telling him, "Yo, white people gonna use you to spit you out." Blah, blah. He thought, no. He had an issue with his wife. It was domestic violence, and they dropped him like a hot potato. If you guys remember, he was a black dude. They dropped him like a hot potato. I'll Google it and find his name. But they got rid of him, and it's funny. Everything Khalid was telling him happened to him. So that's why I'm like, we can't be having sympathy for these people, because they know. So when they run into it, it's like these women who want to divest. Go ahead. When you get what you're looking for, don't ever come back. Like the one who got killed, the idiot Nigerian boy. Oh, black women are no good. Black women are this, they're ugly, blah, blah, blah. You ran into the arms of that white girl, right? She stabbed you to death. And then they let her go. Good. Don't come back to us. I don't have no sympathy for you. I don't wish death on you, but I have zero sympathy for you. We ain't out here protesting. We're not marching for you. So that's how we got to start treating them.
Anyone want to add any last words before we close out the night? All right. That's pardon me?
Yeah, Hello?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'd like to add to what Gas the Map is saying. Especially when we're talking about that ideology difference. When we talked about Lumumba, also Sankara, the people who betrayed him, like this is what I was trying to say, that the Mzungu, or the white man, he sees the difference. He can see that I don't know if there's an echo. Are you guys hearing the echo or something?
Yeah, it's the Kenyan internet. Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So you can see that the Mzungu, he sees the difference. He knows exactly the weakness in your own government, in your own difference in ideology. When you go after him, he knows where to attack. He knows who to talk to and who's going to betray you. He knows all these things and this is one lesson I feel like we should learn from the leaders of the past. I'm not saying Thomas Sankara was not brave, or Lumumba. They were brave people. They stood up for what they believe. But obviously, the white man won. That whatever fight they fought, the white man won. So we have to also learn from how they win, how did they lose, or what led to all that. And to me, that's my point, that if you can't be going after the Mzungu the way they went after the Mzungu, it's like we have not learned anything then if we do the same thing they did. So to me, whatever leader who goes after, who fights for autonomy, which is a righteous fight, should be the right fight. But you don't do it knowing that you have all these points of weakness in your own country. There is this ideological weakness in your own country. You're going to be betrayed, just like the other guys are going to be betrayed. So I think any leader who feels like they can fight should first of all deal with in-house, deal with the ideological difference in-house, be careful in-house. Then when you get your house in order, when you feel like now you can take on, you take on. Because I feel like, look, I guarantee you the guy is like the leader of China and the lead Putin. I am sure the CIA, that video of the CIA bragging how easy it was to dethrone Lumumba. There's that, I don't know if you've seen that video, the guy, how they were bragging, like it was so easy for them. So I think we shouldn't make it that easy. That's my point.
All right, I appreciate that. Seems like no one else has anything to add, so we'll close it
Okay,
out.
can I say something, please?
You gotta keep it brief, but go ahead.
Okay, I'll keep it brief. I just I mean, again, like, let's not magnify I think again, when West Africa talks about the diaspora, they're really talking about like the people who were brought over by the boats. When East Africa is talking about it, I think it's a more internationalized sense, that people who may have left their various countries. Again, like, I'm not a part of the Kenyan diaspora. I can't say that. I can't say I'm part of the Nigerian diaspora because my peoples weren't from Nigeria as it stands. So the nuance in the term diaspora in and of itself can be confusing enough. But I think there's different levels of diaspora. And if the Kenyans had a bad experience with people from America, I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? We can be wild. We can be, you know what I'm saying? It's like that. But this is the thing, though. It's like after slavery, the black people who went to Nigeria were a minority, and they managed to somehow they just did it for whatever reason. And I don't want that to scare off Africa. And it might scare off Africa because they see the Americans and they see Liberia as like, man, that's what they're going to do over here. Just have all these civil wars and stuff. And it's messed up. Because not even again, like Liberia, even though it wasn't colonized, it's a whole like American like protectorate-ish type deal. So it's like it's America's foothold in Africa, just proper, just caused. You know what I'm saying? Let's not get too much in the separation. I'm not mad at African people. I'm not really mad at too many people, although there's people in Africa I don't like. I mean, it's just people are people. I mean, but it doesn't really mean a hill of beans. It's like go over there and do something about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna end on that.
All right, Tanzan, you want to shout anything out this week?
Yeah, Tuesday, just check out, like I said, I'm not even sure until a day or two before. So yeah. But Tuesday, yeah. That's it. And the other shows on the program. It's been an excellent conversation. I learned a lot. So thank you, everyone, and asante to Tezi for bringing that Kenyan perspective. So yeah.
All right, thank you for that. Gas them up. You want to shout anything out this week?
Man, just shout out to the Bitter Medicine podcast, the whole team, yourself, Buana, your whole KWAZ people, the family over there. Shout out to all of you guys, So I think it's like a village, right? Like I look at it as a village. And you have different villages and different things, but everybody's bringing the heat. I think of recent, there's been a raise in in a collective idea and ideas. So I think that's a great thing. I think everybody's learning and cross-fertilizing. So shout out to all of you guys.
I appreciate that, Gas. You guys make sure to check out Tanzan's channel. Subscribe, click the bell. Check out Gas Them Up's YouTube channel. Subscribe and click the bell to get all notifications as well. Bro, Tezzy, you want to shout anything out this week? All right, I guess Tezzy's not there. Real Black Gentleman, you want to shout anything out this week?
Yeah, what's Gas Them Up's channel? I can't. I was trying to look. How do you? What's the name of the channel?
Gas Them Up. Just type it in YouTube.
All right, I'm just looking. Okay.
Yeah, you want to shout out anything?
No, I'm just gonna shout out you. I just think the questions always. I mean, I look. Climate change is my pet peeve. My pet peeve, like that's my thing. Like, shout out to you for for just the time that you allowed us to speak, and everyone, Tanzan, Gas Them Up, everyone. Thank you. I mean, I think this is very, very important. I think that a lot of people, people that this is good. It's always people will talk, and I talk with people about you know what I'm saying. People say Pan Africa. I'm starting to get away from that. You know what I'm saying, that terminology. I like Afrocentric. You know what I'm saying. Africa's the center. Even though I'm an African American, so I'm here in these states, and the hills of North America. You know what I'm saying, like how I said. You know what I'm saying. I know what it is. That's where it's about to be. You know what I'm saying. If you don't like Africa, you better get out of Africa's way. The best thing you can do is like give Africa good advice. You know what I'm saying. Let Africa do what it do. I'm gonna pass on that.
I think Tezzy was going to come in just when you started speaking. So, Tezzy, if you're there, you want to shout anything out this week?
Nah, I don't have anything to shout out, but thank you for having me here. And that's it. Thank you for the panel for this engaging conversation. And that's it. Thank you.
Erzuli, you want to shout anything out this week?
No, I'd like to say thanks for providing this platform. I always enjoy it, and happy Independence to you all. And that's it. Have a good one.
I appreciate it. All right, we'll be back on Saturday, our usual day and time, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be back on Saturday. Make sure again, check out the things that we're doing, man. Check out the T-shirts. The merch store's coming. Check out the website. Drop your email to be a part of the mailing list. We're trying to expand, trying to get it bigger. Point out people who you think we should add to the network, or at least try to. Do those things for us, and help us build this network. All right. So I'll see you guys next week. You guys be good. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.